You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore. Whore. Dare I say it, hateful cunt.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
How's everybody doing? Ugh, man. Dude, that's still way too expensive. $35 for Avowed. The fact that that's mostly positive is like genuinely scary. I don't know, that's pretty bad. That shit should be mostly negative. Yeah, let's get some indeed. I need that money. I really do. Yeah, silver's dropping, bro. It's over. I'm broke again. It was a good run. It lasted over the weekend. Pokemon's probably not going to get cheaper than $44, so yeah, that's not a bad price, I guess. It's probably not going to get any cheaper than that. Pokemon games hardly ever go on sale. And if they do, they only go on discount by like $20. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I didn't stream last night because Apollo was sick. He was throwing up and having the squirts, so the poor guy felt terrible. So he like was laying down next to me, and he was like basically was like acting like a baby again, like just curled up, resting his head on me. So I could tell like he was really feeling bad. So I just laid with him. So he seems to be doing better today. He's not throwing up. So that's the main thing. Good boy. And he's actually eating his food now, so that's also good, because he wasn't eating yesterday. Got some of the Mystic Monk tea. Nice. Yeah, it's good. But, yeah. I figured I would just, you know, help the dude relax. Because, like, he kept pacing and stuff. He couldn't settle down, like, unless I was laying down with him, so. Yeah, he slept all last night. Pretty much through. Only had to go out twice. So, I think he's doing better. Good boy. Sweet dog. Good boy. Let's see, Sneedington the First with the Tier 1 membership. Really appreciate it, bro. Big ups. Let's see. Hold on, me. I saw this. I don't know if it's worth looking at. Okay. What's so Griffin? My
Either
family
subscribe,
gifted me a
donate,
Switch
or
too.
get the fuck
Nice,
out.
man. Been playing Kirby Air Riders all day. Very cool. That was nice of him. Yeah, my big gift this year was my dad got me a 10-ounce bar of silver. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, because he traded in a, I guess, I don't know when he actually got it. It may have not been part of that, but he had like these gold coins or something from his dad that he got from him. And he'd been holding on to them forever. And with like gold hitting an all-time high, he like traded them in, I think at like 4,200. And then just moved it into like bars of silver, and then silver just did this massive run up. So my dad cleaned up really nice on, you know, the precious metal exchange process. So I don't know if it was from that or not, but it's like this special bar that has like a skull design carved into it. It's pretty cool. All right, lay down, buddy. Lay down. Go on. Lay down. Don't be digging through that. Lay down, bud. You're playing Lollipop Chainsaw? Nice, man. Alright, lay down, buddy. Lay down. Good boy. Got 700 and some new earbuds. That's nice. Shit. Money is always a nice gift. What did DSP want for Christmas? For you to,
Give me monies!
probably that. That'd be my guess. I need to get Crisis Core. I think I actually have Crisis Core on the Switch. I want to play that again, but I want to play it handheld. Give him money, he earned it. I know, man. He's the hardest working man on YouTube. Need to beat Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, you just kind of have to... Some of the bosses in that game are fucking annoying. Like, they almost come down to RNG a lot of times, but... Yeah, I don't know. He has such a hard job. I know, man. I don't envy him at all. just moving you. I don't want to run you over. Let's see. Juan with the 10. Watch this in Tism mode till 102. If my wife ever told me this kind of stuff, I would rope myself instead of divorcing. It was brutal, buddy. I'm guessing this is about iCucks. Yup. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
iCucks. Hold on. Let me, Okay, there we go. Let's open over there. But yeah, we can do that. Mako Stack Pro with the 5. Oh, shit. I hate how YouTube does that shit, man. Like, you hit pause, and then it loads, and then it plays. Gay? Let's see. So Mako Stack Pro with the 5. The Quartering had a Jewish doctor on his show at Amfest who talked about anti-Semitism in medicine. Oh my god. Oy vey. It's anti-Semitic to not circumcise your child. We need our foreskin. Yeah. I remember that. Do you guys remember that senator? Ah, fuck, I don't remember
awesome.
who it was.
Thanks, nigga.
Oh,
Alright.
I think it was it Dick Durbin? I don't fucking remember which one it was, but it was some Democrat senator. And he basically was saying that it was anti-Semitic to not circumcise your child. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, it's anti-Semitic to cut off their foreskin supply, I guess. And anabolic plays with the 2. Do you think the Quartering pounded Mel? Yeah, I think he did, honestly. I think he did. I think him and Melanie Mac definitely banged, at the very least. Watched each other jerk off. Do I want them to starve, you anti-Semite? Well, if they do...
God!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Spooky Cerberus with the 5. Wow, Sneedington the 1st spent on your membership instead of my child support. Shit. Damn. I guess Sneedington the 1st is a real brother out here. Anything but that child support. But, damn, that's brutal. But, you know, I'll never complain when somebody,
Give me monies!
And let's see, EV7 with the 2. Crisis Core Sephiroth has life in his voice versus Remake 1. Yeah, it's before he goes crazy, so, yup. I really like Crisis Core. I thought it was well done. I mean, yeah, it's a PSP game, so it's pretty simplistic.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Story-wise and pacing and everything, you know, I really liked it. I wish I would have played it back in the day as a kid on the PSP, but I never did. You heard about the Final Fantasy VII Part 3 news on X? Nope, I did not. Dude, the only thing that's showing up on my X feed all of a sudden is fucking anime clips. I don't know how the fuck it happened, but like all of a sudden, all of like my political stuff and gaming stuff has like vanished. It's all like fucking weeb shit. So obviously they updated the fucking For You algorithm or some dog shit like that. I don't know. It's irritating. Like, all the typical shit I got in my feed is now gone. It's like fucking, like, harem anime clips and stuff. No, it's like, I never watched it, but it's that Evangelion show. I've never watched that, but for some reason, Twitter has deemed it fit to spam me with clips from that show. And I'm trying to think of the other one that it's doing a lot of. The one with the lolly vampire, like, blonde chick. I don't remember what... shit. Like, the one that eats donuts. You guys, if you watch anime, you know what I'm talking about, but... I'm getting spammed with that fucking show constantly. Lolicon Gaming, oy vey. Yeah, I don't know, man. They are trying to corrupt me. But yeah, I've been just spamming, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested. But yeah, my algorithm is cooked right now. It's brutal out here. Juan with a 5. Then after iDubbz do this one. This guy did the R2 and Laura Loomer documentary. He's a good watch. Let me see what it is.
There's a saying.
The quarter planet. All right. Yeah, it's actual anime. I recognize it. Like the Evangelion show, I like know of. I've just never watched it. I recognize the characters. Hold on. Speaking of, I think I sent myself something. I saw it today. Oh, is this it? Maybe this is what sparked it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is what sparked it, actually. I sent myself this because, you know, shout out to the best anime of all time. Don't become like Synth. It's too late. The Fuda folder's already begun. Let's see. What is this one? Oh, yeah, this was on. This one's not really relevant right now. I'll pull it up later. Nah, I will never touch that Avatar game again. I have zero interest in that shit. But yeah, there you go. Rom-com anime ends with the couple marrying. Cannot name a better trope in anime. It doesn't happen enough. Wasn't marrying, they were just... No, if you play the actual, like, PSP game, which is, like, the actual canon ending, they have kids. Let's see. Synchromax with a 5 saw a Twitter video of a black woman beating an Asian woman because she couldn't use EBT to pay for her nails. I'm ashamed of my people. Yeah, I've seen that video too. Yup.
They're not sending their best.
Shit's crazy. It's like now, I know a lot of Asian restaurants have started pre-charging black tables before they bring out the food because there's so much dine and dashing happening. So, like, a lot of restaurants are now basically forcing, you know, the most educated demographic to pay in advance.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's just sad, dude, honestly. Like, it's very, very fucking sad. I just don't understand why people choose to behave that way. It truly is a mystery. Yeah, exactly. Stop Asian Hate disappeared overnight because of the crime statistics. Because Asian people weren't fucking stupid enough to fall for the YPO bad shit. So, yeah, the Asians basically, you know, shut down the narrative that it was white people who that were hating on them, quote unquote. That's when they started lumping in Asians as white adjacent, by the way. Coincidence? That's because black women vote 99% Democrat for the most part, so it's a guaranteed voting block, so they do everything in their power to appease them. Let's see. Z-Herb with the 10. People are cocked. Saw a Twitter post where Captain America in a comic is saying a nation is nothing and a flag is just a cloth. Very clearly subversive propaganda, and people were defending it. Yeah, I mean, comic books have always been like the proto-woke media meant to indoctrinate children into becoming anti-nationalist, pro-immigrant, you know, basically commie shit. You know, if you want to look at the original
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
brainwashing of kids, comic books were one of the first forms of that. So the only comic book hero I semi-enjoyed was Batman. Well, isn't Batman Jewish? Like, literally? I remember hearing about that back in the day. I don't know how, like, recent that revelation was, but I'm pretty sure Batman is, like, canonically Jewish. FYI. Hold on, let's see real quick. Let's look it up. Is Batman Jewish? Let's see. In the main comic book version of Batman, Bruce Wayne is considered ethnically Jewish through his mother, Martha Wayne. There you go. There you go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That's what I thought. I remember hearing about that a long time ago. But, yeah. Early life checked on Batman. Yeah, exactly. It's over, dude. Z-Herb with the 10, I tried pointing out Captain America would say that about his nation or flag, that he is a nationalistic character, but apparently to them, nationalism is Nazism and blind support of the government. That's what it's been twisted into, exactly. I mean, that's why they use the Nazis as, like, this boogeyman, because it enables them to villainize all forms of nationalism and, you know, ethno-superiority or ethnic preference in general. So, it's like the perfect boogeyman for, you know, Marxist retards to, you know, try and dismantle national identity. I can't believe people still like cape shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never liked comics. I'm a heckin' democracy dude. That's right. Lord Shapiro Stein would be yeah. Dude, that guy, like, I'm glad I was never a Ben Shapiro fan, because, you know, I'd be pissed off if I ever supported that guy. Jeez. What a fucking snake in the grass that motherfucker was. What a snake in the fucking grass that dude was. Yeah, I was never a fan of him, so. The only right-wing commentator, I guess you could say, if you can even consider him that I've watched consistently is Alex. So, Alex is like the only, I guess, political commentator I've watched consistently for like the past, I would say, 15 to 20 years. Who's Alex? Alex Jones.
Nigger Hall Hitler.
Yeah, the thing I like about Alex is he's a great jumping off point to doing your own research. Like, that's the thing, is like, The thing is with Alex, it's like, he's the perfect, like, dip your toes into the water experience when it comes to politics. Because it's like, he points you in the right direction. You obviously can't take everything he says as gospel because he over-embellishes everything. But he's a great place to start. Like, if he talks about something, you should definitely, like, look into it. Do your own research on it. Don't take everything he says about it, you know, as fact. But for the most part, Alex has a very good track record. What do you think about Alex wanting to touch the wall in Israel? Well, didn't he just say he wanted to touch it because of its historical significance? Because wasn't the clip like him saying that he touched Stonehenge, he wants to touch that, and he wants to touch like a bunch of other shit? Which, that I understand. I don't think he's like saying he wants to go swear fealty to the wall or anything like that. So it's like wanting to like climb the pyramids or shit like that. So, I don't know. It's like walking through the Forum of ancient Rome. You know, sightseeing essentially. I don't really have an issue with that. Griffin would touch the wall? Ooh, you're right, I would. I would touch it. And then I'd unzip my pants and piss all over it, hell yeah. That would be funny as fuck, dude. If, like, you got invited to Israel to go and touch the wall, and you just unzipped your fucking pants and took a fat piss all over it. Dude, if anything, the faster the lawsuit ends, the better off Alex is, so... Like, the thing is with the lawsuit is once he declares bankruptcy and they take everything, it's done. Like, he's good to go. So... If anything, them drawing out the lawsuit is actually worse for him. Having it end quickly is the better scenario. Because Alex will be able to make money after they take all of his shit. It doesn't really matter. Musashi with the 2 in Israel. The wall touches you and you become a pedophile. Too late. I already beat him to that one.
Shit.
No wall required, dude. After you touch the wall, you give billions to 2. Well, I think it's the other way around, right? Isn't it the other way around? You have to touch the wall to get the billions from the 2 cans? You need an escape plan? Well, this is the thing, man. It's like, you know, I've already kind of like ideated some pretty crazy ideas in my head about stuff. Like my Trojan horse plan, essentially. Like, you know how Air Force One has nuclear shielding to where, like, radiation can't get in to the plane at all in the case of, like, a nuclear explosion? Well, you could use that nuclear shielding to disguise a nuclear payload that you could deliver to any country around the world, but under the pretense of, like, a diplomatic meeting. So you could have Air Force One fly in remotely to the country of your choice, land in their capital city, and detonate a massive nuclear payload completely undetected by said country right in the heart of their population centers. So that's also something I've thought about too. You know, just playing with ideas in my head. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're like the president or something and you went and like pulled down your pants and like pissed on the wall, you'd have Secret Service out the fucking ass, and you would just arrange ahead of time to synchronize shoot like every, you know, IDF person surrounding you so that it wouldn't be a problem. That's batshit crazy. It would be super effective, bro. Like, imagine you have the pretense of a diplomatic meeting with, like, Beijing or some shit, and you fly in Air Force One to Beijing. The whole Chinese, like, government is there to greet the arrival of what they think is the U.S. president. And then, boom, a massive nuclear payload goes off, evaporating not only them, but the rest of the city. And then you launch a well-placed strike right at the heart of the Three Gorges Dam. And, you know, bon voyage, China. Be pretty easy, honestly. Just, you have to get creative with this type of stuff. CCP listening to this, by the way.
God!
But yeah. Apparently 63% of 18 to 29 are single. I can believe that. Shit, I'm part of the 63%. And overclocked with the 3, Griffin, about your earlier comment on research. How would you even start? Because Google and every mainstream engine obfuscates everything. It's a lot harder now, honestly. You just have to... I don't know. I mean, you can use, like, alternative search engines, like, that DuckDuckGo one apparently isn't as censored. It still is, but not anywhere near as badly.
Donate, or get the fuck out.
But you just have to kind of do your digging. I mean, you could probably use Grok and shit like that now to make it a lot easier, but... I don't know. It's definitely gotten a lot harder. Because Google definitely, really cracked down on, like, conspiracy theory shit. %, bros. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's brutal out there. We have honor rules and shit that's holding us back from doing some crazy things. Love hearing about old war tech. Well, the thing is, bro, it's like ridiculous. Like, we're not allowed to bribe foreign governments, but the Chinese are free and able to. Like, it's just retarded. We need a complete and total gutting of the current state of affairs in our country. We need our Caesar. Pronto. No, you go to jail if you bribe a foreign dignitary. It's like actually a crime. It's ridiculous. You know, we should be able to send African warlords a case of water bottles and a few AK-47s and buy up the mineral rights to, you know, whatever region of Africa we want. Just like the Chinese do. Yeah, that's a whole nother black pill, is the state of the United States military. That's a whole nother black pill you don't even want to look into. Like, people think, like, we have this amazing fighting force, but we really don't. The only thing we have is technology. Like, the state of the military in the United States is grim, to put it bluntly. Musashi with the 2 all on purpose. The goal is to let China win. Yeah, because that's the thing, is the parasites will leech on to the United States and Europe, suck them dry, and then they'll pivot over to China and then leech that society while simultaneously propping up another one, you know, at the same time. So it's a cycle. It's like a parasitic, you know, relationship. It hops from host to host.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, Musashi with the 2, look at all tech, it's all following Chinese yeah, they were the test ground, so. The social credit score, the CCTV, you know, the, you know, facial recognition software, digital currency, all that type of shit's being tested in China right now. So, that is the end goal. What you see in China today is the future of the West tomorrow. Dude, we don't have anything close to what social credit is here yet. Your credit score is like the closest thing because it cuts you off from financing, but we don't have anywhere near the restrictions that the Chinese have. Well, there's only two countries that can dominate everything. The Chinese and America are really the only two countries equipped with even remotely enough, resources and know-how in order to genuinely occupy and conquer large swaths of the continents on which they're placed. European countries are pretty much worthless at this point. Russia's barely able to take over Ukraine in all reality. They're pretty much powerless against, real U.S. military.
You're fucking poor!
Technology. The Chinese are really the only actual threat in the world to the United States militarily. And even then, that's limited because they're landlocked. They can't get over to the United States.
I can't afford this shit!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. It's only going to get worse before it gets not better. Yeah, pretty much. We're in managed decline now, so buckle up, boys. It's about to get bumpy. Everywhere. Every Western nation has been written off to managed decline at this point. Z here with the 5. I'm laughing at how absurdly bad the Somali bullshit in Minnesota is. Honestly, either they're all in on it, or they all got fooled by a bunch of No, they're all in on it. They're all fucking in on it. Trust me. They may seem stupid, but they're not that stupid. No, they know exactly what the fuck's happening.
I can't afford this shit!
It's more and more just to undermine the native white population. Period. That's what all this shit's about. And Musashi with the 2. West is weakened on purpose to facilitate takeover. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much, dude. It's all done deliberately.
I can't afford this shit!
Wingcake with the 2. Watch Asian boss. Chinese social credit system. Okay, I'll look it up. Musashi with the 2. Elites have big investments in China on both sides. Yeah. That's the thing, is they're gonna ride the United States and Europe and Australia and Canada and all these places down until they basically collapse, extracting as much wealth and resources out of them as humanly possible while it declines. And then they'll just shift their focus to China. And then slowly drain that while simultaneously propping up some other replacement area. And then they'll, siphon all the wealth out of China, move it to the next place, rinse and repeat. It's like a parasite. So it hops from host to host, just draining the life out of, each host in the process. So that's what happens when you have no actual loyalty to a country or, any real national identity. You view yourself as above the cattle class of humans that are the 99% of the population that doesn't include you. Lighter fluids with the 2%. The rapture happens in our lifetime. Probably 0. Probably 0, man. Well, dude, they've already said they want 500 million people on the planet, and that's it. 500 million is the number. That's all they think they need in order to operate their, globalist hellscape society where they own and control everything, and there's just enough people to basically serve as, the, plebeian class and essentially be their slaves. Which maybe that number will get even lower. Because now with AI and robotics, you don't really need that many people anymore. Musashi with the 5, these societies are already making a lot of moves in South America. Yeah. Mostly Brazil and stuff for their next adversary.
All right, awesome.
To China
Thanks, nigga. All right.
For the next century. Yep, pretty much.
You're broke! You're fucking
It's all
poor!
a cycle, dude. But yeah. From one host to the next. You know, they leaped from the Soviet Union to the United States, and they'll go from the well, first it was Europe, then it was the Soviet Union, then it was the United States, then it'll be China, and then it'll be South America, or some other, like, it's constant. And you can throw Japan into the mix, too. Now, the Japanese thing didn't go exactly as they intended because Japan is a protected market still. But, yeah, when they couldn't have their way with Japan, they purposely tanked the economy. Schizo Garcia with a 500 million. 271k at most. Oy vey, man. That's a lot of people gone. Is that why they had their bubbles burst? Yup, exactly. Exactly why. And that's why they've never recovered. This shit, bro. This fucking shit. Oh shit, that's a better picture. Not really. I think that one's good. Oh, actually, no, this is better. Yeah, there we go. Based OG-san, bro. But yeah, that's a good meme. It's an old meme. Well, the Japanese have used the swastika as a symbol for a very long time. I mean, every society in history has, so... It's a very powerful symbol, which is why, you know, the Nazis picked it. Because it had, like, such a, I guess, symbolic impact. So, it's a very, like, eye-catching symbol, too. Musashi with the 5. Remember the Brazil...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
North Globe in red, war-torn, including Russia, China, Brazil, most of South America, and oh, yeah. I remember that. Yup, I do remember that. It's an Aryan symbol? Yeah, it is, actually. They've found examples of like ancient swastikas in Germany from like thousands of years ago. Well, the thing is now, if you listen to, like, the, you know, conversations happening in Europe, especially in the UK, they're talking about and preempting the possibility of sending in British troops to Ukraine, which they're not going to send the Muslims or, you know, the Indians or any of those because they can't trust them. You know, they won't be loyal to the actual military, so they'll send in all the white, you know, reproduction age males into Ukraine's meat grinder to be wiped out, so then they have a greater pretense for mass importing more military aged men from the third world. So there's probably going to be some type of conflict in Europe, like World War I and World War II, that are designed to wipe out white populations, which is already what's happening in Russia and Ukraine right now. So that there's the pretense to mass import third worlders into those places because my local economies will collapse, dude. So, yeah. That's most likely on the horizon. Daryl's on with the 5 just brought, or wait, just bought, not brought, some GBA games at my local retro game store. I missed old gaming. Yeah, there's like some article going around of like Zoomers buying PSPs or some shit, so yeah, I guess even the normies, like that shit's penetrated them where they're buying like old PS2, PS3 era games and handhelds to play, instead of playing the modern, you know, dog shit. So, I think pretty much anybody who tries to claim, like, gaming wasn't better back then is just being idiotic. Well, yeah, dude. Zelensky's already sold the Ukrainian rebuild to BlackRock. So, if you know anything about BlackRock, yeah, all they're going to do is mass import a bunch of, you know, Muzzies and Indians. Dude, we could take over Western Europe in a couple weeks. Honestly, at this point, bro. Like, if we sent a couple aircraft carriers over, armed with, like, you know, basically just regular U.S. citizens with, like, AR-15s and shit, and enough military gear to arm the local, like, British and French and German populations, we could probably, you know, truly liberate Europe in a few weeks. Like, the state of the European militaries is pretty fucking bad. Like, their cops can't even carry guns. Z-Herb with the 5, I feel what hurt Europe is the erosion of culture, not just from immigration, but through the EU and erosion of nationalism. Well, yeah, the erosion of nationalism is all by design post-World War II. So, Europe has faced the brunt of anti-white propaganda from the very beginning. So, I mean, that's the thing we're dealing with now is, like, you know, generations of anti-white propaganda that if you're white, you're evil, you're racist, you should hate yourself, you should open the floodgates to the Islamic horde, you know, you should destroy your society and abandon your culture and spit on the grave of your ancestors because you don't want to be called a bigot, do you? It's crazy, man. Absolutely fucking crazy. Europe has been hit the hardest with the propaganda. Yeah, I don't give a shit about being called a bigot. Fuck that. Who cares? Hateful fucking racist bigot, exactly.
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
Wasn't he hot? Dude, Rich always has meltdowns like that. He's just a effeminate, flamboyant, obese retard. So, he's just a pathetic, sorry excuse for human life. Plain and simple. I mean, that's really the only way I can put it. He's just a sorry excuse for human life. If you can even consider him a human being. His former editor only gets over 10 live viewers now. He instantly lost views when the drama... Yeah, exactly. He got a spike in viewership and support because of, you know, Rich's fans supporting him, but eventually they'll all crawl back. His editor is not entertaining at all. He's fucking weird, too. Daikaiju Pictures, the Monster Man with the 2. Which brand of GPU did you have again? It's the MSI Vanguard 5090 is what I have. Yeah. JKB back with another episode, exactly. Brutal, dude. Hit the wall with the Roman salute. Only we won't be hailing Caesar, if you know what I mean. Shit. He was only good when he was with Rich because of his interact. I don't even think that, bro. Still, his actual purpose was behind the editing. Rich's I think Rich's quality and content watchability took a massive nosedive when he got the editor. Like the fucking cock jokes, the horses, the burp edits, the shitty Nicolas Cage jokes. Like, it's just really fucking bad. His content took a fucking nosedive immediately. Like, when Rich just talked into the fucking mic, read an article, and had, like, some Red Dead Redemption footage in the background, that's when his content was at its best. Yeah, Rich just had those weird quirks like chickens, Bill. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, I think his editor still streams. Let's see. Yeah, he streamed 1 day ago. He doesn't upload. Remember when he was like saying he was gonna make all this like Review Tech USA style content? Well, he hasn't uploaded in over a year, pretty much. He hasn't even uploaded a video in like a year. So, yeah. I'm guessing he decided to not, you know, copy the Review Tech USA model at all. Daikaiju Pictures, The Monster Man, the two. Which brands of GPU should I avoid? I'm not really sure, honestly. Like, I mean, MSI, Asus, obviously, like the Founders Editions cards. I think PNY is fine as well, too. But outside of that, I don't really know too much about the other brands. Like, I guess I would just be more cautious of kind of like the no-name brands of 5090s, but I don't know. Yeah, well, everybody said that EVGA had a terrible RMA process, and that shit was easy as fuck, so I don't know if I would believe the hype. A lot of people only talk about their negative experiences, not their good ones. He only talks to chat and nothing else. Jay is boring. Yeah. I don't even remember when RTU made actual tech review. Yeah, he never actually did. That's the funny part. Like, that was always the ironic part about Rich's name on YouTube, is he never actually did do anything tech-related, really, at all. He was always just like a news and drama channel. That was it. Very rarely did he ever actually review anything, so it was always kind of like a joke. At most, he did unboxings of stuff. Which even that was like a mere fraction of his overall content. It's already over for me and it never will begin. That's brutal. But I can agree with it. Especially when it comes to my dating prospects. It never even began. Five 9 cells. I'm a 5'11" cell. Rich talked about the crash out videos back in the day, like Dad Breaks Xbox. Gave his take on it, such old school stuff. Yeah. Have I ever had a girlfriend? Nope. Like I said, it never began, dude. It never began. I don't know. I'd say 3 months is pretty substantial. That's a pretty decent chunk of time to date somebody. That's not like a one-night stand or something. Exercise and avoid dopamine addiction. The waifu will arrive. I don't think it's that simple, man. What if Melanie wanted to date you? I'd be very quick to say, not a chance. Yeah, way too old, bro. Way too old. How does one avoid dopamine? I don't really think you can in today's day and age. Everything is a constant dopamine hit. Oh, silver's back up. Shit. Alright, guys, it's back over $80. I'm not poor now. Thank God. Yo, I actually made a very, very good play on some silver if the price holds. This was actually like a 300 IQ move, and I'm pretty proud of myself for it. So while everybody's buying like silver eagles and bullion and all this type of shit, I'm like, you know what? Something in my ancestry is calling me to investigate something. So I investigated 5 Reichsmark coins from 1935 to 1939. The date range is purely coincidence. And, well, each one of them contains a little over 0.4 troy ounces of silver. And it just so happens that the average price of these coins was about $24 to $27 a piece. And because they're currency, you don't pay sales tax on them when you purchase them. So I bought a fucking shitload of silver 5 Reichsmark coins from the years 1935 to 1939. And, you know, I made roughly about $7 to $8 in silver in terms of, like, the actual spot price versus the price I paid. So, yeah. Papa H is helping a brother out even after his death. Well, there technically is, like, Hitler medallions, but yeah, there's no technical German currency with Hitler on it. You can buy silver medals and stuff like that and, like, commemorative coins that have Hitler on them, but yeah, none of the official German currency has Hitler on it. Now, it has, like, the swastika and eagle on it, but that's it. But yeah, it was pretty good, man. Made about 30% immediately on the silver value, if the price holds. We'll see. But yeah, I got a ton of them. Yeah, dude, I'd like to think that the silver coin that I purchased is that Finkelstein guy's family's silverware that was melted down and turned into that coin. You know, that's the headcanon I'm gonna have, is that my silver coin contains Finkelstein's mom's, you know, silverware in it. So that's the headcanon I'm going with. Hell of a story to tell, exactly. That's my headcanon, bro. What is Nick Fuentes? Well, one thing recently I saw was like he had this whole fucking meltdown about saying that being a father was feminine. Like, I don't know how the fuck that works. But yeah, he was like trying to claim that being a father and wanting to spend time with your kids and raise them was like a feminine, you know, non-alpha move or something. Like something retarded. I mean, dude, it's so obvious that Nick is gay. Like, he obviously has some very closeted fucking, you know, sentiment. At the very least, he's bisexual. Because there's not a single man on the face of this earth that thinks raising their children and having a family is feminine. That's like literally the most masculine thing you can do is being the head of your household and raising the next generation of men. Like, that is gay fucking mentality. Be like, oh, I don't want to have kids. Ew. Like, that's literally what gay guys think. Other than when they want to buy a boy and then molest it, but... I guess, well, dude, I don't think that was actually him in the video with Destiny. I don't think that was actually him in the video with Destiny. Buddy, leave the paw alone. What do I think about the clavicular? Oh, is that the guy who ran over, like, the homeless dude with his Cybertruck? Yeah, that was pretty cool. Run over more people, please. Dude, there's a lot of people that should be used as human speed bumps. He had it coming, so who fucking cares? No loss to society whatsoever. I think he was in Florida, right? Which I'm pretty sure if people jump out in front of your car, you're allowed to just run them the fuck over in Florida. So Florida's pretty relaxed when it comes to that type of shit. So it's very hard to get convicted with a crime if somebody, like, physically assaults you or jumps out in front of your vehicle or whatever. So you can pretty much shoot somebody just for being on your property. I think Florida is also one of the states where if somebody's blocking a highway, you can just run them over. Like, if there's protesters and shit blocking a road, you can just run them over and they can't sue you. Am I gonna buy Black Ops 7? Oh boy, am I. Daikaiju Pictures with the 5. About the song currently playing, do you like Halo 3 or 4's version better? I like this version better.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I like this version the best. It really reminds me of Destiny's music, too, which I know it's, like, by a different composer, but you can really tell that Destiny took inspiration from this. Please explain how the Palestinian so-called genocide actually helps Israel instead. It seems the EU and UN are mad at them. Dude, who cares? It's only the USA supports. Isn't that bad? Alright, what has the UN or EU done to directly hurt Israel? Nothing. They haven't sanctioned Israel. They haven't tariffed Israel. They haven't blocked Israeli citizens from traveling to the EU. Literally nothing has happened. It's all just posturing because they have large Muslim populations. So, the reason why it plays into their favor is because it gives the European nations the ultimate fucking, you know, oh, we need to help the Palestinians by mass importing them into European nations because otherwise they'll be genocided, dude. So we need to import 2 trillion Muslims into the European Union to prevent them from being genocided, bro. So it's all about shaping sentiment to lay the groundwork for the excuse of why all these Palestinians need to be dropped off in a from a third world shithole into your first world neighborhood. So that's the reason why, is it gives Israel the perfect pretense to mass deport all of these fucking Palestinians, and the European nations will use the pretense that they would be, you know, genocided otherwise, is the reason why they should accept them and place them within their borders instead. So it's pretty basic to understand once you analyze it from that angle. You've basically created a worldview where there's a united belief on the right and the left that the Palestinians are being quote-unquote genocided, which is propagated by Israeli-owned media companies. Which, if they didn't want that narrative out there, it wouldn't be on the news constantly. So, no, it's all done in an effort to make people sympathetic to the Palestinians so that the Israelis have the perfect pretense to get rid of them all, once and for all. And further, you know, create their ethno-state of Israel. So, the right-wingers who are falling for this pro-Palestine shit are quite literally, you know, eating up Israeli propaganda hook, line, and sinker. So, GG's, well played. And they're not even getting their 7,000. Brutal. So, this has always been my stance, is who the fuck cares what Israel does in its own borders? If they want to kill all the Palestinians, go for it. We shouldn't pay for it, and we sure as shit shouldn't be taking in any of them. So, if they want to create the problem within their own country, go for it. But we should have no part of it. I don't care. You know, my heart doesn't break for some random, you know, Islamists that probably scream, you know, death to America in their free time. Because the thing is like Hamas is literally an Egyptian radical Islamic group. The Egyptian government kicked them out of Egypt, and then they settled in Palestine, which, ironically enough, the Israelis were funding Hamas up until recently. So they've always been the useful idiots that were going to be used as the pretense to get rid of all the actual Palestinians from Israel once and for all. Well, dude, the other Muslim countries don't want them because it's the same reason why Israel got rid of them in the... not Israel. Egypt got rid of them in the first place is because the Israelis were funding them to basically cause trouble and rile up the Islamic population into being like this de facto terrorist group. So... Queers for Palestine? Yeah. That shit's crazy, man. How stupid can we be as a collective? Well, the average person is very dumb. That's the sad reality. Because most people aren't taught anything useful when they're in quote-unquote school. So during their whole education, massive air quotes, process, you know, nobody's actually taught anything that's, you know, genuinely useful. Let's see. That's good. I'm looking at these auctions real quick. Give me a second. I'm bidding on more silver. I've had some really good luck buying sterling silver bracelets and chains recently. Like, I've been getting it for well under spot price. So I'm theoretically making money on it just by buying it. But we'll see. Sterling silver is useless. Okay, PK. Whatever you say. Why is silver going up? There's a number of reasons. The first is inflation, obviously. Second, apparently silver is now being used in like EV batteries and a couple other things as well. Like, there's a new technology that's now using silver as a key component. So that's driving demand up a lot. Also, silver production over the last decade has dramatically declined. So, the mines aren't yielding as much silver as they used to. You're buying silver now that it's skyrocketed? Okay, so this is what I'm doing. Is let's say there is a silver chain that has half an ounce of silver in it, right? Let's say, you know, what's that, $40 worth of silver? Let's say I get the necklace for 20 bucks. Well, I just made $20 on the spot price of the silver. So if I take the silver in and trade it in for cash, I'm going to make like 15 bucks on that necklace after the, you know, silver exchange takes their like cut of it or whatever, because they're not going to give me full spot. But I'm basically just making money selling the silver for a higher value than the actual like piece of jewelry cost me to purchase, because the silver in the necklace costs more than the actual necklace that I just bought, if that makes sense. So that's what I've been doing. Like, for example, last night I bought a necklace for $85, and it has over $140 worth of silver in it. I also bought a silver baby cup that was 76 grams of silver after you take away the 0.075%. Or 0.75, whatever, it doesn't matter. You take away the amount from the sterling. Like, sterling silver is 92.5% silver. So once you do the math on that, it was like 76 grams of silver, which is a little over 2 ounces of silver. So I got that for $120, and it's worth close to 200. So that's the thing, is that's what I've been doing. Is I'm buying shit under the spot price, and then I could theoretically take it to like a bullion exchange or whatever and just pocket the profit. Rinse and repeat. So, I'm not paying actual spot for this stuff. Pokemon is the new... Well, yeah, then I can take the silver profits and buy Pokemon. Well, dude, the thing is rappers get fleeced for their fucking gold jewelry. They pay well over spot. So they're still probably not even profiting from that dog shit. I know that, but you should buy low then. Okay, I am buying low. If I'm buying something under the current market price, then I'm buying low and selling high. I'm buying for a fraction of what the going rate of a commodity is. That means I'm profiting every time I do that. Because in theory, you can take a commodity like silver and cash it in for the current market rate or close to it. So you can arbitrage the items. Yeah, silver is gonna go higher, so it's now being used in like some new battery technology and something else as well. And also, yeah, China and other countries are basically hoarding as much of it as they can. And the Chinese have always had a lot of silver too. Bing chilling, many such cases. Bing chilling. However the fuck they say that shit. Yeah, I'm probably gonna just keep most of this silver. Either that or I'll take it to the exchange and just trade it in for 1 ounce bars. So, I'll just convert the jewelry I'm getting into bars. I could have them melt it down too, since it's just sterling. I could get a sterling bar, which, you know, whatever, it's the same premise, just, you know, not as pure as a normal silver bar. Well, silver's not an investment, it's a speculative asset. But you're betting basically that the US dollar is going to become further and further more worthless, which is an accurate bet. Because we have inflation every single year, regardless of economic conditions. See if I got it. Nope. Alright, that was only 13 grams. I don't really care that I didn't get that one. These next ones I want to get because they're like, what, 30, 25, 35, and 31 grams. So all about an ounce each. But yeah, I bought a bunch of these here. I bought a bunch of these, man. These have about $33 worth of silver in them right now. So I bought a ton of these. Like, any I could find on eBay for under $27, I just bought. So, I basically profited immediately on every single one of them. Because the silver content was higher than the actual price. So, shout out to Papa H, you know, helping a white boy out. Even long past his prime, so.
Nigger Hall Hitler.
But yeah, these are 0.4 troy ounces of silver. So if you do the math at $80 a troy ounce, basically it's $32 to $33 worth of silver per coin. So if I'm buying them at like $25 to $27 a piece, you know, that's a nice little profit percentage wise immediately just on the spot value. Who's the man on the coin? It's like some Weimar leader or something. I forget exactly who it is. Or Hindenburg, yeah. But it's some leader from like the Weimar Republic. Griffinberg. That's right, dude. Yeah, Finkelstein. Alright, let's see. We got a 1 ouncer ending now. Let me see if I can get this. Once the auctions end, we'll do the video and I'll put it in autism mode, but I do want to try and win these. Did I snipe? Come on, baby. We're determining the winner. Hurry up. Determine faster. Yes! Dude, I just got an ounce of silver for 53 bucks.
Gaming.
Easy. See, this is what I mean. It's like simple. Very, very simple. I just got an ounce of silver for $53 and spot price is $82. Stonks.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh, I don't care about where I buy from. I have a test kit. It's eBay, so if you buy it off of eBay and it's not real silver, you can send it back. So, I've got one of the little acid tests, so I'm good. I mean, the thing is, if you're buying vintage sterling silver, there was really no incentive to fake it back in the day, so like 99% of it's real. Because silver was so cheap for so long, there was no point in faking it unless it was like some massive fucking bar. Otherwise, it was kind of pointless, you know. It's like a $30, $40 necklace, probably at the time. At most. And that was after the jewelry upcharge. So that part I'm not really worried about. Alright, let's see, so... Alright, so I just got, what is that? About $65 worth of silver for 43. That's good. You know, we're doing alright here. I'll take that. That's like a 50 to, that's almost like a 50% profit margin. So, again, we're cleaning up here. It's pretty easy. I can't say I'm disappointed. Alright, we got another one ending. I made about 400. So, in theory, if the silver prices hold, I made about $800 yesterday on silver. If I get everything and the prices hold at $80 an ounce, I made about $800 yesterday. Alright, let's see. Did I win? Yes! Okay, let's see. So, let's see what the value of 35 grams. $90 for 69. So not as good of a profit margin, but still good. It's $21 for doing nothing. So. Doing nothing equals gaming? Yeah, dude. I mean, this is like free money right now, so I'm happy to just print it, you know? I don't understand how this stuff is selling under spot, but I'm happy to take it off their hands. Like, the thing is I'm buying from a big-ass jewelry account, too, on eBay, so it's, like, legitimate. Alright, here we go. Last one. Did I get it? I don't really care about this one because it ended pretty close to spot. Okay, I did win it. Alright, whatever. I think this one I don't think I made much on. Let's see. Yeah, no, I didn't really. That one I basically got for like 15 under spot, so not the best, but whatever. I saved money on shipping because I bought all of them from the same person. All right. Cool. So let's see. Let's add all this up. So, hold on. Let me open up the calculator real quick. So, let's do grams to Troy ounces. So I got 30.17 plus 24.55 plus 35.21 plus 31 gram. Okay. So I got 120.93 grams. So let's convert that to Troy ounces. That is this number. Where's clear? So that number times 0.925. And then what is spot now? It is 80.91 times 80.91. So $291 worth of silver. So let's see how much profit I made. So minus 53.32 minus 43 minus 69 minus 69. So I made 57 bucks. I'll take that. That's pretty good. And then what was that divided by 291, let's just say? So I made a 20% return, basically. There you go. Most people would kill for a 20% return on the stock market in a given year. I just did that in, what, 5 minutes? So, there you go. You know, stock portfolio managers could only dream of getting a 20% return. Where are you going to resell? There's like bullion exchanges near me. All I'm going to do is take it in and get a bar instead of the jewelry. So I'm going to take the jewelry in and I'm going to just trade it in for like actual bars of silver. So I'll probably lose like 2% of the value trading it in, but I'm going to trade it in for like 1 ounce bars. And then just stack the silver. But yeah, pretty cool, man. Yeah, I bought a 10-ounce bar of silver like a few months, or not a few months back, like earlier this year for $3.88 for the 10-ounce bar, and now it's worth $82, so $82 an ounce, so what, $820? So I over doubled my money, so yeah, it's great, man. What am I going to do with the bars? Put them in my safe. Alright, there we go. Just had to request a invoice for the combined shipping. How big of a... I don't have a huge safe right now. It's like basically like a document safe that's like fireproof. It weighs about 30 pounds. So it's not anything super crazy, but I keep my cards in the PSA vault. So, the majority of my valuable cards are in the PSA vault, so I don't store my Pokemon cards locally. I keep them in the PSA vault. Let's see, Anabolic plays with the 2. His mom, died in the Holy, but he was born in 1960. Yeah, I guess he's a survivor, dude. Let's see. Hold on. How do you say this? See, Nick Kristanek? Hopefully I said that right. The 5, I don't think gaming is worth it anymore, to agree with this video title. Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, you're seeing it even now from, like, mainstream news outlets. Let's see. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, like even the normie like websites are reporting this type of shit. Why do Gen Z have a growing appetite for retro tech? So, even like the normgroid, you know, even the normgroid media outlets are detecting a trend of like, you know, kids going back and playing like PSP, 3DS, PS3, Xbox 360, PS2. So, I think even, you know, my generation, especially the younger side of things, is realizing, like, gaming really does fucking suck now. Z-Herb with the 5. Man, I'm happy I bought 24 ounces of silver when it was like 50 to 70 an ounce in Australia. Oh, yeah, you did really well then. Shit. Now it's 130. I'm happy. Yeah, I would be too, man. That's great. Congrats. Congrats, dude. Bought a PS2 a few months ago and play on my PS3. Yeah, I mean, it's just like something truly has been lost, man. And I think people are starting to actually realize that. New does not equal good. That's for sure. Alright, so what game should I play for autism mode? I guess Minecraft would be the easiest. Let me see. I get it set up. Oh, not that one. Shit. Is it this one? No. Why is the, hold on. Is it Alt? Yes. There we go. That's in frame now. Is that guy always in a dress now? I guess so, dude. Been playing class. I've never played a Mega Man game. Whoa, dude, SpongeBob is back. No way, man. I heckin' love SpongeBob. Alright, let's see. There we go. So that's opened. Alright, here we go. Let me turn off the music.
It's a segment.
Oh, no.
Now, we're actually starting off with an update on H3's lawsuit with Denims and Frogan. So if we have a look here, the Snark mods directly communicated with Denims on their intent to create a market replacement. As you can see there, it says, we need you for this one so we don't boost Ethan's release. Ooh, but the amount of hate watch could help him survive a couple of quarters if we all watch it. So there was collusion between Denims and the H3 Snark mods.
It's
right
highlighted
there.
black.
Dude, that Denims bitch is mid as fuck. How she even has simps, I don't understand.
Right there.
It's a
What?
I think the next slide is a close up.
Yeah, so there it is.
Yes.
We don't boost either release, but the amount of hate watch could help them survive. Yeah, that's amazing.
This shows the H3 Snark mods lied to this court about their intent to siphon views away from TEI. Okay, so here we now have the iDubbz OnlyFans saga part 2. This time it's iDubbz OnlyFans, and Anissa's trying to convince him to do it.
Bro, no. iCux is making his own OnlyFans? That's fucking brutal, dude. Jeez. That's actually fucking sad.
And she felt him brutally here, buddy. Let's have a look.
And if you're watching on Clip Channel, remember to hit like, subscribe, and hit hype
and
if you're on
ring
your phone.
that bell.
And ring the bell. Do all that good stuff. Thanks for the support, guys. And here we go.
Yeah, I think if you shaved the mustache and trimmed up the mullet, I think you would appeal to gay and bisexual men.
Okay.
Look at how salty he is, bro. Anissa hits him with, listen, if you trim up the mustache and the mullet, you're really going to appeal to gay and bisexual men. What guy wants to hear that?
He's not hot enough to appeal to women on OnlyFans, so his only course of action is to fucking, you know, appeal to gay men. That's brutal, dude. Jesus.
What guy wants to hear you really appeal to gay men? Like,
not like chicks will love you, think you're
No,
fit, or
dude.
no.
Oh, no.
Gay and bisexual men, that would be my strategy.
No, and bisexual women. I think actually your strongest demographic is bisexual women right now as is.
What does
What
that
a
mean?
statement. I guess because Anissa is a
my
bisexual
God.
woman, she thinks the other bisexual women are going to like it. It's a cope. But hold on, it gets a lot worse. It gets a lot worse for
Okay.
iDubbz.
Jesus,
Okay.
man.
Like, I actually don't think there's a world
Where I appeal to straight women.
you could appeal to
You know
straight
what?
women.
No!
Oh
There's
my
not a
God.
Salted
world.
alert! Salted alert!
No, that's fucked.
That's brutal, dude. There's not a world where Ian appeals to heterosexual women?
This
Bro,
is...
those, okay, bring it
Oh
back. Bring
my
it back.
God.
You
This is
smashed
amazing.
all the multiverses, not a single world. Not
Oh.
a single universe.
There's a world.
Okay.
Like, I actually don't think there's a world
Where I appeal
Where-
to straight women.
you could appeal to
You know
straight
what?
women.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my God.
He's self-felting. One more time. We got to hear this.
Yeah, iDubbz could only ever appeal to trannies.
This is one of the most brutal felts he's ever taken, isn't it? Like, this is savage, bro.
Okay.
Like, I actually don't think there's a world
Where I appeal
Where-
to straight women.
you could appeal to
You know
straight
what?
women.
I think you're right.
Imagine
yeah,
your
that
wife
actually-
saying that to you. Like, this isn't just some random woman or random person, troll. This is your wife that you married. And she says there is no world in which you could ever appeal to a straight woman. What does that say about you and your marriage? Like, does she not, are you not appealing to her? Is she just a gold digger that got with you for your money and clout? Like, that's the implication, right? And now she's trying to prostitute you and pimp you out on OnlyFans because the money has gone south?
This is
That's
actually
horrible.
mean, rude, terrible.
makes a lot of sense. That lines up with my history.
Appealing to like
That lines up with
straight
your history.
women, specifically straight women, I think would be. It's just not your vibe is not. It doesn't really.
This is
I mean, to be fair, in order to be like an actual fan of iDubbz in the past, you would actually have to be kind of a, you know, homosexual yourself. I never understood why iDubbz was that popular, but yeah, still, that's absolutely brutal, especially when you pair it with the fact that apparently Anissa is the only woman he's ever dated, the only woman he ever kissed, and the only woman he ever had sex with, so that's actually even more fucking brutal, dude. Jeez. Not even attracted. Like, she's basically just saying, like, you're an ugly, fucking, unlovable, you know, he's not a chud, but basically he's just an unfuckable incel. And the only way that a woman would want to have sex with him is if, you know, she, air quotes, has a penis or is a dyke lesbian. Like, that's actually fucking pathetic.
hurtful, bro.
Basically, if a woman could peg him, maybe that would be what they're interested in.
Like, buddy, you can't, as a woman, you can't say that about your man, ever.
Have you ever
Well, it's
considered opening up an
publicly
OnlyFans?
Oh my...
Me?
Yeah.
What?
I start to consider it when I freaking look in the mirror
He's
about to
wrong.
shower. I'm like, yeah, I've been working hard.
What the fuck?
I'm not opposed to it.
Please,
I think,
Oh, femboy arc, yeah.
Oh my god!
Not the
Oh
femboy
my
art.
god!
Say it ain't
Chill.
so. Ian, say it ain't
Anissa.
so, bro. Not the femboy
The
art.
lyrics are?
He's gay.
Femboy
He's a
art.
femboy. He's tuning out.
Yeah, who would do that?
No. Oh
Fanboy
no.
Yeah. I don't know. You have a lot of range.
Yeah. Someone said, is there a look that appeals to everyone?
Not
What
your look.
appeals to
Oh,
everyone?
Hassan Abi appeals to everyone.
Oh my god!
Oh my
No,
god!
I cringed. I cringed, bro. I can't. I can't. Bring it back.
Oh
I gotta hear that one more time.
my
It's gonna be
God,
painful.
What look appeals to
Oh,
everyone?
Hassan Abi appeals to everyone.
Okay. Cuckold alert! Cuckold alert! Cuckold alert! Leave her, Ian, leave her. For she wants her son's dirty Turk roach. And it's time for you to leave. But like, imagine your wife tells you that you don't appeal to straight women and then hits you with, but you know who does? Hassan. And then you throw your whole career away for that guy that your wife's obviously thirsting after.
Okay, because we've been laughing so hard and thinking about
my
this shit.
God.
I didn't even really
Yeah, because he wants to fucking watch.
think of it like that. Because I'm like looking at it in segments of this segment, right? You're right, Ashton. You call your husband only for gay or bi women, right? And then you say he's like a femboy, and then go, you know who would be amazing for everyone? Hassan. All in a row. That is a left, right, left uppercut.
It's a knockout combo.
It's not even. It's an illegal dick punch. It is
know
an
it is.
illegal.
It
It is a
dick
straight up
punch,
sack.
rabbit punch, sucker punch, as illegal as it can get. Dude.
Oh man, you could feel it in your stomach. You know what I'm talking about?
That's a low blow.
It's so funny to say, though.
Is
Is it? He's laughing to mask the pain. And we're not making anything up there. That's crazy. So H3 obviously is now dunking on him for this resurface clip.
Very loud. Sorry about that, guys.
Just gonna let it play and stand back.
Yeah, I think if you shaved the mustache
Here we
and
go.
trimmed up the mullet.
Wait, just fucking. I'm gonna grab a
He
drink.
just walks away. He's like, mic drop. Mic drop, bitch. He got
I
you.
think you would appeal
It's like
to gay
Lex
and
Luthor. It get hard. Like,
Yes, yeah.
all going according to plan.
mostly.
Gay and bisexual men, that would be my strategy.
No, and bisexual women. I think actually you're.
He's standing arms crossed with his Rolex on, just dominating him, just mogging him right
Looking
now in his
fit,
power
though.
pose.
He's looking
Yeah, he's
pretty
looking
fit.
good. Let's go.
Strongest demographic is bisexual women right now, as is.
Okay.
Like,
Hila! This is so cute. They're just mogging the fuck out of him. This is brutal,
That actually
buddy.
got me, bro.
That's
That
so
actually got
good,
me,
bro.
I'm not
Like
gonna
the
lie.
queen. Bow
That
down. The
actually-
fucking queen is here, dude.
That was really fucking funny, actually. They got DSP Historical Society shirt for five subs.
subs.
Big support. And Winston for a pack it up. No, Winston, we can't do that, man. That's
No, that's crazy,
that's
bro.
crazy.
I actually don't think there's a world
Where I appeal to straight women.
you could appeal to
You know
straight
what?
women.
I think you're right. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. That lines up with my history.
Say the line, Ian. Say the line, Ian. It lines up with his history that he doesn't appeal to straight women. So he's just admitted there that he never had a girlfriend before Anissa. Ooh, that's rude.
If you, like, if you heard that from anyone, you'd go,
Oh my
what the fuck did you say?
Your vibe is not. It doesn't
Your vibe doesn't go with straight women. That's
really. Have you ever considered opening up an OnlyFans?
Me?
Yeah.
I start to consider it when I freaking look in the mirror about to shower and I'm like, yeah, I've been working hard.
Bro.
I'm not opposed to it. I think
Yo, AB's face.
He is concerned. It's like he's hit the Home Alone pose at this point, right? He's like, dude, this is a bad look. None of us even have to say anything. The felt is so obvious. The L is so self-evident that no one even needs to say anything. We all recognize how bad this really is.
Are the Goyim all right?
Fanboy arc, yeah.
They're not.
Fanboy arc.
Yeah. I don't know. You have a lot of range.
Yeah. Someone said, is there a look that appeals to everyone? Or what look appeals to everyone?
Hassan Abi appeals to everyone.
Oh my god.
He's hurt now. Oh, he's off the fight. He's out. He's out. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He
It's
had
so
to.
funny to
This chick's just
Oh no, bro! It couldn't get much worse. So now, as if that wasn't enough of an indignity and a humiliation to suffer, we have further follow-up from H3.
You know who everybody does find hot? Hassan.
He's basically just teabagging his corpse at this point, isn't he?
No,
Like, he's
I thought didn't Ethan go, I'll stop talking about you, Ethan, Ian.
Dude, that shit's just crazy, though. It's like, bro, everybody used to be, like, semi-afraid of iDubbz making a fucking content cop on them back in the day, and now he's just, like, literally this self-imposed, like, cuckold. It's just pitiful, man. This is what the wrong woman does to any man, period. Like, this guy's downfall is purely self-imposed.
Never had like it just continues daily.
The winning is endless. That's what they deserve. It's what they deserve. Yeah.
Yep.
She has been trying to turn this man into White Hassan. But I think she wants to ruin his life. She wants to make him as fuckable, unfuckable as possible. She wants to get new pictures of him because nobody's paying to see his fucking OnlyFans.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see Anissa's OnlyFans. At least,
dude, there's no comparison. iCux is like the ultimate, just pathetic excuse for a man. Like the closeted homo tendencies of Nick Fuentes pale in comparison to the literal self-imposed cuckoldry of iDubbz. Like, iDubbz is probably the fucking worst example of what happens to a washed-up, former popular content creator who gets his first taste of e-girl pussy and just completely destroys his own fucking life in the process. Like, this shit's genuinely pathetic.
Yeah, presumably, I don't think that it's doing much there for her.
Also, where did that come from? Like, she's asking me if he wants to do an OnlyFans, and then he's like, actually, like, maybe?
Bro, that would be the ultimate crescendo of the Volkow arc.
So now because H3 is saying this, they're going to do it. Oh, yeah? And he's like, oh, yeah? That's what you think? We'll show you how successful it'll be, Ethan Klein. And then it's going to happen. Please, you guys won't do it. You won't do it. You won't do it. You guys are scared. You know you'll be exposed. You won't.
Can you imagine the Volkow arc
if they did? Let's be real. Like, obviously, we're telling them not to do it because it would be really bad for us and Ethan Klein if they did it. We would be so felted. But I think the casino would close down the next day.
Yeah,
we'd have to throw in the towel. We'd have to apologize.
How would we live with ourselves?
Yeah, H3, he'd have to close up shop out of embarrassment once Ian Jama posts his incredible outlines to the internet. So he shows us those sweet underwear selfies.
Ooh.
All right. iDubbz going and doing OnlyFans, like cock out and everything. Like there is no better fucking.
And you know he's got like a 4.5 heart, like way like below average.
Not gonna be good, buddy.
His
post his underwear. You're gonna see the skid marks in his fucking underpants.
Oh man, you know his balls are small.
He starts doing scat content where he boos himself for like rich gay guys. Oh man,
you just know his balls
it doesn't get better than
small.
She's haunting me.
That's just like no.
I think that's actually longer. I think there's a longer clip and it's even worse.
There is
no way,
and we have it. We have the full version.
They keep going on about Hassan.
That is one of the most brutal clips I've ever watched.
It's so bad.
Stan's starting to learn instead of like stopping the fucking hand breaking the show. He's like, you know what? All right, go ahead.
Well,
make
when
fun
you're
of his
presented with the pure Kino and power of that clip, you have to kneel and acknowledge its hilarity, even if you're such a content cuck as Dan. Even Dan's like, you know what? I kneel, dude. And we got
so
another
bad.
17 subs from the DSP Historical Society shirt. Supplement our side, Phil. Supplement at this point, DSP Historical Society. We got to do the next 10 subs to get it to the even 200, buddy. Like, holy shit, dude.
This guy's like had a fucking badge.
Crazy.
Do we even have any badges?
I don't know.
Could probably make some room, huh?
Yeah, you might be right. It might have to be to 220. If he drops a 30 bomb, it's to 220. Phil, if he sees that, bro, he's gonna
man.
fucking
Shout
cry.
out ESP Historical Society shirt. Fucking king.
Oh,
king.
So remember, Ian and Anissa, you're
Seriously.
horrible. Ian,
all you guys like Trank, Gunt Ranger. I can thank everyone here. Busted Fuse, Kitty,
Frank
it's me and him, Joseph, Mad Check, Frank Booth. I wish I could thank you guys all day. Seriously, guys, thank you. Holy shit.
Your wife doesn't even like you. She wants
goes to DSP's Rabbit, by the way.
She does. You're like somebody saying your wife doesn't even like you, and they're right.
Let's see. So Z here with the 5. I was watching this earlier on their YouTube channel. Honestly, it makes me feel bad for iCux. Pretty sure pity more so. Yeah, it's pathetic, man. It really is. But this is what happens when you get in bed with the wrong woman. Literally. So she completely fucking ruined his life, period. But at the same time, he allowed her to do so. So he shares equal blame. And Captain Hook Games with the 2, Lex Juther. Dub, ring it up. Yeah, every once in a while, H3 has a somewhat redeeming moment, and this is definitely one of them. Z here with the 5. Who do you think smells worst, iCux or the Quarter Planet? Well, to be fair, iDubbz looks like he doesn't shower except once every week, so I would assume it's iDubbz, but I don't know. Maybe the quartering doesn't bathe regularly either.
And it's like you can't even cope. Like, it's over.
Do you think if Anissa had a button that she could press and Ian disappears and she's with Hassan, how fast do you think she'd press it?
Instantly.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Do you think that she would press it, knowing that would happen, but she would also lose a family member? Do you think
yes.
she would?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you wouldn't
immediately.
know
She
what
wouldn't
family
even-
member. It could be your
Yeah, she would do
sister,
it.
it could be your
She would do it,
dad.
Yeah.
Wow.
1 nanosecond. Yeah. She wouldn't care.
She would double
tap
tap it.
She would double tap. Yeah. She
Just
would.
kill everyone. It's fine. They could all die.
So bad, the guy. So remember, Ian and Anissa, you're horrible. Ian, your wife doesn't even like you. She wants to piss on. Ethan's just.
This is a beatdown, bro. Just dunking on this
down.
loser. Come on, bro. Oh no, that's brutal.
But this is crazy, man.
You said
And we got another 10 subs from DSP Historical Society, sure, making it an even 200. But are we going to see the additional 20 sub bomb to get it to 220?
What a legend.
Is it going to happen tonight? Is it the night for it? Let's go.
What a legend.
You said straight women are not attracted to you, but you know who everybody's attracted to? Not just bisexual women, which, by the way, that's an odd comment.
Why is he saying?
Yeah.
It is very odd.
Just only bisexual women would like you?
Is she saying? Is she saying he looks lesbian?
I think she might be saying he looks like a lesbian.
No, bro.
I don't know about that, but
yeah, okay, I remember
this is savage.
Like H3, like Ethan has gotten so much more brutal.
Yes. When
As
he
the
gets
months, oh man, he just for the kneecaps.
When he truly leans into the cruelty with no mercy, that's when it's good, bro. That's when it's like, yeah, get him, Mr. Klein. Yeah, get him. Yeah, show him. Punish him.
He
just reveling.
Bizarre. It's like a weird. First of all, I don't. Is Anissa queer? Is she bisexual?
Okay.
She recently
buy sunglasses like that, like
yes,
Ela and Dan.
Started saying how she's
like these little ones. I like those.
Bye.
Cool style.
Okay, well, let's just say she is.
Just my theory on that is she's laying the seeds for divorce.
And then,
oh my
god, and another one. He's punching down so hard, just fucking destroying this guy, dude.
No, wait, oh my god,
brutality.
I have an out for Anissa. Anissa,
Yes.
we know you watch everything. Tell Ian, listen, I'm a full lesbian. I can't do it anymore. You have to respect my sexuality. Just go full lesbian, right?
Yeah, that's
and
what's
then
gonna happen.
divorce, put you back up. There it is, Anissa. You're welcome.
my theory on that.
I bet you it's gonna start the clock or the gears in her.
The clock, the countdown clock is
clock. Yeah,
it's ticking.
yeah.
I have my own theory as well, because I feel like I've only started hearing her say it after his insensitive costume about Dobby being trans.
Oh, did that happen after the Dobby thing?
I saw it only after. So
Good
to me, it's like,
By the way, notice that Ela is actually able to contribute in a funny way to the show, whereas Anissa has never made a positive contribution ever that I've seen.
Well, Ela actually fucking Ethan. He serves it. Ela actually hits it back and preps the fucking smackdown, whereas Anissa just grabs the ball and puts it under her arm and goes, "No, we're not playing."
Well, then slaps around her husband after,
just throws it at him. Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't making fun of you guys. I'm one of you.
Dobby
That's what it feels like.
Dobby loves bisexual women.
Gobi loves it.
Okay, so I haven't watched this full thing yet, but we have the full 6-minute clip in the full context of this OF conversation. Do you guys want to watch it?
Press 1
or no?
If you want to watch it, or press 2. We can wrap up the show.
We do have more.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, looks like everybody wants it. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know if it's going to be good or not. But let's see. Let's see.
All right, here we go.
I'm trying to think of who would pull the most straight women, and I think it's by far Dr. Mike.
That's his opponent at the boxing match, bro. That's who he was fighting in the main event of Creator Clash 1.
Oh
She says that his opponent would pull the most straight women, and he would pull 9. That's brutal. I had no idea that was coming. Oh
H3,
no!
Someone here, I'll upload. H3 has to watch this.
This is
clip.
my last
H3,
resort.
If you watch it, please play this clip. I'll send it to you privately.
Oh my God,
Pretend you never spoke to me ever in your life.
Please stop.
This is a very fun game.
Pull straight women from what are the other factors?
Other demographics or
what is the question?
What content creator
Okay,
would
we're
pull the highest percentage of their breakdown of their OnlyFans subscriptions would have the highest percentage or mainly straight women. S-Fan is a very good one. I agree. I think S-Fan
So
would
now
have a
she's
high.
talking about all these other guys who can get women, but her husband can't.
And then she only have the bisexual women.
This is brutal, man. He must enjoy this. He must be getting off on it or something. This is twisted. It's twisted.
I mean, this is really, really, really twisted.
What an
amount of
evil
straight
bitch.
That's a good one actually, but a different type of straight woman than the type that Dr. Mike is attracting. I think.
What?
Imagine being forced to listen to this. You just want to play World of Warcraft and chill, and this horrible he is yapping this poison into your ear,
and basically insulting you. And you know what she's saying here? That These two, so Dr. Mike and whoever the hell she's talking about, would both pull straight women, but different kind of straight women. But then gives iDubbz
like,
only
so yeah,
bisexual?
there's no like actual group or demographic of straight women that iDubbz would appeal to. It's not like he has his own demographic where he'd do well. Like people say, oh, Styx will get like the goth girls or whatever. Or Hassan will get the progressive hoes or whatever. She's saying there's no group of straight women anywhere that would be attracted to her own husband.
S-Fan, look for a picture. Okay, wait.
I have no idea who that even is.
He says, look for a picture of S-Fan. S-Fan.
We got Moist Cavity Map for 5 subs. And Supermill Gaming says that's really tough when your wife is your biggest attraction.
Ash, do you want to know the guy? Oh my God, open image. Where the fuck is open image? Open image, new tab. Ash, you're going to lose your mind. This is who Anissa said would get more pussy than Ian.
Stop it. That guy?
This
bro.
When your wife says this guy's hotter than you,
that's not good.
I would end my fucking life.
So, ICDSP Historical Society in chat. Honestly, bro, you've gifted enough. You don't have to do another 20. If you do want to do another 20, we'll give you the OG badge. Honestly, we may as well give it to you anyway because of how much support.
Yeah,
we're gonna give it to you right now anyway, bro, because you've done a lot of support tonight.
Yeah, man. No, seriously, and everyone else. I know that. Like again, we could thank your monthly top grifters, Aurelius, Guns Ranger, Frank Bohepans, and like you guys. Like seriously, man. Seriously, all of you even here. If you can't donate, we appreciate you being here at least, or telling people, or hitting like and sharing our videos from the Clip channel. That's whatever you could do. We appreciate it. Seriously, guys. Thank you. But this is actually more of a fucking sneak diss. Honest, I don't even think it's a sneak diss.
Nick Merckx. True, actually. I kind of.
There we go.
Nick
there we
Merckx? What is she talking about? Fucking Nick Merckx, right? Not to have sex with
him?
Is
she just laying out every possible person other than her husband as being attractive?
Oh my God.
He needs to tell her to shut the fuck up. Like, seriously.
It
just be like in a funny way. Like, what are we doing?
This is who she's talking about. Look, by the way, look at this.
Bruh, it's like the polar opposite of what her husband is. This is not good. It's not good, bro.
This is actually this is beyond a fight. This is a straight up divorce.
Well, it has been for a long time.
Dr. Disrespect.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
What?
No! Imagine admitting that pedo, Dr. Disrespect, will pull more trim than you, buddy. Your own wife is saying that Dr. Disrespect is more attractive than you. No!
Isn't Dr. Disrespect like 6'7" or some shit? So yeah, that's probably pretty accurate. He could easily clean up.
Oh, this is so much worse, dude. This is getting brutal. Surely she doesn't be the two-time felted champion, Ian Jamha.
Oh wait, Dr. Disrespect, we have to do it.
But what about the child?
Dr. Disrespect would get a lot of
Wait.
Oh
so
no, he's like with resignation and aside, Ian's like, yep. Like that was sad. That was sad.
Man. So she's basically everyone except for you would get straight women.
The popular girl, straight girl.
Oh my God.
No! Dr. Disrespect is going to get the queen bee as the popular girls, and iDubbz couldn't get any.
Yeah, the popular girls in high school. Get it?
I can't explain. I do. Whoa.
Graphic almost. Peaked in high school.
Wait, peaked in high school? Ash!
Stop it. Stop it. I swear we have not watched this before.
Straight girl demographic almost.
Jesus.
Peaked in high school.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he peaked in high school.
He peaked in high school. Okay.
Yo, that I'm like losing my mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like
Klein too. Yeah, I agree.
Ethan Klein. What? Okay, look at iDubbz's eyes, bro. That is a man who's suffering. That is a man who's eating. Can we get this clip to Ethan Klein?
I'm downloading
it. Ethan Klein, if you can hear me now. Ethan Klein, you need to see this clip if you can hear me now, please. If there's an H3 staffer that's watching this on the clip channel.
No.
No, he did react to this? I didn't see it.
The full version? Did he watch the full version? We watched
She's saying that Ethan Klein is more attractive to women than her own husband?
Ethan reacts later. Oh my God, thank God. Can we get that clip of him reacting to this, please? For the love of God, could someone DM me right now? Before I block everyone in our chat? Ban everyone?
Jesus, man.
Kidding, obviously. All right, here we go. This is the greatest clip of all time.
This is the most brutal thing. And we've seen a lot of brutal stuff with iDubbz.
We watched it. Oh my God.
And I don't know, like, I can't say this definitively, but this may actually be the most brutal thing I've ever seen from iDubbz and Anissa.
Yeah. But it's like every girl is covered by every... So she's like licking her bean to everyone except for... And she doesn't even touch Ian's...
Yeah, Ethan Klein for sure.
No!
Okay.
Oh my God.
Stop the fight. Throw in the damn towel. Throw in the damn towel. He's admitting that Ethan Klein will pull more pussy than him. He's admitting that Ethan Klein's more attractive than him. This can't be happening. Like, listen, like Hassan's
that's
one thing.
brutal,
All right,
man.
fuck, I guess. Not Ethan Klein. You bend over for that, bro?
Oh.
And he was fat. He was in horrible shape at this. He was like looking like Uncle fucking Fester with these horrible rings around his eyes at this time.
And now he's looking fresh. But now what does she think about him, huh?
I think Hassan really is very versatile. But yeah,
What?
What is up with this thirst for Hassan?
Versatile. Like what?
What do you
Positions?
mean?
This is like Griffin. Dude, pretty much everybody, if you're getting pussy, gets more pussy than me. I don't talk to women, so yeah. I don't really care about saying that. I don't talk or interact with women at all, so 0 pussy. I genuinely don't fucking care about that. That's not the same thing as your fucking wife saying that you're unattractive to women, and the only reason she likes you is because you remind her of a boyish lesbian.
It's like the positions of his
I think Ethan, like, because he's got a vibe that actually is pretty rare on the internet, I would say.
What?
Are you kidding me?
So now she's just full on suck jobbing Ethan Klein, glazing his balls. Like he has a really attractive vibe that iDubbz just doesn't have.
I'm gonna be real. I think anyone has a chance with like Anissa. If you're a content creator, you could just like fucking message, hey, could you leave your...
Oh, yeah.
But no one's doing it.
That's the thing. Any content creator right now that has even 2 crumbs of clout to rub together could easily take Anissa from Ian. Straight up. To anyone. Anyone could. But no one will. No one will.
Everyone's like, listen, that fucking is busted. Let's be
real. My God.
He'd actually probably do really well on OnlyFans, I think. No! What would you... I'm trying to
She
think
just
for
said
you.
that Ethan Klein would do really well on OnlyFans.
Or was it
Telling
H3?
me.
I thought it was H3.
Yeah, Ethan Klein, H3.
He'd actually probably do
No, no, sorry. I think she meant fucking Hassan.
well on the internet. He's got a vibe that
bring it back
actually
further.
is pretty
Yeah.
rare
No,
on
it's
the
right here,
internet, I
watch.
would say. He'd actually probably do really well on OnlyFans, I think.
Wait, it is Ethan.
No, she's talking about Ethan Klein.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, she's talking
I'm
about
talking
Ethan
for
Klein,
you.
that he has like a vibe that's so attractive to women that he would just crush OnlyFans.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I don't know how iDubbz recovers from this. I'm going to be honest. Like,
There is no
I don't know how you recover from this. I think it's over, dude. You are just a laughing stock forever. There's no way back from this. I think you should quit the internet.
Yeah,
I'm not
man,
kidding.
just get
I'm
a
not
job,
kidding.
man.
I'm not kidding. Log off, bro. Like, please. Like, for the love of God. Like, it's over, bro.
And Anissa, just let him down easy. You know what? He's had enough. You know, just let him down easy.
Pull better... I don't know.
No, I'm straight up pulling gay and...
No. Only
He's
if
straight
you
up
shave the
pulling
mustache
gay.
and clean up the
Imagine
mullet.
saying...
Wait. She's saying not only do straight women don't want him,
It's over.
but even gay men, he has to shave the mustache off.
I'm going to be honest. This is the first time I may actually feel bad for him.
Same.
This is it just doesn't stop. Like,
It's
it
so
just,
pitiful.
it's even worse in its full context.
Bro.
You know, and like the cope is, oh, it's out of context. No, this is the full context. It is infinitely worse. She is lusting for Ethan Klein. She's lusting for Hassan. She's lusting for everybody that has any more clout than her husband has. This is fuck. And then telling him that he can only pull gay men.
Only if he shaves his mustache. Not even like
Only
the way he
then.
is.
No, he has to change himself to even get boy.
I feel so bad for Ian right now that I'm gonna go to the Red Lobster tomorrow with my girlfriend.
I think so.
I'm gonna
man.
go
I
get
think you owe that to him, man. I think you should get 6 lobster tails.
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
You should really enjoy yourself.
3.
Like,
I'll get 3, and I'll get.
Don't limit yourself.
You know what, Ian? For how bad I feel, I'm gonna get a bunch of lobster.
I'm going to sushi tomorrow, man.
Really?
I'm
All
going
right.
to sushi. It's gonna
Okay.
be fucking phenomenal, bro.
You know.
Oh, because it's a little too alternative.
I think you can have a mustache and mullet and appeal to gay men, but it has to be like more purposeful.
Right.
She's going, your mullet and mustache is fucking gross and dirty.
It lacks purpose, pal. You need more purpose. Like, what a
lacks
critique.
purpose. He's got no
purposeless.
direction.
Right. Too little too unkempt overall.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yo.
This is mean.
We're watching a murder. This is like watching a cartel. I think a cartel beheading video would be less painful. Okay, at least you're like, all right, well, they're dead.
Right now, the way that you are, I think you would pull like bisexual women and like a mix between gay men and straight men.
This is brutal. We got
But I
frosted
think-
hands for a gifted sub.
Let's go, Frosted Hands. Thank you so much.
Actually, your strongest
Holy.
demographic is bisexual women right now, as is.
I'm gonna go through like an
Transition?
evolution. I'm gonna shave the
That's a way to say it.
mustache. I'm gonna get like a freaking Chris Hemsworth haircut. And I'm gonna get freaking swole.
Okay, if you do that, you are like specifically appealing to gay men, I think.
That's attractive. It's only attractive to gay men.
But I think appealing to like straight women, specifically straight women, I think would be. It's just not your vibe is not. It doesn't.
But
really
Ethan Klein's is.
Oh my god.
Like, so, just to get this straight, Ian Jomha's vibe only appeals to gay men, but Ethan Klein's vibe appeals to so many straight women that his OnlyFans would be an overwhelming success. That's what Anissa Jomha is telling us.
Okay, but do you think gay men would want to iDubbz? No. Okay,
I mean,
gay
I
people
don't
in our
know,
chat.
like-
Gay people in our chat. Let me know
Yeah.
if you're gay. Would you iDubbz?
Dude, gay people will fuck anything with a heartbeat, bro. Like, gay men, the reason why AIDS spreads so fucking quickly is because gay men are just literal fucking whores, bro. Those fuckers will literally have sex with anything, especially if it's a straight guy. That's a massive fetish for homos, is having sex with straight men.
iDubbz. Press
You're
1.
gonna push our gay members out of the closet, buddy?
Gays, please respond. Everything's
Oh, we
no.
have somebody called, what's his name? Shirt Ripper says no.
There's a lot of gays here. Holy shit.
It'll
now,
all start to add
ban
up
them
now.
all. Very funny.
It's all starting to add up
now
now.
ban them all.
This was a test, and you failed. You're all getting banned.
She says, no, Ian, you're hot enough to appeal to gay men no matter the form. Wow. All right.
You appeal to gay men no matter the form?
What is that?
Stop,
So
buddy. You appeal to gay men no matter the form? Stop, man. This got to be over soon. Please, for his sake. Dude.
Oh my god.
Me?
Yeah.
I start to consider it when I freaking look in the mirror about to shower. I'm like, yeah, I've been freaking.
Anissa
I've
knows
been
his
working
lie.
hard. I'm not opposed to it. I think
femboy arc, yeah.
femboy arc.
Yeah. I don't know. You have a lot of range.
Yeah. Someone said, "Is there a look that appeals to everyone?" Or what look appeals to everyone?
Hassan
This is
Abi
the
appeals
most
to
boring,
everyone.
low energy. Oh.
Like,
It's so
like
funny
a
to say that.
stake through his heart.
And she's like, he goes, he laughs.
You know,
and she went,
you
I'm
knew
not
that
kidding.
was hurtful. You know that was painful for him, man.
Would you hear
That
what
was painful.
It's so funny
No, yeah.
Cope laugh.
It's not even a joke.
to say though. Because I was gonna say that's a tough question or whatever. You can't like it all.
No, you're always going to be polarizing to someone.
She didn't have
That's
to think too
But I think
hard
Hassan
about
Abi
it.
has the most range.
It's actually.
Oh.
Is she trying to hurt him?
Let's just finish. Like, just leave it.
Yeah,
plain.
let's just.
I think
I can't.
CoffeeZilla could do really well on OnlyFans too.
Oh my god. He
What?
starts laughing. He's laughing. He's like I'm fine. You know, the house is on fire. Like,
CoffeeZilla?
oh man.
I do. I think he would do.
Isn't that guy like a fucking midget? Dude, there's no way CoffeeZilla is over 6 or not even 6 foot. Fucking 5'6". That guy looks like a fucking leprechaun. There's no fucking chance.
Do really well.
What the hell?
He would do well because anyone who's like assertive and giving takes and like
No, wait a minute. This is now like beyond now. Like, stop.
It's beyond
so now
now.
she's like, listen, you're not assertive, Ian. You don't have takes. You don't have opinions of your own. You don't have a worldview. Women like men who are assertive and have their own opinions, which you don't have. That's what she just said.
Oh.
And that is actually like the worst thing I think that she's ever said to him. And it's just so true. And she just dragged him to filth, just destroyed her own husband.
Oh.
And you gotta wonder, this was years ago. And he's like, been putting up with this for years now. Like, brother, at a certain point, like, you gotta realize that we're telling you the truth. We're telling you the truth. Ethan Klein's telling you the truth. Sam Hyde's telling you the truth about this. But it's just so sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Like, this is just too brutal to watch anymore, man.
Well-
We got Crooked Mojo with a packet up, says, shower? Who are you? Fucking kidding. Yeah, because he doesn't shower.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Well, you know what, too? Like, even if you don't think Anissa is trying to hurt you, she's subconsciously doing it. She might be just so retarded she doesn't know she's hurting you, but subconsciously there's something there that she wants to hurt you. She's hurting your soul.
online definitely
She
has
has
an OnlyFans
resentment.
demographic. Anyone who doesn't come off like they would have an
She has genuine fucking resentment for him. Period. Like, she regrets marrying him. 100%.
OnlyFans automatically will do well on OnlyFans, in my opinion.
So,
It's hot. It's like taboo. Like, are you telling me CoffeeZilla showing like cock neck on?
Oh my god!
she is now fantasizing about CoffeeZilla's penis.
His cock neck?
What
What's
is
that?
a cock neck? What is
Like, what does
cock
that
neck?
mean?
Does anyone know?
Is that the head? Cock neck.
Like,
is it like the root
honestly,
of your dick?
Like,
Is it
I hate to
the
be a person, like,
top
I
of the
haven't
dick?
heard that before.
I've never the shaft.
And I've heard a lot of like.
I've never heard cock neck in my life. I'm like, there's no way she's gonna say it, right?
The taboo. Like, are you telling me CoffeeZilla showing like cock neck on the internet? Like, people would
This is
be
your
like, holy
wife.
shit! Like, what the hell?
Ian, Like, it doesn't have to be that she's barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, bro, but come on, man. She's openly thirsting over another man's cock neck. And you're just, like, letting her do this publicly. Like, come on, dude. Okay.
I'm actually fucking, like, that.
So there's more. So here we have a folder full of cringe clips.
Christ.
That wasn't?
It's not enough.
Holy fuck.
Its punishment must be more severe.
I will tell you also, like, the first...
Why does she have a mic? Why does she have a microphone?
Like, she has her own, like, mic, and she's, like, in another room just dunking on him from the mic. Like, this is, like, in Practical Jokers or something, you know? Okay, now tell them you're a cock. Go ahead. Now tell them about Hassan's penis and how big it is. Ian.
Like in Practical Jokers.
First time I met Hassan was on an Austin show stream. And I had never met somebody who had almost identical politics to me. And everything that he was saying or I was saying, it was like, the other person was, like, very much in agreement. And
they had chemistry. They were reading each other's minds. They were finishing each other's sentences. They were in love. He had a worldview that was just like hers, but like Stinky Ian in the cock corner, who doesn't have any takes or opinions and is nothing but a loser who's not assertive.
Bro, buddy.
Does that make you a wet Anissa, huh? Like, iDubbz, like, I don't even know what drugs he does to start. Like, the pain has to go somewhere, man.
Oh.
Because me and you went there together, and it's a combination of me not shutting up, but also our politics for, I think that was like in 2017. Our politics, like even back in 2017, were like identical, so we just kind of started running with it, and I think you were kind of like, you already don't really like to talk, so you just...
Oh my god! So Ian just sat there while they both chatted? Like, this is a fucking... Any of these stories would be a fight for me. Like, it'd be like a streams off, there's like a 2-hour what the fuck session. Like, are you joking me? You know?
Just didn't really get...
Look at him!
Wow.
He's a
He's hurt.
Go big tech on her. Exactly.
Oh, man.
The experience that you should have gotten, so I think I should stay off next time and let you kind of just do it.
That's fair.
Yeah, maybe stay off the stream forever, Anissa. Okay, we have more. Oh, my God.
Hassan's...
Oh my, we start with the word Hassan. Here we go.
Please stop talking about Hassan, Anissa, please.
Oh, God.
Get it.
Hassan's fans do horny post a lot.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
Yo,
bro.
How does it get worse?
It's a felted alert, man. I think this one, like, it's not even clickbait, is like the worst iDubbz segment ever. Like something like this. Like the worst humiliation of iDubbz ever. I don't know what you call it, but this is actually, I don't know if he has a better title, but this is genuinely, without exaggeration, the worst and lowest I've ever seen him.
Yeah, this is like genuine digital cuckoldry. Like, this is digital cuckoldry to the highest degree. She's just openly saying that, you know, she's lusting over another man. Like, this is beyond grounds for divorce, unless you're just completely fucking mind broken.
This is the craziest, no joke, iDubbz ever.
I'm not, hey, I was getting my hair cut by this woman regularly, and she found out that I was an online creator. And then the next like couple times I got my hair cut by her, she was just horny, like.
Okay, you were both horny talking about Hassan.
Listen, dude, you can't allow this to exist.
No, this is actually too far.
Please, bro, do something. I'm begging you. This is too much. Like, we just like love to dunk on this guy, but like,
beat her,
bro.
No, this is like beyond.
Found out I knew the song. That was game over.
Horniness level 9.
Horniness level overload.
You went 9 out of 10. She went, no, it's overload. Like, it's beyond a 10.
So she broke the scale in terms of her horniness for Hassan. But mind you, when Ethan Klein or us or somebody else says that Anissa wants to fuck Hassan, we're all lying. It's disingenuous. It's out of context. No. Yeah. It's pretty obvious what's going on here. She said it herself. Come on.
Fuck.
She was like,
Overlord.
She was
Did
like,
iDubbz just call him the Overlord? Like, she said overload. And then iDubbz called the bull. Like, he may as well have called him master or some shit or sir. Like, is Overlord? Like, what? This is out of
no,
limits. Like this is like no, this is an actual cuckold fetish, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we're actually watching like cuck shit straight up.
Yeah, this is fucking dirt.
do you think I could like meet him?
No.
Okay, the hairdresser.
Oh my god.
So my type.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Ashton. Here's the real story. There is no hairdresser. Anissa was telling the hairdresser her thoughts.
Yes.
And now she's projecting it onto the. Can't say it out loud for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but it was like she would get really feral with it while she was cutting my hair. I'm like, damn, this is
feral.
We're getting horny.
Okay,
That was really uncomfortable. That throat clear.
Well, like, was it like uncovered from like?
I feel like it's like Ethan Klein's crack team of investigators that he's paying hundreds of thousands. Yeah, he's got like 10 guys whose goal is to just watch every iDubbz stream or piece of content that's ever been made and find his embarrassing moments. He must have a whole team of investigators. Like,
it's gotta be.
So I mean, it's Hassan does something to people. I don't know.
Oh God, help me!
Oh no,
I've never met. There's no other content creator that does that to people. I don't think.
Oh my God. Yo.
That level.
Yo.
Can it get much worse?
Holy
I don't know. We've got more.
And it did get. Oh, it gets worse. Oh, it did get worse.
It gets
This
worse.
is genuinely
Here we go.
sad.
I always appreciate Hassan. I guess Hassan's talking about the Charlie video as well. So.
Yeah, he gets straight into it.
Yeah, I really respect.
Yeah, he'll get straight into me. Is that what she's gonna say? She may as well.
That.
Yeah.
No mincing words at all. It's very refreshing. It's also just not a fear of like what the popular opinion is.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Poor Ian.
Oh man.
Poor Ian, dude.
Okay, well, iDubbz is really struggling, guys, and he's here to tell us that doing internet live streaming is just as hard as a 9-to-5. Now, normally I would disagree with this take, right? But after witnessing what we just saw, I don't know if there's any 9-to-5 that's worse than what we just witnessed. Like, I would sooner be scrubbing fucking toilets 24 hours a day than fucking endure what he just endured.
Yeah, like streaming as Ian is harder than a 9-to-5 job.
His wife just comes in and talks about how she wants to be with Hassan and all sorts of other men, and then Ethan Klein's more attractive than her, than him rather. Like, okay, iDubbz, tell us about your plight as a live streamer, dude.
What you got?
You go from like 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 hours. You're basically competing with the grind of a fucking full-time job.
Oh
no, you're
my
not.
God.
Because
full-time job, you have to walk around.
No, you're fucking not, dude. It is so easy to sit here and stream for 8 fucking hours. Like when you're doing Excel sheets or having a bunch of boring ass meetings or building fucking slide, like let's just say you're doing a computer job, kind of like what I have. Like the time passes so much faster when you're live streaming versus doing a bunch of tedious slop on a computer for an actual job.
Around, be bossed around with a bend over. You have to do things that bend over picking up boxes. I meant not gay sex. You have to, it's mentally taxing.
Well, I just say, yeah, exactly. The commute. I just say right away, the fact that you can control your breaks, like you can go on break whenever you want, you can do whatever you want, you can say whatever you want. You're the boss.
Yeah.
You're not answering to anybody. That alone makes it so much less soul crushing than a 9-to-5 job.
Well, like, and also with like a live stream, there is visual growth. You see your audience grow in subs and money and like traction. Whereas a 9-to-5, there's just promotions every year.
But
you have to wait a year for the
iDubbz doesn't even do any show prep. It's not like he's actually structuring segments or going and finding content and clipping it out and stuff like that. He's literally just sitting there expecting money to come for him doing nothing at all but play music.
He plays Wordle.
Like, it's just crazy. I don't think this guy has ever actually had a job. And that's what's crazy is like none of them have ever had fucking jobs.
Yeah,
ever.
Man. If you've had a real 9-to-5, no matter what it is, you are you know the pain, right?
Oh yeah.
And by
the way, some jobs are like fun at times. You meet a lot of friends. This, that, the other. Obviously, it's not all like
there's a lot of positives to working, and I would say that working is definitely better than not working.
Yes, exactly.
Because otherwise you just rot and fester, and life passes you by, and you just accomplish nothing with your life, right? But like, I don't know. It's just like the grind of it, and just having to do it, and having to go in day after day after day.
Yeah. I would say the hardest part about live streaming is since you are your own boss, you are required to be responsible no matter what. And you could easily fuck up your show and your life and all that stuff, like many people do.
It requires a degree of problem solving and on the fly decision making that a lot of people would find difficult. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah. I like how we're just saying the most obvious shit that you can Ian, we have to explain it like it's a fucking toddler. Like,
I want to fucking spend time outside of the stream doing things that will also just improve the 4 hours. I don't want to do 8 hours just because it fucking feels like it's work.
Well, yeah, actually prep your show.
Why is there a special needs Hitler screaming in the background?
I don't know if that's like his donation alert noise or what.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, iDubbz, do show prep. You don't do show prep. You don't do anything. You have no idea what you're doing, man.
Yeah.
Not have any energy to do things that will like make the stream better.
almost every night.
Aren't you doing this
Okay, there's just a Down syndrome guy singing now in the background.
for a job though? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna
But
be real.
I'm
If I streamed like iDubbz did, I could do it for 16 hours a day.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, guys. And it
Yup.
would actually be better. Like, I would be like, okay, guys, let's go to Twitter. Oh, here's a
Just
funny
scroll,
video.
just keep scrolling. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, yeah. All right, guys, let's check in. What's on 4chan today? Oh, this is a funny meme, guys. Look at this. And it would be better. Like, it would be better than what he's got. All right, let's go to my YouTube feed. Let's see who posted today.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And you just watch fucking like you just watch like documentaries and play games and eat and watch shows and yeah.
also trying to do videos for a job. The streaming's a new thing because I especially when streaming as much as I've been.
I just realized that's the song that's playing in the bottom right hand corner. He chose that to play.
Oh,
that's the song that's playing.
Who is this?
It's Fish.
Oh,
no, it's Ozanatu, his song Fish.
I've realized how much I really like making videos.
Do you? Because you don't make very many videos. Like, you don't make videos. You make like a video every couple months, man. So you obviously don't like making videos. But what he's saying here is, I've realized I can't be a live streamer. Look at the suffering, bro. This is a drained man. This guy's realized he's failed. He doesn't have what it takes to be a live streamer. He just can't do it. He's terrible. And he's like, yeah, I regret doing this and I wish I could just make videos. Then make fucking videos, dude. Or figure something else out to do with your life, honestly. Like, just go work a job. Like, it's not the end of the world.
Honestly, being a drug dealer is better than this shit. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Comparison, but like doing just fucking going from like talking to you guys and then into editing. The editing doesn't feel like it's draining me in the same way.
So he's saying interacting with the audience is draining him. But the editing doesn't. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you're obviously a very introverted, shy, quiet guy. You don't really have opinions of your own. Your brain does not function very quickly. You're not quick on your feet. You're not good as a speaker. You don't have any charisma. So, yeah, bro, go back to your scripted slop videos, pump out 5 a day of just anything. I guess seething about Trump or whatever, and hope that pays your bills. And burden us no more with your live streaming attempts, because they are trash and they're borderline unalogable with how boring they are. Seriously.
Like, talking for hours at a time, like that depletes my socializing or whatever. But then the video editing, I can just fucking like clock out. It's like I'm playing a game.
Then why has there only been one video in the last like 2-3 months then, Ian?
Because he clocks out, he's lying. He like, look, editing is a lot of work. Editing is very draining. Very fun.
Yeah, I remember that dumbass squirrel video too. I think he made like a whole fucking series about that dog shit as well.
Fucking draining. And he's lying. He can't handle it. He can't handle the work. This job is not for him.
Yeah, I think he's just totally fried, to be honest.
Like editing is unironically one of the most draining things. It's like, okay, here we go.
What he needs to do, this job involves creativity.
Dude, especially editing fucking audio, man. That shit sucks. I hate editing audio. That shit is AIDS. You have to just sit there for like double the amount of time of the audio length. Listen to yourself talk the entire time and like do little tiny cuts every fucking, half second or whatever in order to cut out all the dead air or natural pauses in your voice. That's like the worst part. That's the part of editing I absolutely fucking hate. That, and also having to go through all your files and shit and finding the exact moments of like clips and shit in order to put in. But aside from that, it's not too bad.
Problem solving, entertainment, energy. He doesn't have any of that. He needs to be told what to do. He needs a manual labor job where his job is as simple as possible. To be honest, I think the perfect job for iDubbz, and I'm not denigrating this work, would be for him to work on an assembly line. Yeah. And in a different time, that's what Ian Jomha would have done, or Ian Washburn. He would have at least had the dignity of his own last name back then. He would have went to the General Motors or the General Electric plant, and he would have put the same tire on the car all day, every day, for his entire life, and he would have had, a 6-figure income and a wife and kids. And, it's just sad that the system has failed this guy and we don't have manufacturing in America anymore. It's tough.
Basically. Social battery, that's good.
That's what I said. Let me just grab this real quick. Grab this. Oh my God.
Oh, so here we have iDubbz is still seething about the guy in chat who said that he should ride on the back of Anissa's motorcycle. This is now a recurring seethe session that lives rent-free in his mind.
Jack, I'm curious. I remember someone, I don't know if it was you, who said that you're making fun of that line that someone said, right? There was someone who came in and was like, yeah, you guys should ride a motorcycle and have Ian in the backseat.
That is the most, what's funny is that it's such a simple diss, but it's so impactful. You know what I mean?
It's been rattling around the emptiness of Ian's mind for a long time.
It's very, yeah. It's like throwing a penny off a building, it's small, but if it hits
top
you,
of the Empire State Building, it cracks someone's skull, yeah.
That would own the haters. I'm just trying to establish this wonderful copy pasta. Okay, I'm with you on that. I think that's a good one. We might need some workshopping though. We might need to go really heavy in the direction of like me being like, I don't know, beta, cucked.
So iDubbz is now fantasizing about his own beta-ness and cuckedness.
Yeah, I do hate the sound of my own voice. I don't think anyone really likes the sound of their own voice unless they're like ultra fucking narcissistic or some shit like that. But yeah, I absolutely hate listening to myself talk. It's awful. That's why I don't use like an audio monitoring type software or anything like that for streaming, to where, you know, some people, like when they record audio or talk into a mic or live stream, they like to hear themselves back whenever they talk to, like, I guess, monitor the audio levels. I don't know, but I couldn't imagine having my own voice piped into my fucking headphones as I talk. I mean, that was like a feature, air quotes, of like Turtle Beach headsets back in the day, and it fucking sucked, man. I hated that shit.
And is encouraging the shit poster in chat to make him even more beta and cocked in the jokes, to really lean into it. It's a bold strategy, iDubbz.
Submissive. It needs to be like I'm on the tandem bicycle.
Is this a
tandem bicycle though? Like,
no, he's on the back of the tandem bicycle.
No, it's a tandem bicycle. It's not even a motorcycle with his arms around. Like, it's a tandem bicycle now.
Like at Niagara Falls or whatever. Like,
yeah, someone's got to be on the back.
Cardboard now.
Isn't tandem bicycle?
It looks so unappetizing, bro. It's like one of those Nutri-Bars or whatever.
The fruit in the middle.
Yeah,
yeah. Someone's got to be.
Wait, no fruit in the middle of it.
No, it's just like I think it's yogurt. I think it's like a yogurt bar or something like that.
I kind of like those.
It's just a paste bar. It's a protein bar.
It's a fig bar.
Be on the back of the tandem bicycle, right? You guys should ride a tandem bicycle with iDubbz in the back to drive your haters crazy.
It will. It's going to drive the haters insane. Honestly,
a 4-hour video on it.
We would be rope maxing. We would be like, it's done. Our grifts are finished. Okay. So Caleb Hammer has been offering to bring iDubbz on financial audit to assess his situation, figure out what went wrong, and how do we fix it, which I think is a very generous offer. Let's hear iDubbz response.
Unk get on financial audit? No, dude, fuck that guy. He's so creepy. I don't want anything to do with freaks.
You're not?
That is like
he's creepy.
Red alert.
Like, he's a freak though.
Yeah,
but Frogan, Denims, Hassan, none of those people are freaks. Yeah, no, you're not a freak at all, bro.
Red alert. Keep the freaks away from me, please. I mean, the freaks aren't going to shut up. I don't anticipate freaks. So.
Yeah, by the way,
weird.
Caleb was very polite with his response. He's like, "Listen, I was just asking. It's all good." And you know who's going on his show?
Denims. Yeah, we're going to get to that actually in one of the segments coming up.
Hell yeah.
But what it really comes down to is that iDubbz just can't handle a confrontation with a man. Any sort of assertive man that's going to tell iDubbz what's wrong with him and yell at him will produce the same reaction as iDubbz had to the boxing coach yelling at him, which is to remind him of his dad, and then he'll break down and cry. Like, I honestly think if he went on the financial audit with Caleb Hammer, he would actually break down and start crying. Like, once Caleb broke down, he's like, look, dude, you had millions, and it's all gone. Like, you know, like, I could have set it up this way to where you never had to work, and now it's all gone, bro. Like, what are we going to do? You know, how could you have been so stupid? He would actually just cry.
Probably.
You know what's funny? Miskiv has been on Kick for 3 days, and he was trying to watch Home Alone on stream, with no commentary. And Kick was like, "Could you check your inbox for a sec?" He's like, "You can't come and watch movies here, you retard." What a dumb.
But do it to troll him. No D6. I'm not interested in some weird advanced tactics. Sometimes you got to freak the freaks out. No. Because to be honest, like, I've discovered this over time. You can't, like, doing half measures kind of
all
waste,
you do.
Right?
No, but
like,
that's what you did. Like, when you came at us, you did a half measure. Let's be real, bro.
Like, everyone, when he does anything to anyone, it's always, even when he responds to Anissa, it's a half measure.
Everything he does is a compromise and a half measure. He doesn't do anything fully because he's scared of his own shadow. He has no confidence in himself because he's touched his hand to the stove and been burned too many times. So he doesn't want to take any risk. He always chooses the safest option. And nobody's attracted to that. Nobody wants to watch somebody who always does the safe milquetoast option. Like, it just doesn't happen. Like, people don't want that, iDubbz. It's trash.
Honestly, iDubbz, for real, bro.
You're just weak.
He just needs to get like an actual job and just off.
To be like super obsessive and kind of like involved in some shit, that has to be your like full strategy. If you're looking to live like a fucking, I don't know, a more
Steenberg
peaceful...
Stein Goldman for a packet up says, Andy seen Ian's old Project Zomboid streams? I don't think so. I haven't.
No. Really? Oh, by the way, Zomboid Build 42 is now multiplayer? Question mark?
More normal and less parasocial, weird life. You actually have.
Oh, I did see a clip of that. I did.
Like,
see
every other word out of this guy's mouth
Mhm.
is either like parasocial, therapy. It's just
I did see it.
buzzwords,
Someone sent it to
creepy,
me.
weird. It's like a bingo card. Like in this clip,
It's like all the leftist Reddit terminology. Like, the dude is just absolutely fucking mind-cocked. He's yet another mind-cocked leftist that's, you know, so fucking boring by his own, I guess, design in order to not offend anyone. I don't know, man. It's just, it's really sad. Like, iDubbz' only appeal back in the day was like he was a fucking shock jock, basically. Like, he would do and say shit that most normal people would not fucking do. And when you remove that from his content, it's just incredibly fucking gay and boring. Like, iDubbz inherently is not an interesting or entertaining person. It's just the fact that he would do and say shit that most people wouldn't actually ever dare to. So that, like, kind of shock factor is what drove his content's popularity. When you take it away, he's an extremely uninteresting person who really has nothing to fucking add. Once the shock factor's gone, it's just like, okay, yeah, he's just another fucking dorky-ass loser on the internet. Wowie zowie. What are you doing? Come over here. Nope. Lay down. Lay down, boy. No, you're not licking that paw. Lay down. This damn dog, man.
alone. We have creepy, we have weird, we have parasocial. It's just stop, man. It's just constant buzzwords. Yeah, shitty. That's another one. This person's shitty.
Have to fucking take a step back from it. Maybe it's a personality thing as well. I know for me, I don't like. I'm either all the way in or I don't.
No, you're not.
Like I don't want to even have exposure to it. You know what I mean?
What a lie. Okay, I forgot what we were talking about. Do we have, you said we had it. Do we have Ethan Klein's full reaction to that clip?
I do. Can I just grab like an apple or something? I need to fill my stomach.
Do you want to take, let's take a minute here. I'm going to grab some water and we're going to come back and we're going to continue with the iDubbz segment. We still have some stuff to go here.
And this, you know, we watched this clip of Anissa talking about how no straight woman would ever be attracted to him.
This is amazing. Yeah. So it's like we played it in the exact same order as he did.
Yeah. I wasn't aware he had the longer clip. This is going to be crazy.
Yep.
We were all cringing pretty hard, but it came to my attention that is only part of a longer clip.
I
the whole
can't
clip.
wait to hear when she talks about Ethan and Klein. I can't wait. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. This reaction is going to be fucking unhinged.
All right, here we
go. Yes, it does.
No way.
It does.
It already.
It gets worse, and you're gonna love it. Have you seen this?
No.
You're gonna fucking love what's in this.
Oh God.
I'm trying to think of like who would pull the most straight women, and I think it's by far Dr. Mike.
Bro, this is after. I don't know. Is this before or after Dr. Mike gave him brain damage?
Oh my God! I was about to say Ethan has no response or no reaction, and then bang, just back of the knees, baseball bat. You know?
I don't know. When did this?
Have you ever played Manhunt? You played Manhunt before, right? This is like one of those it's like one of those executions with like the machete. You know,
it's just too grisly and gruesome, bro.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is before or after the brain.
Regardless, that's his opponent.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly.
Pull straight women from like. What are the other like factors?
Other graphics or
yeah. What is the question?
What content creator will pull the highest percentage of?
Oh my God, this is gonna be
highest percentage of like their breakdown of their OnlyFans subscriptions and the highest percentage of mainly straight.
Waiting is the hardest
S-Fan is a very good one. I agree.
That's the guy I showed the Indian guy.
What? What do you mean, bud? That's a really good reaction
S-Fan is a very good one. I agree.
What?
I think S-Fan would have a high amount of straight women.
There's another straight woman, so I don't know, but she basically lists everybody online except him.
It's gonna get so good.
This is some Reek shit. This is Reek stuff, isn't it?
That's a good one actually, but a different type of straight woman than the.
She got very excited about S-Fan though. Like I'd be like, girl, chill. You gotta relax.
Yeah.
You want to see his dick or what? So he would kill it on OnlyFans according to Anissa. But straight women, not Ian, not
Dr.
Ian.
Mike is acting.
Look at this dumbass just silently.
Just taking it. Look at this dumbass. He's just taking it. He's quiet. He's meek. He's submissive.
At this point, we're all just vultures, eh? Like,
oh yeah,
it's all bones now. You know,
he's done, bro.
True, actually, I kind of.
Even Nick Merckx is getting a.
You know, like just the brutal feltoning of quartering tonight. This feltoning of iDubbz. Jake Paul got knocked out. His jaw broken in 2 places. What happens when Andrew Tate gets knocked out tomorrow, buddy?
Well, that's tomorrow. Yeah, it's on Rumble. On Rumble, but
it's coming.
But you have to buy Rumble Premium. Yikes.
Or you can just go to any number of sites that may have it for free.
Yeah, but I would love. Yeah, those ads and it resets all the time. It's so annoying.
Nod from Anissa now.
I was just gonna say, I disrespect to get a lot of
Yeah.
The like the popular girl, straight girl demographic.
Oh, Ethan Klein is
Ethan
enjoying
Klein.
this. Is he cranking it? What? Like,
Yeah,
it looks like he's got his hand on his crotch. Like he's ready. Oh, yeah. Give it a tug.
Oh, shit.
Let's go.
He's tugging
He
it.
gave it a tug.
He's tugging it.
High school.
I can't even blame him.
Oh yeah,
Mine too. Yeah, I agree. Ethan would.
Me.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. It's too good. Oh, yeah.
I have never seen this happen in so long.
Oh yeah,
Mine too. Yeah, I agree. Ethan would.
Me.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh my God. They're reacting like how we reacted.
Nisa thinks I would kill with the straight ladies on OnlyFans.
I know
But
you're
Ian
watching.
is so repulsive, no straight woman would want to even imagine. She says I would kill with straight women on OnlyFans.
This is too much.
She can't be serious though. Like,
Oh Lord.
Oh, she'll
not everybody
continue.
needs an OnlyFans, right? Not
Yeah, she's just yapping to hear her own voice. You know what I mean?
Well, but no, but it's part. It's a humiliation ritual.
I
Because
like how he's so humble. Lex Luthor is so humble. He's like, she's got to be kidding.
He's like, I will be merciful in this situation. Like, he really could just go full bore and, like, just finish it, you know? Like, this clip is a kill shot. Like, this is a career ender, and Ethan Klein is being very benevolent. And I think what it is he wants the suffering to continue. So he's like, listen, I could end iDubbz right here, but I'm just gonna let him suffer. I'm gonna let him suffer.
Good point
We
there.
got Mr. Joe Soda for 5 subs.
Big support. Let's go, Mr. Joe Soda. Thank you so fucking much. And thank you everyone for being here. Love you guys.
this is all in the context of him being so repulsive to straight women. I gotta clean that. And he's the one actually thinking about making an OnlyFans. None of these other people are.
This isn't like a.
Yeah. So he's like, well, everyone else has careers and jobs and making money and they're famous. But Ian, he's lost it all. So he needs to make OnlyFans.
Done.
He's video
done.
You generated? Did you write the script?
That is exactly what
Yes. Wow, Dad stole our script for that line.
They've been watching. They've been watching.
You know
Here,
what?
read
Dad?
this one out,
That's
Anissa.
fine. That's fine.
He's learning
I
from
like
the
Dad.
best.
Dad's waking up. He's waking
I
up.
think what happened is Ethan Klein said, I want you to watch Kino Casino 4 hours a day until you improve. Take notes and apply yourself, young Padawan.
Stop. That's hilarious. Yeah, everyone has homework. They have to watch every clip that we do on Ian. Like, if you see
And
Ian in the
that's
thumbnail.
when the crew finally does snake us on, that's going to be on their list of grievances. This guy made us watch the Nazi show, Kino Casino.
I know. It feels like that, doesn't it?
He's also critters in your eyes.
Well, this is a few years old, so none of us really were tuned in.
Oh, the new quartering song after this. We'll end the show with it. Okay, guys? We'll end the show with it.
You know, I'm surprised it took this long for this to resurface, though.
Yeah.
Ethan would.
Yo, he definitely hired. You're right. He fucking hired someone to find this. You are completely right. Because look,
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised it took this long for this to resurface, though.
Yeah.
Ethan would.
sus. It was you. We know it was you, bro.
Yeah.
So they obviously grabbed that.
It was him all along.
One more time, we'll go back.
High school.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like
Mine too. Yeah, I agree. Ethan would.
yeah, Ethan Klein for sure.
But this is after.
Oh, Hassan.
He agreed. Oh.
And,
It's after he fought Dr.
Go
Mike.
at post brain damage,
After
which is why he's sitting there so
fuck out
slow.
of him.
Ian, I'll talk slow for you. I know you got brain damage. I will talk slower so that you can hear me.
This is
Or Nisa, and then
This is
Nisa-
so brutal that for the very first time, I don't know if it's the Christmas season, there's a little bit of empathy that's growing in my heart, you know,
Yeah.
where I'm like, oh, dude,
I
this is
won't lie, man. This
brutal.
December, all our jokers have been so felted, but nearer to Christmas each day, I feel a little bit more bad.
and more positive.
With Ralph, it's like, okay, that was like, okay. And then you go with 6, it's like 16 years in jail. Like,
Can you translate for him? Because that'll take the show will take too long.
seriously?
Yeah.
Everyone in chat's calling me.
Styx is getting 16 years in jail.
Bruh.
That's brutal, man.
Out there, like, stop it. You're pitching a tent.
Arg.
Listen, guys, come on. the worst thing you do is be like, oh, yeah, I give you charity. I give you mercy. Like, that's you're at the point where the casino feels so bad you can't even felt you anymore. That's like the final and worst felt, where it's like, what sort of a fucking lowly bum do you have to be to where we even feel bad making fun of you? Like, that's like the final insult. Like, look, like, I just can't.
we're
Okay?
just like, listen, he's had enough.
This is too much, man. Please. Like, we can't. The cruelty has reached its limit. I can't.
Hassan would have a very healthy split, though.
Everyone wants to fuck
everybody.
Hassan really is very versatile. But yeah, a lot of straight women. I think Ethan, like, because he's got a vibe that actually is pretty rare on the internet, I would
He's just infected.
He wasn't joking.
Man. Oh my god. He's happy. He's winning. He's euphoric. He's glowing.
Oh, she says I have a vibe that's rare on the internet and that I would kill on OnlyFans. Dan's mouth is aghast. Yeah. Dude, this girl's been talking mad shit, but this whole time, who's got psychosexual obsession now? I'm not thinking of anyone's I'm not being like, oh, you know who OnlyFans?
It's
What the fuck?
Oh, look at this, bro. He knows he's got them. His bloodlust is being sated in this moment. He's drinking their milkshake. He's drinking their blood. He has metaphorically slit their throats with a fucking rambizzle knife and just drank right from the source. Like, it's done. It's done.
But imagine this man looking
It's
at
not
you.
a sticker.
This
Let's
guy
get
looking
10
at me like if Ethan looked at me like this, I'd fucking run.
That is Lex Juther Max.
That's
this.
That's like the
is Kino. It's not a sticker. It's a sticker.
We don't need
Let's just
subs.
do it.
Don't worry.
Well, I'm just instinctually like 10 subs now. It's like, no, I think we've got enough subs.
We've made enough.
Oh, by the way, it's a him sent this and we missed it. Oh, he goes, Urban Dictionary defines cockneck as similar to a woman showing her cleavage. The man drops his pants till the start of the shaft is showing.
What the fuck?
It's like the top of the. Oh, okay.
It's the eye of the high man.
H3 owns Ian. Like that's. I mean, I'm gonna call it that. Again, we're slowly removing the Ralph stickers one by one.
This is like the DSP. I don't even need the goal anymore. You guys are so supportive that we're so successful.
Okay.
We don't even welcome home. Welcome home. Yeah, it's Ralph Erasure.
Okay. I
it's basically this is when a despot
stickers?
is overthrown. Yeah, one of the Hannahs. Because Hannah is a sticker factory, and she will produce more stickers in time for sure. Like Hannah is like industrial manufacturing of stickers.
It's called the game. You can refresh. It's called H3 owns Ian.
Well, she already does, but like, I'm sorry, sexual harassment? Why are you imagining me doing OnlyFans video and talking about my vibe? Like, are you psychosexually obsessed with me or what? Freak, lunatic,
she
obsessed?
is freak.
You'll never get
Weirdo.
this, and he said never.
She is a fucking.
And even if I was single, there's not a. You can never.
That sticker's something, eh? That's
This
a fucking
is
nut
so
sticker.
Fucking
It's
Kino.
so stern.
He said that she'll never, ever get the Klein pipe. She'll never get it.
I agree.
She'll never get a circumcised shaft. It's not for her. It's not for her.
Okay.
Is that the best? Is that the fucking best thing ever? I was like,
It is.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I think Ethan, like, because he's got a vibe that actually is pretty rare on the internet, I would say, he'd actually probably do really well on OnlyFans, I think.
She can't be serious though. I would not do well. I mean, maybe like the first, there'd be a morbid curiosity, sure, but she can't be serious.
Like she's putting Ethan Klein in like the
honestly think-
top 1% of men. Like the reality is only like the very top 1% of men are going to successfully do an OnlyFans, and that's why she's putting Ethan Klein in terms of hotness.
No,
and, like that's very telling.
I think she's serious. He's right. He would do well for the first week because of morbid curiosity, and even then it wouldn't be that good because it would be leaked in 5 seconds, right? In 5 seconds it'd all be there. But she's being truthful in what she believes.
Would you? I'm trying to think for you. I think you would pull better. I don't know.
No,
She's like, I don't know.
I'm straight up
like,
pulling
I
gay.
don't know. You're no Ethan
only
Klein.
if you shave the mustache and clean up the mullet.
Oh, because it's a little too alternative.
I think you can have.
Dan, bro, you Dan.
Let's go.
Dan got the
Dan's
call.
learning. Dan got the call. And Dan's like, all right, you want me to felt this guy? All right.
Okay, he's like, you look like
I
fucking
just love it.
shit.
It's just like total bullying. Like something, you look like shit. Like, just
He's
ruthless,
learning.
bro. He's learning. He's really making it. Like,
All right,
I'm proud.
Dan.
I'm proud, Dan.
I'm proud of
Let's
Dan.
go.
Everyone, round of
Let's
applause
go.
for
Dan the man. Round of applause, everybody.
H3 with the banana sticker. That's so funny.
So Anissa, I believe
She
she's
looks like a fucking idiot.
If I had to summarize her,
Whoa! Like, you know what's funny? Like, everyone's making jokes and burning him. Dan, so he's trying to, okay, I'll open up. You're fucking ugly. You look like a fucking idiot. It's not even like clever. It's just mean.
No, it's just mean-spirited and nasty.
There's no sharpness to it.
It's jovial or fun. It's just straight up
like rude, like a rude statement. I love it, Dan.
opinion, I believe, and that she would dub me as breedable.
Yeah,
that's the vibe. I'm gonna have a tight, breedable, fuckable dick.
Stop saying it.
Shave the mustache and clean up the mullet.
But like he's looking like that because of her. That he didn't make the decision to be covered in these fucking quarter gumball machine tattoos.
This is brutal.
Oh my! We're watching someone like fucking dead corpse.
And he's like, no, he's like on the cross, man. Like this, literally iDubbz on the cross.
What's that town in New Vegas where everyone's on the cross from Caesar's Legion?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Is it not Novak?
Nipton.
Nipton. He's the guy on Nipton. Like he's already dead. You can only kill him to spare him.
You know, and to have a mullet and that's your doing. You did that to him.
Oh, because it's a little too alternative.
I think you can have a mustache and mullet and appeal to gay men, but it has to be like more purposeful.
Right. What a bizarre conversation. Just in general. Like, this is fucking
Weirdest
insane.
human beings on the planet.
Insane business. They got,
damn.
Then they got all mad. They're like, why are you making fun of me? Bro, you just called me breedable. Sorry, Dan. She's what you said.
I think if you shaved the mustache and trimmed up the mullet, I think you would appeal to gay and bisexual women mostly.
What? Gay and bisexual women. That'd be my strategy.
No, and bisexual women. I think you'd right now the way that you are, I think you would pull like bisexual women and like a mix between gay men and straight men.
So in other words, nobody wants to see you naked. You're like, you think I do good on OnlyFans? You serve a very specific niche of people, a small niche of people. The bisexual woman voting bloc.
Yeah.
They're coming and supporting you. God, please let Ian's dick on OnlyFans end up on the internet. That would complete. That would be the ultimate lolcow journey.
He got up and sat back down for that.
He's preying on this man's downfall. He's like, it's not enough. He's like, please. He's like, Yahweh, if you can hear me now, grant me the dick pics of Ian Java. Yahweh, if you can hear me now. It's like,
dude, he was like fixing his boner. You know, like,
yeah,
he was like
jumping down. Like, up and down. Like the exuberance is like bubbling up out of him to where he has to get up. You know, like, stand up, be counted.
Please, I want his dick on the internet. Right, from him, not from him putting it up there.
Please, I want his dick.
No, he's not. They're not saying that straight men would be attracted to him. It'd be gay men that would be attracted to him. So basically, that if Ian had a OnlyFans, the only people that would sub would be like gay men. So it'd be gay men that want to fantasize about fucking a straight guy. Which is one of the top gay fantasies is, you know, basically seducing a straight man to have sex with them. It's like a gay, like, sport from time to time. So, you know, they pride themselves on their ability to, like, convert straight dudes into having gay sex. James Charles tried to do the same fucking shit all the time as well. That was one of the things he got canceled for back in the day, but yeah, no, she's basically saying that the only people that would be interested in him are bisexual women and homos, essentially. As in, he's not attractive to actual straight women at all.
The internet right now, like that is fucking twisted to ask for that. Like that's fucked.
No, there's a lot of women that pay for OnlyFans. That's actually not true. There's a lot of women that sub to guys' OnlyFans. It's not as prominent as men subbing to women's OnlyFans, but it is actually a thing.
It's just a whole other level of hate. Oh my god, this guy is a king, bro. Like he's like with all seriousness. Bring me his dick picture! Oh, come back, not at all! I want pictures of his penis! It's like J. Jonah Jameson. No, I want pictures of iDubbz penis! Sir, like, what are we supposed to do? Like, I don't care! Sneak into his house!
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
He wants Ian's dick on a silver platter, you know, chopped
Oh,
off.
yeah. Bring me a Sean the Baptist head on a silver platter. Bring me iDubbz dick picture now on the silver platter. And more wine.
Oh, shit.
Whoa. This level of hatred is actually Eddie Brock in the church praying to God to kill Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
Like,
yeah.
No, it really is, bro. Like, it's next level hate, like the tear tripping. Please, God, if you can hear me, kill Spider-Man.
But I think actually your strongest demographic is bisexual women.
H3's got his stress ball.
I'm gonna go
He's clutching it real tight. He's clutching it real tight because this is stressing him out. Even though this is his worst enemy on the planet and he's praying in the pew, he's praying at synagogue for his dick pics. Even this is stressful for him to watch. This is like, oh my God, bro, this is wild. It's like Uncut Gems, you know? Like the anxiety just keeps building. You're like, what's gonna happen, man?
An evolution. I'm gonna shave the mustache. I'm gonna get like a freaking Chris Hemsworth haircut. And I'm gonna get freaking swole.
Okay, if you do that, you are like specifically appealing to gay men. I think that's.
Jesus. Like, why is he saying this? That's mean.
You are like specifically.
Nah, so James Charles like apparently was texting dudes who were straight, trying to like convert them to being gay by like pressuring them and offering to pay them and all this other shit. So that was one thing. The other thing is that he supposedly unknowingly texted like a 16-year-old, you know, asking to hook up because the 16-year-old lied about his age. So that part wasn't as big of a deal. But no, the thing is like basically he would try and pressure straight dudes into having gay sex with him by like offering money and vacations and clout and all this other shit. Because gay men like try to convert straight men into having sex with them. So it's like basically a weird homo fantasy that they have of like getting a straight dude to turn gay for them. So that's what James Charles was mainly, you know, canceled for, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I think he was like talking to like some 16-year-old who lied about his age about hooking up or something. So, which, you know, whatever. If the person lies about their age, I don't really fault the person who was talking to them because, you know, if you think you're talking to a legal adult, then you're not really in the wrong in that situation. It's the person who lied who's at fault. So, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Appealing to gay men, I think that's...
How does he appeal? How does he appeal to straight women? Just tell him.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's impossible. Just toss him a bone.
Your wife.
Anything.
Like H3
Your
is
wife.
now like H3's like, please throw him a bone. Like this is like he was just moments ago praying to God for his dick pictures. It's now at the point of, can we just throw this guy a bone? This is getting brutal. Like,
buddy,
this is a blood sport.
He goes, I'm gonna get a Crims Hemsworth fucking haircut and get jacked. And even that's not like, you know, yeah,
That's
girls
so
like
good.
that.
Throw him a bone and then give me his bone in audiovisual format by choosing.
It's not possible, bro. You're just unfuckable. I'm sorry.
He's like, what if I get as heterosexual as possible, clean cut, just try to look as conventionally attractive and regular? She's like, yeah, sorry. You know, like, yes, toss your man a bone. He's obviously hurting out here. Like, I know he's laughing, but his ego is not recovering from this.
I like appealing gay men. They have good taste.
You know when Ethan is like, listen, you gotta like, it's when Lex Luthor has a heart. It's like, oh,
this is like Superman. He's like, should we stop torturing Superman? Lex, are you okay? Like, what's going on, big guy? Oh, you know, I'm starting to feel bad for this alien. Like, no.
Or it's like where when Green Goblin, he starts to like act normal, like, you know, who he actually is, and stops being evil for a second, you know? But you know
he reverts to Norman,
Yeah, but you know he's gonna fucking pull it back in. Watch.
Well, you're just trying to find a recipe of how you could appeal. Like, I actually don't think there's a world.
So he called this post-nut clarity. This is like post-nut clarity, where your hater session has reached its climax. Oh, and Denise is like, your OnlyFans would be better than my husband's. And then he's like, oh man,
dude,
fuck, this dude, like, this is actually messed up, man. Like,
yeah, but hear this part is crazy.
I actually don't think there's a world.
Right, appeal to straight women.
You could appeal to straight women.
No world.
Right.
No.
In the whole world, there's no
sitting there like,
no world
ever?
Guys, in no world. And not in any of the infinite parallel universes. Well, any straight woman
like
ever.
All of his enemies are all at once, all just dunking on him, all just picking at him. This is beyond, bro. This is ruthless.
Fine, you fuck off. By the way, and as I've said before, Ian lost his virginity to her. So as far as he's aware, she's right. So imagine how like he probably feels like she's the only one that'll ever, you know.
iDubbz is suffering.
Yo,
he's cocked in his corner,
bro.
He's bitchless as fuck.
Yeah, this is a happy Hanukkah.
It's Christmas.
Touch him in that way. I don't even know if she is.
It's very confusing because isn't she a straight woman at that point in time? Like, she's dated another guy before him.
Yeah, I don't know if she's been doing this bi thing for a while. I just heard it for the first time recently. You know what bi means in Anissa's world? Bye bye Ian.
Oh, fucking God.
Bye bye.
Bye Doug.
I've had
bye bye Ian. Hello. New relationship.
Bye Dobbs. Like, that's brilliant wordplay here. The Jews really know how to do it, don't they? This is Seinfeld-esque here, boys. Bring it up. H3 Dub.
And what history is that, Ian? You're a virgin. You're a virgin.
King suited for 5 subs.
Let's go. We'll be doing Freebird after this segment. I'm kidding.
Oh,
thank you,
buddy.
So defeated. It's painful to watch.
She loves it. She's like boot on his face and just grinding.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
I mean, yeah. She's basically curb stomping him right now.
No mercy. Yes. The whip.
And,
like, for me, this
honestly,
would be a breakup. This is an instant,
bro, this
like,
is underselling it. Like, this is like a pegging. Like, this is it's just beyond. It is.
She may as well have just like cheated on him, and then he found out. Like, it's like the same.
I'll be honest.
Like,
I think that's better than whatever this is.
Because this is like more of like a exposure.
That would be less embarrassing than what's happening right now. Like, you know, this is just pure fucking spite and resentment. She hates the fact that she's married to him. Genuinely. Like, it's one thing that your wife, you know, cheats on you one time. Like, she's just openly declaring how much she fucking hates him for the world to hear.
Exposing humiliation in front of people for people to see and stuff.
This is like unbelievably bad. Like unbelievably bad.
But this is actually the worst clip I think we've seen out of all of her like exposing his shit stories or anything like that. You know what I mean?
She's fantasizing about Ethan Klein's penis. It's over. Like, the feud is over. Like, it was already over. Like, they were pounded to fucking rubble, like pounded to powder. Now, like, the powder has been like snorted up, and now they're like salting the earth and dancing on their grave. Like, it's done. It's done.
Yeah. It's beyond. Yeah.
Laugh it off, buddy.
Oh shit, we got killed.
But I think appealing to like straight women, specifically straight women, I think would be. It's just not your vibe is not. It doesn't really.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah,
Bushy says, no,
You're vibeless.
Hot enough to appeal to gay men no matter the form. Wow.
All right.
Have you ever considered opening up an OnlyFans?
Me?
Yeah.
You're in a room with one other person. What do you mean me? Dipshit.
Me? Yeah.
You mean me? Well, it's such a baffling question.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. He was like, "You mean me? What? What do you mean? You just told me that I have no appeal to anyone but gay men, but only if I trim my mustache. So why would I consider starting an OnlyFans?"
A fucking question. Idiot.
He's probably uncomfortable.
He's having a whole ass conversation. That's what it means.
Yeah.
But imagine you're having a one-on-one conversation. There's nobody else around. They ask you a question. Who, me? Who else? Straight Ian. No, straight Ian. Yeah. Straight female. Being eaten by Ian. Not this weird thing.
And
I went back.
that you could change it.
Oh shit, we gotta kill this guy.
Yeah, kill it.
But I think appealing to like straight women, specifically straight women, I think would be. It's just not your vibe is not.
Oh, Ian, you're hot enough to appeal to gay men no matter the form. Wow. All right.
Have you ever considered opening up an OnlyFans?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I start to consider it when I freaking look in the mirror about to shower. I'm like, yeah, I've been working hard.
It's now so stressful. There are now 2 stress balls. Like he's working 2 stress balls. What?
Oh my god, bro.
We got your mom is watching for 500 kicks. Goes, it's the eye of the cock neck. It's a niece's delight, sending all of Ian's dick pics to his rivals. And he's watching from the cock corner, crying out. And the bull is pumping Anissa full of cum now. And we got Dex Cool Consumer for 10 subs.
Let's go, Dex. Big support. Thank you so fucking much.
Listen, Ian. She just spent the last 5 minutes telling you nobody wants that shit. So just say no and do the world a favor. Do yourself a favor. Save some face and just say no.
It's the thrill of the bull calling you from sadness of the corner, and your wife is orgasming like you can never give, and it's really sad to be the cock now.
No, the thing I want more than anything
eating
is
the cream pie out of her dirty snatch. The bull's jizz is super salty. Kosher dill with a side of Klein's cock. It's tough.
That's like the beginning of a world-ending, spellbinding. Like at the moment that the watch strikes 8 p.m. On December 28th, the lol cow's penis shall enter Twitter, and the Antichrist will rise again. Sorry.
Ethan Klein's destroyed him, bro. It's over. It's over. I don't know, man.
It's like in FF7, Sephiroth's like destroying the solar system move, and then the sun burned. Like,
Ethan Klein's got like Super Saiyan 3 at this point. Fucking Spirit Bomb. Ian Jama off the planet.
Omni Slash, the Knights of the Round.
That's a Super Junova. Junova.
That's fucking Kino.
Yeah. I don't know. You have a lot of range.
Yeah. Someone said, is there a look that appeals to everyone? Or what look appeals to everyone?
Hassan Abi appeals to everyone.
Now they're just rewatching they're just rewatching segments.
Well, we've watched it now 3 times now, and it gets better every time.
We're doing what's it called? Like, the human centipede of content.
Yeah.
But it's like not
but
shit.
Somehow
and
it's working. Like normally you'd be like, oh, you can't watch it again.
Yeah.
Like,
buddy.
Chat loves it.
Today's episode was goated. Honestly, it was one of our top 5 for sure.
I'm loving it. Man. It's up to them, but I love it. I love the show.
Yeah.
I need to say that.
He does.
Oh yeah, DSP. We should do some DSP, eh, guys?
So funny to say.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's so funny to say.
That's so funny. That's really funny.
Will you take that dagger out of my back real quick? Will you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say that's a tough question or whatever. You can't like it all.
No, you're always going to be polarizing to someone. That's true.
And Jack Mayhoff for 10 subs!
Big support. Big support. Thank you so much, Jack Mayhoff.
But I think Hassan Abi has the most.
Not him though.
I think Coffeezilla could do really well on OnlyFans too.
Coffeezilla. She's literally
Coffeezilla. Like anyone.
It's so out of pocket. Like I just
not
wouldn't
even
have thought that.
A sex symbol. Like Coffeezilla is like an average guy. He's not like Jack fitness influencer.
If you've got the 220 subs, I'll do a Phil segment for you, buddy. You'll go to duty and watch the latest 220 for sure. 220 subs. Yeah.
If you throw 220, we'll watch. Not even that one. I think there's the one from Memology.
Oh, he's got one?
I think he does. Let me check.
She's literally naming every male.
Oh, wait. Dude, Coffeezilla looks... I got it right here. All right.
It's ready.
It's ready. Super hot.
I mean,
and it's him crying about only having 25 viewers on Kick.
Looking dude. Nobody's asking for his OnlyFans.
Nobody's asking for his OnlyFans.
But like,
okay, fair enough. It's me and him.
She's naming every person who none of us are thinking of doing OnlyFans.
So much,
but he is, and she's like hot.
We want to end today's show. Like,
I think this is the high note.
You know what I mean?
I think honestly, there's no way to top what's going on right now with Ethan Klein dunking on iDubbz.
No, this is definitely the craziest. Like, holy.
Hot, hot, hot. Sick, hot vibes. Hot. Nobody wants to fuck you.
And then Monday we have a show.
Yeah, we're gonna end it with the new song.
Ian.
Suck my ass, bitch.
No, man. You're such a loser.
Yeah.
I know.
So true.
You really are a house elf, aren't you?
Wow.
What
the
the
thing is, he is the literal.
okay.
He is the literal definition of a loser, and that he just loses and loses and loses and loses. Just L after L after L.
Yeah.
And it's just bad.
I do. I think he would do really well.
What the hell?
He would do well because anyone who's like assertive and giving takes and like online definitely has an OnlyFans demographic. Anyone who doesn't come off like they would have an OnlyFans automatically will do well on OnlyFans.
So Ian, it gives the vibe that he desperately.
It's hot. It's like taboo. Like, are you telling me CoffeeZilla showing like cock neck on the internet? Like, people would be like, holy shit, like, what the hell? Like, it's like access in a way that you never thought you would.
Even he's like, what the
Even he's looking at this like horrified. He's like he's just like, is this real? Like,
can you leave Ian alone, bitch?
Leave him alone.
Oh, this is the lowest, I think, right?
This is it. This is it.
But you're gonna see in 2 months, we're gonna get a clip from like 3 years ago that's somehow worse than this.
Jesus, man, that shit. That is probably the worst I've seen from that wonderful relationship. Jeez, man. That's just more proof that the wrong woman can truly fuck up your life forever. Like, iCucks is never coming back from
All
that
right, awesome.
shit.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
That's just... Damn, man. You almost want to feel bad. You almost want to feel bad, but you definitely shouldn't because he fucking chose her and continues to stay with her. So, he's a spineless loser, so whoever he's with, it's going to end the exact same way. They're going to use him as a human doormat and, you know, basically force him to become what they want him to be. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the heckin' Paparino. In U Generation with the 5, you see the blacks of face are trying to cancel Banks with saying the N-word. Oh my god. He said the N-word. Holy shit. And Banks didn't care, so now they're saying he's a groomer. Uh-oh. Who did he groom? Was it an underage 21-year-old? That'd be brutal if so. Yeah. I've kind of seen a little bit of that, and I'm on the white guy's side. Alright, we'll see what's up with this.
That if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But what if what you love is reading other people's articles in a camera for 10 minutes at a time, e-begging from your audience, and starting businesses that light up like the Notre Dame Cathedral the second you have to actually run them? Can you really still call what you're doing work at that point? Well, you would if your name was Jeremy Hambly, aka The Quartering. You know, the word grifter gets thrown around a lot these days. It's an overused catch-all term for anyone with a donation link or just a bad opinion. But we need to get back to the roots of the word, the classic definition. A con artist, a shyster, someone who uses deceit to swindle. And if The Quartering isn't a grifter, none of these other internet hustlers are either. Thing is, The Quartering is not even really a hustler. He's a prolific slot manufacturer who's gotten out of almost every financial jam, essentially by relying on his fans to bail him out the moment he got confronted with a problem, vomiting out 5 to 6 videos a day couldn't solve. If there's one thing I've learned about Jeremy Hambly while making this video, it's that when the times get tough, The Quartering gets to begging. Jeremy Hambly has always been two things: a neckbeard and obsessed with becoming an entrepreneur. Being a man of industry, a guy who owned his own business and didn't have to answer to anybody, has been an admittedly admirable long-time trait of Jeremy's, and he's been at it for over 2 decades. Probably his oldest internet capitalist venture was his business, Be Your Own IT, back in 2008.
How did you
Well, I've been YouTubing for almost 20 years. Like, my very first channel, it still exists. It's called Be Your Own IT. And if you go back and look at like the oldest video, I'm there.
Be Your Own IT was a tech YouTube channel and website essentially dedicated to scamming boomers who couldn't use Google or know how to browse tech forums into paying Jeremy to give them the most basic tech advice in the world. There were already YouTube channels back in the early aughts that offered essentially the same value of info that Jeremy was trying to dupe people into paying for. Unsurprisingly, the business struggled, and it led Jeremy to making a video in 2008 that would completely foreshadow his future career of entrepreneurship. I ain't got the video though. It's gone. Jeremy managed to get rid of it along with almost any other evidence that Be Your Own IT was a thing that he was once affiliated with. This was a smart move on Jeremy's part because a lot of those videos did not age well for him, including the video I'm talking about, which Jeremy literally titled "A Sad, Pathetic cry for help from me. Now, fortunately, while we don't have the video, the transcript did manage to survive. And to summarize, the video was basically a precursor to every I need your help, my channel is under attack video that Jeremy has ever made. Double speaking about how the channel and blog are doing great.
He was with Charlie D'Amelio and she was 19. Yo, that's based. He's got good taste. Yeah, but who fucking gives a shit if he's with a 19-year-old? Yeah, again, that's just some fucking groid seed. So, that's definitely some groid seed. So, W Phase Banks if he tapped Charlie D'Amelio. At least back in the day, she was pretty hot. Let's see. Jay just enjoy with the 2. Rainbow Six Siege got hacked. A bad day for you. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. They gave, like, what, $30 million of in-game currency to everybody? And Schizo Garcia with the 2. This dude's videos are funny, but he's still a snicker. Uh-oh. Brutal, man. Yeah, that's the thing, bro, is like, it's a very common thing that, you know, black guys on the internet see that the fact that they can't date, like, the famous white chicks. So, yeah, there's probably, like, some jealousy there. So, there's probably some jealousy there. Damn, Charlie D'Amelio night. Exactly, bro. That's some prime cut. Real talk. That's some top tier. So, $2.1 billion credits. Yeah, that's what I saw. It was like, apparently it was like in the trillions of dollars that they gave away in in-game currency.
While also admitting he only makes 25 cents off the site every 2 days. Talking about how the business barely making any money is fine because it's all about helping people with his 10 years of computer repair experience anyway. He says this while also pleading for people to share the video, share the blog, make videos about his videos and his blogs, and maybe doing a response for a response, share for a share thing that YouTubers back in the early days like to do. Basically, his business was doing bad and Jeremy begged for his YouTube audience to come to his rescue. Yeah, bro's been doing that for going on 18 years. He might actually be one of the only guys on the internet who's been crying to their audience for support longer than Darkside Phil. Jeremy Hambley, when it comes to being a strong, independent businessman, is soft as baby shit and quick to resort to a bailout from his community whenever he can. Also, the whole thing about just wanting to help people with his computer repair skills and not caring that Be Your Own IT barely made any money was a lie. Because as soon as he was able to, Jeremy sold that bitch to somebody else and never engaged in any further computer repair content again.
What I did was I started selling these little how to repair your own computer kits, and then some VC guy bought that channel from me, and I think I got $160,000.
Not only because it didn't make him that much money, competition in the online IT advice scene was really starting to heat up around 2011 when he sold it, but because, just like with Review Tech USA, Jeremy's tech know-it-all was actually quite limited. Despite having over a decade's worth of computer repair experience, Jeremy can't even repair his own laptops. He has to send them to an actual expert instead. Now, even though his tech era was over, Jeremy wouldn't stop making YouTube content after Be Your Own IT. All throughout the early 10s, Jeremy would start multiple channels that were more or less just him trying to find a way to turn his various consumerist hobbies into YouTube hustles. You had RC Nightmare, where Jeremy would show off and play with various radio control toys, a strong obsession of his to this day. And this wasn't the only RC channel he had, just the first and biggest one. He'd make a bunch of offshoots: RC Flight School, RC Skipper, RC Spotlight, Team RCN, and Friends of RC. Jeremy really wanted to be a popular RC YouTuber. He also made Clawstruck, a channel dedicated to claw machines.
You know, and then I started a channel about RC cars, and I sold that, and then claw machines.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
The claw machines one was my favorite. It's so sad that died.
But out of all of these hobby channels, the one Jeremy would go on to get the most mileage out of was one he started in 2012 called Unsleeved Media.
What's up, guys? Jeremy and Brandon here from MTG Headquarters. That's up for Magic the Gathering. How's it going? Our hands.
Unsleeved Media, also known as MTG Headquarters, was, as both names suggest, a channel dedicated to Magic the Gathering, a children's trading card game that has gradually evolved into a middle-aged men's trading card game. Jeremy's channel didn't stand out that much. There were plenty of MTG channels out there, and he would do about what most of them did: unboxing videos, talking about new sets, talking about tournaments, the latest meta, rule changes, the occasional giveaway, etc., etc. About what you expect. Still, Jeremy grinded it out and built a decent following over the years, with Unsleeved Media eventually hitting 75,000 subs by 2015.
Well, we got there. Well, rather, we're almost there to a 75,000 subscriber celebration, and I can't thank you guys enough.
Jeremy is noticeably more chill in these videos. Unsleeved Media, like all of his other hobbies.
Yeah, bro, the quartering is like the picturesque example of the average Magic the Gathering player. For sure. He definitely is what you imagine. Maybe someone a little bit fatter.
Channels revolved around him doing things he genuinely enjoyed. And while making money was always a goal, it wasn't the be-all, end-all reason for why Jeremy made content back in the day. Until it was. See, around 2015, Jeremy would try to turn his unsleeved media side hustle into an actual business. Not just through Patreon either. Nah, he was going to launch a mobile app called Game Finder that he had ambitions to turn into a cornerstone for players in the MTG community. How did he manage to get the money to develop it? By crowdfunding it to a tune of about $30,000. The purpose was simple. Create a way for players to be able to find other players to play Magic with. Basically, Tinder or Grindr, but for middle-aged men playing a children's card game. Very straightforward idea. And hey, it blew up. Like a boat full of fentanyl en route for the United States leaving the Venezuelan coast, I mean. It flopped, basically. And why it flopped was pretty simple. Users really weren't fans of how the app handled location data and personal info. There were still bugs because the app's maintenance was ass. It just didn't get any traction. Wasn't a whole lot of reason to use it as opposed to Facebook or Discord, which launched the same year as Game Finder did. You would think that a guy with over a decade of tech experience would have considered these things before launching the app and wasting everyone's money, but nah. Jeremy's first crowdfunded business was basically dead on arrival. It looked like Jeremy was going to be stuck being an eternal hobbyist tuber forever. But there had been a little culture war about ethics in games journalism going on since 2014. Now, Jeremy wouldn't get involved in Gamergate himself, but ripple effects from it, the veterans of it, and the seeds of culture war it was spread across the web would greatly impact Jeremy's future career. It was in 2017 that he would throw himself in his first culture war scuffle. And I want you to pay attention, because 2017 is where the Hambly Ministry of Truth's narrative crafting really starts to kick in. It all started in June of 2017 when Jeremy got blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast.
It's no secret to those of you who have followed me for a long time that I am blacklisted. Both officially, I mean, basically as officially as...
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast is a fucking woke-ass company. Like, probably one of the worsts. Like, anybody who knows anything about, I guess, the trading card world has heard, like, the horror stories of Magic the Gathering and just how fucking retarded that company is that runs it. Because, you know, they basically banned, like, an entire class of cards because they were called white. You know, they had, like, this whole BLM virtue signal bullshit. They've banned a bunch of cards for being racist or whatever. Like, it's absolutely insane. They have like some of the gayest people working for them imaginable. And like if you look at modern Dungeons and Dragons, it's like literal globo homo slop. So Wizards of the Coast is by far one of the worst companies out there. Period. Like without contest. So anyone who doesn't like them is okay with me, just for that fact alone. And it's one of the reasons I will never get into Magic. Yeah, they made Aragorn black in the Lord of the Rings Magic set.
As they can do it. I can still play it in sanctioned events. Currently, I'm probably one offensive joke away from getting my DCI taken. There was a brief period of time where I was somebody that they would send free product to. And I'd gotten to the point where they would even let me do spoilers occasionally. I had done a few spoilers for them.
They decided they were done with this fool and wouldn't send him any more promotional material. This was a very big deal to Jeremy because, again, he'd been trying and failing to turn his internet shit into a career for years, and unsleeved media had been the closest he'd ever come. Now, you're no doubt wondering why Jeremy was abruptly blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast. The story that Jeremy tells is that earlier that June, when the transgender bathroom debate shit was a big topic of discussion in the news for some reason, Jeremy, in reference to it, just made a little joke about how planeswalkers wouldn't need bathrooms because they could just piss into the ether.
It all started with a series of tweets, I think. This is how I remember it. This is like a year ago. LSV retweeted.
That probably is all it took, to be honest, bro. Like, again, Wizards of the Coast is ultra fucking woke. And they have literally banned people for far less than that. So, people have lost, like, their fucking distributor accounts and everything for far less than what he's describing.
Gabby, and they're basically whining about bad comments. So I chime in by saying, hey, comments are just that. Internet comments are even less important. Let's not be so thin-skinned. Later, the next day, I believe, this was like right around when the Charlotte bathroom thing was going on about trans people not having trans bathrooms or something like that. In their opinion, in a lot of people's opinions, I make a transphobic joke by saying another content creator responds and says, I identify as a planeswalker and demand my own bathroom. A clear joke. So I replied, send your urine into the aether.
According to Jeremy, this innocuous joke was taken very serial by Wizards of the Coast, who had been bitten by the progressive bug, so they immediately put him on their shit list from this moment forward. That's the story.
No, they weren't bitten by the progressive bug. They are bug people when it comes to the progressive shit. Again, this is one of the worst companies in any industry when it comes to just being completely fucking brain-rotted leftists.
story Jeremy tells. It's not true. The actual reason Jeremy got blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast was because he had been constantly starting shit with other members of the community all year long. See, there are two wolves inside of Jeremy Hambley. One is a greedy, attention-seeking, jaundice-filled fat nigga. The other wolf is also all of those things, but he also has a drinking problem too. And because he has a drinking problem, he's worse at hiding all those nasty traits the first wolf inside of Jeremy keeps just barely under the surface. A lot of you are probably familiar with Jeremy's Twitter addiction. Boy's got one of the nastiest cases of Twitter fingers I've ever seen. Shit's terminal. And he also has a bad habit of saying things he wouldn't say otherwise, especially when he starts pulling up. Combine this with the fact that Jeremy has been paying attention to a lot of the goings-on in the anti-SJW realms of YouTube and social media at this point, and that he was starting to look for his own SJW dragons to slay, and you end up with a series of tweets where he's constantly squatting on other members of the community, like Anthony from the Manosaurus and Kate Donnelly from Hipsters of the Coast, bragging when they eventually block him for constantly tagging them just to insult them, all while reusing Kekistan and other 4chan memes he just copied from the other anti-SJW posters he was following. He also made tweets like these, posting pictures of his guns while mentioning the Milwaukee protest at the same time. Now some of you would say, well Mikey, it's not a crime. So long as he wasn't threatening anyone with his firearms or threatening to bring them to an event, it really wasn't the rest of the community's business. I agree, but it's really not a good look to make those types of tweets when you're already building a big reputation for being an abrasive alcoholic asshole. So no, Jeremy wasn't just a good boy who wasn't doing nothing but making a couple jokes at a few SJWs' expense. He had gradually started to become a pariah because he couldn't behave himself. The game finder failure, where he basically set 30k from other Magic players on fire, didn't help his rep either. But the most notorious example of Jeremy just being a cunt was a video he made called Playset of Beta White Knights Prevent Rape of MTG Cosplayer at C Sprinkle Run. In this video, Jeremy ran about how Magic the Gathering cosplayer Christine Sprinkle didn't like a certain horned up comment she received.
Okay, so it was drawn to my attention, or brought to my attention, that there was like literal rape happening in the Magic the Gathering community. Serial virtue signaler and crying for Patreon dollars cosplayer CS Sprinkle Run posted yesterday, allow messages to my Facebook page again, question my life choices immediately. Hey, I mean, if a guy tells me that...
Dude, I'm not really in tune with the Magic community, but I know for a fact, like, there is a huge portion of the former Magic fan base that fucking despises how much Wizard staff simps for, like, cosplayers and shit. Like, it's actually a well-known thing in the Magic community that Wizards of the Coast neckbeard executives, like, literally simp the fuck out for a lot of these fucking cosplaying whores. So it would not be surprising at all if, you know, this is another one of those cases where, you know, basically some white knight banned him for daring to talk shit about one of their sacred cows, and that being some fucking dumb bitch dressing up in a costume. But it's been a long-running, I guess, thorn in the side of the Magic community, is like these cosplaying OnlyFans whores that, you know, pimp themselves out on Patreon or OnlyFans, getting preferential treatment from, you know, Wizards of the Coast versus the actual player base itself. So there's a lot of women that use Magic the Gathering just to, you know, basically sell porn to children.
He came and looked at my pictures, and it gave him an erection. Like, I'm like, sweet, you know? I appreciate giving you boners.
Jeremy was furious about this. Why? Well, for one, Jeremy had a weird vendetta against female Magic cosplayers in general, but Christine especially triggered him because of how much love she got from the community.
It's not a weird thing. It's a very well-documented thing in the Magic community. Like, this has been a point of contention for a very long time. And again, I'm not even a part of the fucking Magic the Gathering community. And I've heard about this shit where they literally cater towards these fucking women because the women have massive simp armies. And instead of actually, you know, giving players what they want or, you know, bringing on popular, like, Magic the Gathering content creators and shit, they literally use the Magic the Gathering card game as, like, a way to promote these literal fucking, you know, subversive whores that are just looking to use nerd hobbies to sell pornography. So this is not a new thing. It's not a unique thing. This is like an actual thing that's been going on for a very long time in the Magic community. And it's been a very contentious point for quite some time, too. So to pretend like this is, oh, dude, the quartering's being an incel, like, that's really disingenuous. So this fucking bitch, I guarantee you, was not popular with the actual Magic fan base. She was only popular with a bunch of horny fucking losers.
compared to him.
Let's see what the Magic the Gathering community... 107 likes, which is a lot for a Magic YouTuber or a Magic personality.
They literally call her the godmother of Magic cosplay. She even got a video on the official Magic the Gathering channel dedicated to her. This wasn't some random e-thought trying to grift off nerds from a community she wasn't part of. She had been attending tournaments and engaging with the community for years. But Jeremy could see the thought that everybody else was blind to. What really pissed him off were the dudes white knighting for her in the comments.
Tim Wright, geez, it's not like there are plenty shows online for cosplay perving. Why can't they leave the pros alone? Obviously, Sprinkle is a pro cosplayer. You know she's a professional cosplayer by the fact that she has to solicit Patreon dollars and then cry in her Patreon video to get loser beta cucks to give her money.
Now, even back then, it was really rich for Jeremy to poke at somebody else for soliciting.
That is based of the quartering, but now he gives women money just to talk to him, so I don't know. So, he should have listened to his own advice. Now he gives Melanie Mac, you know, what, $1,000 an episode just to talk to him?
Sitting Patreon butts and crying to their audience for money because he had literally done the same thing a year earlier.
4 years ago, on February 2nd, 2012, I uploaded my first MTG video on YouTube. Now, 4 years later, more than 4 years later, and 820 more videos, I'm still here, producing content with the same dream of being able to do this as at least a part-time job. For the past year, I've been running myself ragged, trying to run a business as well as YouTube full-time. And while it's been worth every long night, it's unlikely I can continue this pace much longer. I'm just so tired all the time. Now, I wish I'd done a lot of things differently. I wish I was friendlier with other Magic YouTube channels. I wish YouTube ad revenue wasn't less now than it was a year ago. Now, you may have heard of me talk about my Patreon for several months now. The truth is, the support I'm receiving on my Patreon is literally the only reason I can spend the amount of time I do now on these YouTube videos. I feel like we've achieved adequate corporate sponsorship.
All right, this is a false equivalency because he's not crying on this video playing victim like, oh, I'm getting bullied by a bunch of neckbeards on the internet. Please give me money because I have a vagina. Like, that's not the same thing. This is just him promoting his Patreon, which, again, personally, I don't like Patreons, but this is like par for the course for people who have Patreons. This is not an abnormal Patreon plug. This isn't playing victim and pretending like you're the victim of this, you know, awful online harassment campaign, so please give me monies to dry my tears type shit. Very different.
In fact, I would say I'm probably spending too much time on sponsored type videos. It's a necessary evil, as things are now, to help fund all the awesome things that I want to do. You backing even $1 or $2 goes so much further than YouTube ad revenue ever could.
He was just green with envy here. My favorite part was when he started going through Christine's cosplay pictures and showing how much of a thirsty gooner he was by admitting that her PG safe for work ass cosplays made him stupid horny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sprinkle. Let's look at your cosplay, your art, where some poor 14-year-old kid was unfortunately made an erection comment about you, and fuck him for being such a degenerate. I mean, what is sexual about this? Nothing, right? Oh no, totally nothing sexual about this. Oh yeah, here you go, Sprinkle, another totally non-sexual picture where the Pokeball happens to be right on your fucking bush. Oh, here you go, wearing basically a bra. Yep, nope, nothing hot about that. Here we go again, more basically 75% nude, nothing sexual there. Nothing sexual at all about this Chandra. Like, nothing sexual at all. Oh yeah, look at a bodysuit. Yeah, I'm not gonna sexualize you. I mean, fuck me if I'm gonna say that I wish there was a little slut down here, you know, for me to, you know, for us to pleasure each other.
Maybe should have rubbed one out before he made this video, Jeremy. Anyway, this video would end up getting deleted.
I don't understand what that's like. No lies are detected, bro. That's obvious horny posting. So she's definitely trying to thirst trap a bunch of simps.
Short time later, but it quickly gained infamy and further bruised Jeremy's already black and blue reputation in the community. What with all the doo-doo flinging he liked to do, and also the whole game finder flop that completely wasted a lot of people's money. There were 3 reasons why Jeremy made this video. Envy that Christine Sprinkle made more on Patreon and was more popular than him, despite not being an elite player, or in Jeremy's eyes, not putting as much work into her content as he did, which has literally always been
Yeah, this is the same type of person that will say, bro, a bikini's not sexual, you're just a fucking perv. When literally, you know, the entire point of a fucking bikini is to be sexual. So it's just super disingenuous, man. Like, really, are we gonna sit here and act like, you know, something that barely covers a chick's tits isn't sexual? Like, fuck off. It's just, like, so disingenuous. You know, you can dislike the quartering, but that's not wrong what he said. She definitely was thirst trapping. 100%. Why didn't she dress up as a fully clothed Magic the Gathering character or whatever? So, yeah. I call BS on that. She knew exactly what the fuck she's doing. She's selling Patreon subscriptions, which is key for buy my fucking lewd photos. It's just, you know, call it like it fucking is. Everybody fucking knows the entire point of dressing up as a revealing character. It's to horny post and get a bunch of fucking dweebs to sub to your Patreon.
2, Jeremy, despite being a married man, has always had a pattern of weird interactions with women on the internet for years, especially with women he obviously finds attractive. And 3, the alcohol was just making Jeremy act unwise. So yeah, all of this were the actual reasons Jeremy got blackballed. Wizards of the Coast wasn't expecting the netbeards they gave promo material to be the most professional guys around, but they at least expected them to not chimp out at other people in the community regularly or make videos called Beta White Knights Prevent Rape of MTG Cosplayer, where they literally added the Twitter handle of the cosplayer whose figurative rape they were talking about. Eventually, Christine announced her retirement that November so she could focus on med school instead. She was hanging up the jersey and she explicitly named Jeremy as the reason for why she got sick of it all and left. His obnoxiousness and drunken tirades were just too much.
Yo, based quartering?
That not even the Patreon bucks made it worth the hassle anymore. Now, was Christine being a bit histrionic here? Of course she was, but the general sentiment was shared among a lot of other people, and her abrupt departure caused a real stir. Jeremy would respond by saying he hadn't harassed anyone, which is someone who doesn't think just sending mean words to other people over the internet automatically counts as harassing them. I would feel he would have been in the right to say. Had he also not tried to play victim and say that he was the one actually getting harassed?
This is the type of video I would normally do on my quartering channel, but I'm going to put it here on Unsleeved Media because I'm not going anywhere. I'm currently under basically a full-scale assault from people who have been misled or have been waiting for a moment to try and, quote, get rid of me. So yesterday or the day before, well-known grifter and cosplayer Sprinkle decided to tweet out that she was quitting Magic. Then we see literally every major creator out there completely self-aware, talking about me being some kind of serial harasser because I made a video 6 months ago and one tweet like 2 months ago saying I didn't care that she was going to be at a GP or something. You're sticking a hate mob on me. You know that's what you're doing, and you're trying to play the victim while doing it. These people are so disconnected from reality. They legitimately think they're not doing exactly what they're accusing me of doing.
When it happens to somebody else, it's just a bit of banter and trolling. When it happens to him, it's genuine harassment. Sure, okay, bro. Again, this wasn't Jeremy acting bizarrely out of character. It was an easily observable pattern of behavior. Of him asking for money from the community, then wasting it on a terribly executed business scheme, then starting drama that had nothing to do with Magic itself with other people in the community, and now there were members of the community that people actually liked that were saying they were leaving because Jeremy wouldn't stop painting the walls with feces. The permaban that Jeremy received that December from all sanctioned Magic events might have been harsh, but it was after a year of him basically antagonizing and pissing off numerous influential people in the community, and also just making a general ass out of himself. The ban didn't prevent him from going to non-official events or visiting card shops or anything like that, but did essentially mean that any chance of Jeremy's Magic the Gathering channel ever becoming anything more than a hobby after 5 years of making hundreds of videos was basically dead.
Dude, imagine if he would have done Pokemon instead. Not only would he be fucking absolutely loaded right now, but I mean, you wouldn't be as dorky as a Magic fan.
It was the end of Unsleeved Media. But it wasn't the end for Jeremy himself, though. Nah, this
PK, your low-tier bait in the chat doesn't even have an effect on me anymore, bro. If you actually want to make the case that a bikini is not sexual or that, you know, dressing up in fucking titty armor as a cosplayer isn't sexual, then obviously you don't have a functioning penis, or you're just so porn brain rotted that unless you see a chick getting split open by a 12-inch cock, you know, you don't view it as sexual. So, I don't know. In either case, it ain't a good look, bro.
This was just the beginning, because earlier that year, during the summer, Jeremy had rebranded his other Magic the Gathering YouTube channel to just The Quartering.
Definitely an interesting day for me. So as you know, I'm kind of going through a transition on my main channel, which is specifically about Magic the Gathering, and my second channel, which is now currently called Unsleeved After Dark, because it's Unsleeved Media is my main channel, but I'm going to change it. I think I'm changing it to The Quartering this weekend.
Originally, The Quartering was going to be the sideshow channel, where Jeremy would get to vent about things that either had little to do or nothing to do with Magic the Gathering. But this channel would go on to be his most successful YouTube endeavor by far, while also, somehow, getting him in way more internet drama. The Quartering had already started to become Jeremy's main priority even before his MTG ban. By late 2017, he could already tell how the winds were blowing, so he started maneuvering appropriately. And I gotta...
It can be sexual, but it's not really over-sexualized. It's just normal swim. Yeah, it's normal now, but the whole point of a bikini was to be sexual. Did you see what women's swimsuits used to look like in the past? Before bikinis became a thing? I mean, call me crazy, but something that reveals over 90% of a woman's bare body, more than even lingerie does, that's inherently sexual. When you're showing more skin in a fucking swimsuit than you would if you were wearing a bra and panties, yeah, that's inherently sexual. I don't care what anybody says. You can say it's normalized now. That's fine. But the entire point is for sexualization. That was the entire purpose behind a bikini, bro. There's no other reason for wearing a bikini other than to look sexually attractive. Period. Like, that's it. There is no other reason for women to wear bikinis other than to look hot. So, you can argue whether that's a good or a bad thing, but to deny that it's not sexually motivated is genuinely disingenuous. It's called context. Just because someone wears something that reveals a lot of skin doesn't make it sexual. What type of fucking retarded ass logic is that? Yeah, I'm gonna show off 95% of my body and barely cover my tits and vagina with a string of fucking, you know, fabric. But, hey, I'm not sexualizing myself. Okay, bro. Yeah. What the fuck type of logic is that? I'm gonna put on a fucking, you know, a shoelace and some fucking nickels that cover my nipples up, but don't you dare sexualize me. Yeah, whatever, bruh. That is just retarded as fuck. That's like saying, I'm wearing a thong, but don't look at my ass. Stop sexualizing me. I'm wearing a fucking banana hammock, but stop staring at my cock. Like, come on. Stop. What type of fucking simpery is this now? That's like saying that women, you know, they don't wear push-up bras because it makes their tits look nicer. It's all so tiresome, man. We live in a simp society, truly. Let's see. So Schizo Garcia with a 5. Smokey and Kiwi Tapes are go, but they are definitely responsible for the rise of lolcow slop tubers like this Snicker. He also hates Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I think this guy is misrepresenting a lot of the shit that the quartering is doing. Like, you know, I'm not the biggest quartering fan, but a lot of this stuff, you know, quartering was either right on or this guy's missing the fucking point entirely. Scourge with a 2. This guy makes good documentaries. Also Battlefield 6, yay or gay? It's good. If you like Battlefield, I'd definitely pick it up. I think it's on sale right now for $40 on console. I don't know if you're buying it on PC or console, but I think I saw it for $40 today. But yeah, it's good. If you like Battlefield, then you'll like it for sure. It feels very similar to Battlefield 3 and 4.
Gotta hand it to him. He made some smart moves, broadening the topics he talked about from just magic to general geek culture, the news, and politics, encouraging his audience on his Unsleeved Media channel to migrate to the quartering, and monetizing his channel early by shilling Patreon, Subscribe Star, and securing several sponsorship deals, keeping those income streams healthy and diverse from the jump. The early growth of the quartering channel was a rare example of him putting that masters in internet marketing of his to good use. Granted, Jeremy had made like 10 other fucking YouTube channels at this point, so really you could just say it was the law of averages finally working out in his favor. Another move that the quartering made in late 2017 and early 2018 that would really affect the trajectory of his career going forward was getting associated with several anti-SJW YouTubers in their communities, like Nerdrotic and Friday Night Tights, Ethan Van Sciver and Comet Skate, and Sargon of Akkad and the Skeptics. Sargon, aka Carl Benjamin's clique, would be one quartering would become especially tight with. And I mean, he would become really tight with Sargon.
Coach Redpill asked me, keep sucking on Sargon's dick, boy. V says that Sargon's cum tastes awfully good. So does it. And sure enough, I found a little website where I could purchase Sargon of Akkad semen. Probably my invoice here. Let's see. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Little letterhead. Comes in a nice little vial. This is a lot. Here goes nothing. I don't know.
Hambly was really going to need these connections because he was burning through whatever was left of the bridge between him and the Magic community to the ground with his Scorched Earth campaign against Wizards of the Coast, specifically against their judges. Jeremy's a guy who definitely holds a grudge, and he was left seething after they banned him. Not only because they cut him out of his Magic the Gathering tuber ambitions, but they locked bro out of his Magic the Gathering online account too.
But what I wanted to talk about was really digital goods, specifically Magic the Gathering Online, because as you might know, my collection was stolen by Wizards of the Coast.
All that money he spent on boosters lost to the Shadow Realm forever. Honestly, being locked out of playing a gacha game, which Magic the Gathering Online and Arena 1000% are, will always be a blessing in disguise. But for quartering, it was just one of the many heinous offenses committed against him by Wizards of the Coast. But Jeremy was about to get his get back by exposing Wizards of the Coast for harboring pedophiles. It had been brought to Jeremy's attention that Wizards of the Coast had been lacking...
Shocking absolutely no one, by the way.
When it came to their background checks, and there was now a cabal of pedos working for him. Quartering went to gather in a dossier of sorts of this Diddy the Gathering he had found out about and dropped it all on their heads. And how many did he find? One.
We start with Ross Prajzner.
There was literally one guy, Ross Prasner, who was convicted of distributing CP in 2014, but continued being an active judge because Wizards failed to do a proper background check on him. He was the only one of the subhumans Jeremy would list who continued affiliating with Magic tournaments after they were caught. It's not that these guys didn't do what they did, it's that they didn't actually judge at Magic tournaments in any official capacity after they did what they did. They just had their names on some list that had yet to remove them, and Jeremy acted like they were still working with Wizards anyway. Now, a lot of you would go, well, Mikey, you gotta give Jeremy some credit. Just exposing one pedo makes this short crusade of his worth it. And I would agree with that. However, acting like Magic had a cabal of pedos running the show was the quarter in being extra. Even after his in-depth grudge-fueled investigation, he only found the one guy who slipped through the cracks. And I'm sorry, but literally every institution of a certain size occasionally has sexual deviants pop up in them. Also, this was completely performative outrage from Jeremy to get back at Wizards of the Coast for banning him and stealing his gacha pools on Magic the Gathering Online. He did not actually care. I know he didn't, because when he got to one of the dudes in the video, Luke Flo...
I agree with the quartering. Burn him down to the fucking ground, dude. Wizards of the Coast is a fucking horrible company. You know, anything to desecrate their corpse, I think, is warranted.
Who was arrested for sleeping with a student of his, he said this.
Now, this next person is a little... I was unsure about putting this person on there, but the point of the matter is this person is technically convicted of a sex act. He now works for Star City Games. He's a former teacher, imagine my shock, convicted of sex with a student, 6 counts, felony counts of sex with a student. He's the in-store programs manager at Star City Games, as far as I can tell. Now, the reason this one's a little dicier, I mean, is because the student was 17, but that really, you can't make any excuses for that.
There's also this clip, one of the only remaining remnants of Jeremy's Be Your Own IT videos, where he offered people with peculiar material in their PCs
Oh, yeah,
some
I
advice.
remember this.
It's more of a public service announcement than anything else. At the office this week, we had a situation where one of the techs came across some pictures on a customer's computer that were of the child pornography variety. I don't really know if there's any tech way to put that, but the customer was reported and subsequently arrested, I believe, as last that I heard. So if you have things that you don't want computer techs to see, you should delete them. Maybe change the folder name when you take it in if you can, or, I'm not condoning it. I don't think it's necessarily right. I believe it's an invasion of privacy. So if you have these sorts of things, remember that computer techs do look at other things on your computer. People look around on it. And,
dude, he looks so fucking young there. That's like creepy almost. It looks like AI.
You should make it really easy for people to find things.
And now you understand why all those Be Your Own IT videos are gone. Wizards of the Coast would implement a stronger background checks policy, but they had no real way of implementing it at a wide scale, so it really didn't change anything. It was just an announcement they made for optics' sake. But whatever. A W is a W, and we gotta give this W to
You sometimes copy stuff, so like if somebody has like a really good stash, you're just like, damn, I'm gonna take this shit. Shit.
Quartering. In his eyes and in the eyes of his fans, he has slayed his dragon. He also got the opportunity to reopen his Magic the Gathering online account so he could sell his collection there and get some money back, which, let's be real, is probably what he cared about way more than exposing some pedophiles. Now, with all this Magic the Gathering community bullshit out of the way, he could give most of his attention to what would be his main channel going onward, the Quartering. And by mid-2018, the Quartering had mastered his new main channel's formula. Daily uploads of topical content that was well-researched and that he peppered with his own in-depth commentary. He recorded himself reading the news. He would find a handful of news stories and read them on camera slowly, because the motherfucker could barely read despite wearing glasses and having a master's degree. And this would be the Quartering's content format for the better part of the next decade. It was nothing revolutionary or even particularly hard to do, hence why people like Review Tech USA have also made careers out of it. What Jeremy did have over everyone else, though, was his relentless output. This man is a slop factory, filling your subscription and recommended feeds with slop on top of slop on top of slop. Just a one-man chum bucket. The Quartering isn't just a slop tuber, he's a grand master of the art of slop tubing. This content mass production model of his would rack up tens of millions of views, tons of subs, and a massive bag over the years. But just like with Review Tech USA, getting paid to read articles other people wrote for a living wasn't enough. No, he had to get in some YouTube drama as well. And he would choose literally the worst people to throw digital hands with, dudes from the sector and internet blood sports community. Now initially, the little spats he got into, like the one with the late and great Gonzalo Lira, aka Coach Red Pill, didn't really go anywhere. Quartering.
Griff, you have a bunch of screenshots of video game girls in skimpy clothing on your PC, so calm down. What's wrong with that, PK? I am a gamer, after all. Am I not allowed to have a spank bank of attractive video game babes on my computer? Is there something wrong with that?
By this point was bigger than the majority of guys in both the skeptic community and internet blood sports scene, and he had nothing to gain and no real reason to go to war with any of them. That was until Sargon and the sector started feuding. See, around 2017 to 2018, cracks had begun to form in anti-SJW spaces, especially in and around the skeptic sphere. I'm not going to regale you guys with the whole history of the skeptic community. That's a video for another day. But things were starting to fizzle come 2018, at least in the sense that the OG format was starting to stagnate a little bit. Also, the battles between guys from the dissident right and certain skeptics like Kraut and T and Sargon were starting to overtake the community as a whole. Sargon's cult of personality in general was starting to overtake the community as a whole. There was a Godfather meme about
yeah, the Quartering has a great work ethic. The problem is he's terrible with, you know, trying to be the boss, quote unquote. But I don't think anybody can argue with Jeremy's fucking hustle. Like, the dude obviously is extremely motivated, and he grinds his fucking ass off putting out content. So, very few people can say that they put out 5 videos consistently for over a decade. Every single day. Like, the only person who does that is Darkside Phil, and that's just stream clips. So, the Quartering does have a very good work ethic for the most part.
Don Sargon ruling the skeptic sphere like a Machiavellian tyrant. And there was a bit of truth to it. He would also just start casually lying about certain things around this time. Like the incident that would get Jeremy in his first battle with Mr. Medicare, where Sargon lied about something Andy Worski, fellow skeptic at the time, had said. Worski, who wasn't a fan of having his name dragged through the internet streets, would expose some private details to prove Sargon was talking out the side of his mouth and essentially put him on the spot. In Quartering, one of the top capos and glazers of Don Sargon would call Worski out for daring to defend himself and not just take it. This led to him confronting both Worski and Medicare on Takasa's Kumite in February of 2018.
I've noticed people like you like to use the we language a lot. Like, oh, we and us and stuff. You're not a part of this shit. You're not hosting blood sports. Who cares what your fucking input is? I also thought a lot of the other things you said in your video were fucking dumb too. I mean, you went on about the it was wrong for Andy to show state messages from Sargon. Why?
It is fucking wrong.
Why? Should he be a bitch? Should he be a bitch?
He fucking lied about me. This whole thing is a semantic argument, right? The same thing where he said, oh, it's a debate. I want to have a conversation. Well, it's supposed to be a debate.
No, the Quartering, he said he never told me he wanted to speak to Spencer. That's not semantics. That's a straight out lie, right?
Look, we're not going to agree here, and that's fine. My point is just that you could have come on and said, look, Sargon, this is what you said. You didn't need to expose it.
I could have done a lot of things.
The problem Jeremy was having here with Worski is that Worski actually cared about people thinking he was a liar or somebody who just makes shit up. Jeremy couldn't understand this because Jeremy doesn't care about people thinking he's dishonest, talks out the side of his mouth, or is just pulling stuff out of his cheeks. He just wants to make money and will literally just lie about shit to get ahead or get out of a jam. A great example would be his drama with Matt Loader that same year. A dude in a dress. And no, I'm not being rainbow tribe phobic. Settle down. Matt Loader is just a guy who likes to cross-dress. Literally a dude in a dress. Now this dress-wearing fellow would end up assaulting Jeremy while on a trip to Gen Con in August of that year in Indianapolis.
And it was like 1:30, and somebody walked up behind me and said, hey, is your name Jeremy? And he would have been probably the 25th person to do that tonight. So I turned around, I said, yeah, and I stuck my hand out, and he immediately started punching me.
According to the Quartering, who would also shortly after open up a crowdfunding campaign for legal fees so he could sue this blouse-wearing bastard, Matt Loader was a deranged leftist who assaulted him for politically motivated reasons. That is a lie. It was actually because the Quartering had called Matt Loader a pedophile with literally no evidence. This was only a few months after Jeremy's anti-pedo crusade, just to show you how serious...
Yeah, he was still a fucking raging leftist, so, yeah, nah. Not really an accurate representation there.
Obviously, Jeremy takes...
What did their beef start over? It was politics.
His subject. Anyway, Matt Loader didn't appreciate that, so he pulled up to Jeremy at a bar outside of Gen Con and pieced him up. Not condoning this alleged
Yeah, any guy that enjoys dressing up in women's clothing is probably 90% most likely a fucking pedo. Yeah, exactly. This video does make Quartering sound pretty based. Rag Kicker Reel with the 2, currently drunk and popped a Zen and dying laughing right now. Very nice, man. Glad you're having a gay old time. New Generation with the 5, short. We're gonna watch it real quick.
You wasn't fucking Charlie D'Amelio when she was 18.
Wow, that's a crazy accusation. I'm not reacting to that.
When she was 18? Who cares?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, yo, I don't even know. You got a lawyer up. I'm just giving you advice. You are fucked.
That's Max's cousin.
Yeah, dude, they'll sue him for everything he's got. I'm not even reacting to that clip. That's the D'Amelio film. Look up that dad. That dad, hey. Yo, that dad, yo, bro. I'm plugged.
S-tier Jew?
Yes.
S-tier
Very, yes. He already, oh yeah, GG's. It's over. I ain't gonna lie.
An S-tier Jew.
Get him off the internet, Max. That's your cousin. Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
You wasn't fucking Charlie D'Amelio when she was 18.
Dude, all I can say is if he did actually bag her when she was 18, that's a fat W. How is that like an L, bro? How is that like an own? Like, yeah, dude, you had sex with a hot chick when she was 18. Okay. Whoa! Oh my god! You had sex with a legal adult? You're a like, what? Jeez, man. Talk about fucking owned, dude. Yeah, that's fucking retarded as shit. She gave a thumbs up to Banks saying he is suing them. That's funny as fuck, bro. The S-tier Jew. That's fucking... yeah. That means that whoever that guy's lawyer is going to sabotage his case, and he'll end up, having to pay out.
Piece and a biscuit combo, Loader served Jeremy, just making it clear that Loader wasn't there to bash a fash. This was a classic "I heard you was talking shit" type confrontation. Apparently, the bar was also damaged in the fight, and cops had to show up and send both parties home.
This is the window he punched in after not being able to continue to punch me.
Now, some of you might ask, but Mikey, if Jeremy was really assaulted, why would he sue Matt Loader instead of press charges against him? As a matter of fact, why didn't the cops just arrest Loader right there after he had assaulted somebody and damaged the establishment's property in the scuffle? Oh, that's because it's an obvious lie, dude. I mean, he already lies from the get-go about not knowing who Loader was, and also about Loader attacking him for culture war reasons when it was really about him calling bro a PO with no evidence. He even lied about filing a police report. Quartering's retelling of events simply do not make sense and are very likely heavily embellished, if not simply made the fuck up. Which is probably why you would end up settling for a video apology from Matt Loader in May of next year rather than continue to sue.
Hi, this is Matt Loader. Some of you know me as Matt.
No. He did not settle for a video apology. He settled for a large settlement and a video apology. I think it was... I mean... The quartering never, specifically disclosed the amount, but apparently it was, in the 6 figures. So this guy paid, the quartering over $100,000 in order to not take it to court. Because it was a very obvious case of, he's just blatant fucking assault and battery that was completely, unprovoked. So this guy could have done, actual fucking jail time if they hadn't have settled. So, yeah. No, apparently quartering got, over $100,000 from this guy. And then also a video apology. Well, he didn't lose to him in a fight. The guy just walked up behind him and sucker punched him, basically. So... apparently he was sitting at a bar stool or something. I forgot what it was. You can find the video online, but the dude just straight up sucker punches him. So it's not even so much he got his ass beat. He just got hit out of nowhere. So anybody that gets sucker punched, is caught off guard. And, again, this guy obviously doesn't fucking like the quartering, but the misrepresentations are just retarded. The quartering did not just settle for a video apology. That's, such a fucking misrepresentation of what actually happened.
Matt, fantastic. Just prior to Gen Con 2018, I let my anger get the best of me and physically confronted Jeremy Hambley outside a bar in Indianapolis over statements he made about me previously. I unequivocally take responsibility for my actions that evening, which were wrong, and apologize to Jeremy for my thoughtless conduct.
Jeremy Hambley is one of the most unreliable narrators on YouTube and is a fundamentally dishonest and disingenuous fat nigga, as will be proven in his follow-up bout with Medicare in October of 2018, where he would put the gloves on for his E-daddy Carl Benjamin once again. In January of 2018, just a month before quartering was on the Kuma...
Yeah, but if you punch back, you can't sue him, so that's the thing. It's harder to get money out of him if you punch back.
With Andy and Medicare, Sargon took the first major step in his quest to save the West with his liberalist movement. Many dudes from the sector would poke fun at Sargon and his liberalists, saying they were cringe and taking this internet shit way too seriously. That Sargon, who had political ambitions that let his already big-ass head get too big for his own good, and that the IRL theater of national politics was a whole different ballgame than just making fun of some blue-haired SJWs online. His October 2018 Killstream appearance in particular would be the breaking point, and the quartering threw his lot in 100% with his boy Sargon. Not only because he views Sargon as a friend, and that quite a bit of his channel's exceptional growth in late 2017 and early 2018 was owed to Don Sargon's blessing and the quartering strategically cross-pollinating with the Skeptic's audiences, but also, Jeremy really did glaze Sargon to death and viewed him as his main E-daddy back in the day. So, in Sargon's honor, and also because he was envious of Jim's popularity just like he was envious of Christine Sprinkles, quartering was gonna bring the heat. And he did it in a very bitch-made way. See, this was around the time when YouTube started to go harder against edgy content. A lot of the dissident right guys had already been purged, and even edgy apolitical content was getting shut down, including internet blood sports guys. So, one day, Jeremy, out of nowhere, and in the midst of the big liberalist sector feud, starts telling Medicare to come outside. Come debate me, Jim. You know you won't, pussy. Oh, but it has to be on your stream, not mine. And why was Jeremy so adamant about it being on Medicare's stream? Because you could get deplatformed just by having people send spicy super chats to you. And dude, wouldn't it be so funny if dozens of guys with names like I love Adolf 1488 started filling your chat with $1 donos about how much the Holocaust was based and, just get your shit shut down? Bro, that'd be hilarious. Yeah, Jim didn't take the bait. But you know a guy who Quartering was yapping at the same time who did take the bait? Keemstar. For some reason, Quartering was perfectly fine with letting Keem on his program. Probably because he didn't have gay ops in store for him.
Keem doesn't need to host me on his channel. He's plenty big. I'm welcome. I'm happy to invite him onto mine. Jim, on the other hand, is a coward who is afraid of his own super chats.
Letting Keemstar on would be a big mistake for two reasons. One, Jeremy was a little too tipsy for his own good, and that liquid courage shit he dishes out on Twitter doesn't really carry over to live debates. Keem kind of paddled that ass.
Look, I don't have a problem with you. You're the one that supposedly has a problem with me.
You called me a low IQ cuck.
Well, in response to what?
I said I made a joke about the guy in a dress, which is ridiculous, by the way. Somebody hit you. It's the first time you've ever been hit in your life. You overreact. You make multiple Twitter videos about it. You make YouTube videos about it, and now you're trying to sue the guy.
I'm not trying. I am suing him.
Why didn't you just hit him back?
That's not how it works, dude. Keem.
If he hit you first, it's fair and square. What the fuck are you talking about? My take is this. You talk shit to people, and then when they confront you, then you turn all beta, and you're like, oh no, it's not a big deal, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know, it's like that you're lonely.
Now, the second reason why Jeremy bringing Keemstar on was a bad idea was because Keem let Medicare onto Quartering stream for a second session of ass paddling.
How you doing there, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Oh, how you doing there? How you doing there, Soulboy? How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing great. How come we're not on your channel?
Oh, because you're the one that invited me over here, remember?
Did you stream last Sunday? I missed it.
No, see, I didn't want to be a cunt and, beg people for money when somebody's doing a charity stream like somebody else did.
So you're saying you kissed the ring of Monday Matt last weekend?
Oh, no, I just didn't want to steal money from children like an asshole might do.
Well, who did that? All the thousands of dollars that Ralph donated? Oh, wait, none of that actually made it.
Well, I think it's the same guy that had to do a GoFundMe because a tranny beat him up.
Me? No.
Yeah, you got slapped around by a man in a dress. You're a real strong guy, Jeremy. You talk all that shit to Keem. You're a cuck, Keem. You're a coward. You're a pussy. You're a bitch. All this shit. He shows up and it's, can I suck your balls a little harder? Oh, squirt down my throat.
No, Jim, come on, dude. His take was what? That I sued a guy and he didn't agree with it. Okay, hot take.
No, his take was that you're a beta pussy bitch. You got beat up by a tranny. You are lying about being emotionally damaged with your lawsuit. And he's probably gonna make fun of your wife, but you didn't show him a picture. Oh, and also you're boring as shit and you talk way too slow. That was his take. I didn't hear anything from you.
Well, I mean, am I supposed to post pictures of my wife to impress anonymous internet people or no?
You told him you would.
This is sad. I left. I was waiting to get Jim in here to see him battle. I tried to go at you a little bit, rile you up, but you just sucked my dick. You're just sad, dude.
How did I suck your dick, Keem?
You got on your knees.
Nothing gets you in fight mode. A guy punching you in the face doesn't get you in fight mode.
What am I supposed to?
Beta.
And that's the story of how Jeremy went 2-0 in a span of like 40 minutes on his own stream. Not the soldier Sargon wanted, but probably the one he deserved. That would be the end of Quartering's short-lived Bloodsport's career. By the end of next year, the entire skeptic sector ecosystem would have changed anyway. The skeptics would basically disintegrate through people leaving, infighting, self-destructing, and the liberalist movement collapsing after Sargon's big debut into mainstream politics turned into one of the most brutal public humiliation rituals in British history. And credit where it's due, the Quartering would come out of this tumultuous early era of his channel not only intact but thriving. His channel would become a money-printing behemoth. And honestly, if that was it, if Jeremy was just a popular YouTuber, I wouldn't have made this video. But Jeremy wasn't satisfied with being just a popular YouTuber making a high six-figure to low seven-figure income. That wasn't entrepreneurial enough for him. Nah, he needed a non-YouTube related business to make money off of. And this, in my opinion, is this dude's biggest problem. Because Jeremy Hambly is one of the most cartoonishly bad businessmen
What does he have? He had the fucking exclusively games. He had the Publica. He had so many fucking different business ventures that he wasted money on.
I have ever seen. Before we get to the post-skeptic era of Jeremy's career, we gotta talk business. Something a lot of YouTubers end up leaning into if they have any long-term thinking. The desire to take your YouTube riches and invest it into something outside of YouTube isn't unique to the Quartering. It's basically a requirement for all YouTubers unless you plan on getting another job or doing YouTube until you hit retirement age.
Dude, my business idea for the Quarter Pounder would have just been buy sealed Pokemon boxes, put them in a fucking shed, and forget about him. He'd be worth tens of millions of dollars if he took my advice.
Jocking amount of middle-aged dudes on his platform unironically seemed to plan to do. Quartering wasn't wrong to try and duplicate his streams of revenue off-site. Tons of popular YouTubers have made legit off-site businesses off of their YouTube fame and money. The issue is purely in execution. Now, some of you might say, well, Mikey, the majority of people who try to make content for a living never get any support. And if they do, they're lucky to just make minimum wage. Jeremy becoming a millionaire off content creation is genuinely an impressive feat. And okay, I don't disagree. But is being a successful content creator the same thing as being a successful businessman? There are literal teenagers who don't know shit about running a business, making an LLC, filing their taxes, or anything besides making videos, indoor streaming, and still end up as millionaires before they can legally drink. Running a successful business and running a successful
Uh-oh, guys. Silver's down to $77 an ounce. It's over. I'm going back to the poorhouse now.
YouTube channel are two separate enterprises. I feel most people understand this. Jeremy ain't most people. He's barely human for real. And his admittedly exceptional success as a YouTuber has got to put him under a self-afflicted genjutsu, wherein he believes he's a competent businessman too. He ain't. Closest he ever got was Be Your Own IT, which barely made any money, and which he sold off for more than it was worth the second he got the opportunity. There's also Marketing Sheriff LLC, which is just a small digital marketing firm he started in 2014 that would never become a known agency brand and is essentially just a business shell for Quartering's online work. Matter of fact, let's go over an entrepreneurial catastrophe of Jeremy's from this time, because it's a great example of what I'm getting at. We go back to late 2018. It's December, and it's a big moment for the Big Ham Planet because he was launching a new ambitious project, exclusively games. It was going to be a gaming news website with videos and articles written by journalists along with a forum, all of which Quartering pitched as a politics-free haven for gamers. Hey, great idea, bro. How you gonna pay for that? A small forum is one thing, but you're talking about building something like IGN. What a solution to that was simple. He was gonna crowdfund the money. Despite making a pretty heavy bag from YouTube at this point, Quartering still decided to launch an Indiegogo campaign for $5,000. And ain't it interesting how Jeremy, who brags about how much money he makes and who claims he was making
The reason why it's dropping right now is because everybody put their sell orders in over the weekend. So they're all starting to execute now that we're getting into the weekday. So I wouldn't really worry too much about it. It's kind of what happens every single time on the stock market. Things drop Friday afternoon to early Monday, and then they kind of rebound, but we'll see. But I don't know. I don't really care. I'm still going to keep stacking silver. I think it's going to hit 100 personally. There's so much hype surrounding it right now.
At probably low sevens.
Okay. By 2018, still had to crowdfund $5,000 from his fans. Anyway, the campaign was a success. Quartering would end up raising almost $160,000 by the campaign's end. Okay, we got some motion here, some real fan support. Now, you would think when Exclusively Games launched in 2019, everything would be smooth. What with Jeremy getting over 3,000% more than what he initially needed to even get it off the ground? You would be...
Do I collect Pokemon cards? I have the majority of my net worth in Pokemon cards.
The site was violently burning through money from day one. The main problems for Exclusively Games came down to two very poorly thought out promises Quartering made beforehand. One was that he was going to be hands-off editorially. This was his way of not scaring the hoes, so to speak. Possibly warding off people who wouldn't want to touch the site because he was affiliated with it. It didn't work, obviously, because, I mean, you own it, nigga. You were always going to be affiliated with it regardless. It also meant that when things started getting funky at Exclusively Games, he wouldn't be able to put out the fires because he literally wasn't paying attention to this website he had taken $160,000 from his audience to make. The second bad promise was that he promised there would be no ads. All the money would be made from donations and merch sales. The problem with this idea is that it only really works as a business model if you have a lot of dedicated users/whales. Exclusively Games did not. As for the other problems, well, it'd be simpler for me to just read these messages of people who worked at and used Exclusively Games. He spent $2.5K to have the review section redesigned. Ground up. The developers took about 2 to 3 weeks to finish. Isn't he struggling for money? Yup, they finished. They put the reviews in a staging area. On offline version of the site, only the admins have access to. They work brilliantly, better than ever. Apparently, Jeremy forgot about it, and despite 2 to 3 emails of them asking if they should go live with the new version, he never responded. I didn't either, but wasn't my job to at this point. The site sounds like it'll be dead in a year. Yeah, it's on fumes now. He's out of money for it 100%. I like Jeremy. He's always been goodish to me. He paid me very well, but I can't save EG, and he wouldn't let me even if I tried. Too controlling. I mean, I don't know 100% about EG, but it's costly as fuck to go about this the way he is. 160K could keep a website plus staff afloat for maybe 6 to 12 months. This one is my favorite. Indian devs doing weird shit. He outsourced the site to India? OMG, I didn't tell you? He just fired them last week for...
Dude, the Pokemon card market just crashed. If he took your advice, he'd be homeless. Let's see. Can I fit it on the screen? Yeah, PK. This is from 1 year ago. It's at 1,200. Now it's at 2,200. I think he'd do all right. If this is the market collapse, you know, it going from 1,200 to 2,600 down to 2,200, you know, I'll take that market crash any fucking day. Sign me up.
For sending in bills for things we never ordered. They probably sensed that he didn't have a good grasp of the financial situation, given that he just paid them $2.5K for nothing. So I think they tried to milk a little $100 here, $250 there, and he caught on finally. Yeah, that's right. The Quartering outsourced the maintenance of the site he took $160,000 from his fans to create to some random Indians who scammed him, because of course they did. Things started going so bad for Exclusively Games that Jeremy ran a second fundraiser in July 2019 and got another $50K from his mark-ass followers. It didn't help. By May 2020, despite being over $200,000 in the hole of other people's money, by the way, Jeremy would announce that Exclusively Games was on pause.
When I started this project, it was a a passion project, one that I wanted to prove that a website that doesn't rely on outrage can exist in modern day. My plan was to crowdfund as long as it took to eventually build up a YouTube channel that would then fund the channel. Well, after the first 6 months, the YouTube channel really didn't pick up very much steam, wasn't generating any money, and between paying an editor and people to do social media and to write articles, the money disappeared very quickly. So we ran a second fundraiser, and at that point, I had made it my goal to figure out how to get this funded without continuing to ask for handouts, because I wanted the site to exist on its own. Well, that didn't work. I tried running Amazon ads, I tried doing a couple of different, ads like that. At the end of the day, the site really failed.
Imagine if he would have just taken that $160,000 and invested it in sealed Pokemon boxes. It'd probably be worth like $5-6 million if he put it into the right stuff.
To reach critical mass. Much of that falls on me for not advertising it enough.
Some disgruntled fans of the Quartering, unamused by his bullshit, launched an imitation site, also called Exclusively Games, with the same logo, forum, and even Twitter handle. It didn't last for long, but it goes to show the passion that some of the Quartering's fans had was genuine, and he could have actually had something on his hands if he was just more competent. All in all, it turned out to be more of a money-burning exercise than anything else. Made Game Finder almost look competently executed by comparison. And that's just the beginning. There was also that time in 2020 when the pandemic was taking the world by storm that Quartering would obtain a $32,500 PPP loan from Marketing Sheriff LLC as part of the COVID-19 relief program, a loan which was fully forgiven by the government. Now, Jeremy is far from the only businessman to take advantage of this program during the pandemic, but Jeremy, who likes to think of himself as a real businessman, who got it out the mud and didn't take handouts,
I do
gets
the
a little
same
upset when
thing.
people compare PPP to other types of loan forgiveness. It's okay, bro. You're not less of a man just because you got off on PPP. You are less of a man because of that time you ran away from a bread tuber in August of 2020, though.
Yeah, I do have Yu-Gi-Oh cards as well, too.
What happened is one evening, Quartering's wino tendencies got him into some trouble again. While drunk, he badgered and eventually agreed to a debate with the Surf Times if the Surf Times could raise $5K for charity. The Surf Times then went on to raise 8 times that for trans charity. Now, when the time came for Jeremy to show up or shut up, he ran. He ran away with his tail tucked between his fat thighs.
I had scheduled a debate with a harsh critic of mine. In good faith, I agreed to speak to them for charity's sake. This week, they've taken to a charity live stream and raised money spreading absurd lies about me and showing anything but good faith.
No way. No way.
I should have known. I'll keep to my word about donating money, but this will be the last time I agree to speak to these people in good faith. I've maintained radio silence, not engaged or fired shots at them. They simply couldn't be bothered to extend the same comedy.
Boy.
It goes on. Moving forward, it's pretty hilarious how these folks consider themselves so full of virtue. I wonder what the charity would think about them using the platform of raising money to help trans people was at least partly funded by harassing and bullying others. Hypocrites, as usual.
This motherfucker really ducked the debate with a bread tuber. Grown-ass man who talks shit about other people for a living, who one of his biggest gravy trains was making fun of other people in the Magic community and obsessing over Brie Larson, was crying because a bread tuber was cyberbullying him. My thoughts on this are encapsulated by a tweet by Vouch of all people. What an unbelievable pussy. The Quartering said he'd only debate at the Surf's TV if he gave $5,000 to charity. So let's went ahead and raised over $40,000 for trans mutual aid in a massive 36-hour marathon. And now the Quivering is backing out. Just embarrassing. But what's amazing is that this still wasn't the most embarrassing thing to have happened to the Quartering that month. No, that honor goes to something before this. To Pissgate, the time Jeremy got blackout drunk and pissed in his basement.
You never know. Maybe I'm going to pee in my trash can down here. I don't know. My wife went out for pizza without me, and I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement. What do we think about that? I don't have a bathroom.
That'll show my wife.
I don't have a toilet down here. All I have is a drain in the floor. I feel like we're going to have to use it, though. I got to pee so bad. I got to pee so bad. I'll never survive this round. I'm not going to survive this round. I got to pee so bad. Nobody's been eliminated either. Get up! Get up! No!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I've literally never lost that round. But I'm ready. I'm ready now. Oh my god. I just peed in my basement. No, not in the kitty litter. Just in the drain. In the drain. Look, if you want to watch a streamer that wants to pee in the potty, go watch someone else. When you're a pro gamer like me, yeah, I mean, if you're a dude that, if you want to watch a dude that's going to piss in the fucking overflow tank in his basement, that's who I am. I'm not taking a pause to pee.
I guess you can just get away with shit like this when you're just known for regurgitating news 5 to 6 times a day. And that's the story of how the Quartering, aka PP Piss Boy, relieved himself on the floor of his basement.
Get away with it? Like, what did he even do that was so wrong? Like, yeah, it's kind of cringe. Like, my wife went out to get pizza without me, so I'm gonna piss in my basement drain. Like, but okay, what's the problem? Like, who really fucking cares? Like, is it really that big of a deal? Like, oh no, dude, he pissed in a fucking drain. Like, that's like pissing in your shower. Does anyone actually fucking give a shit? I don't know. Whatever. I guess that's a big deal. Big news for the unemployed. Thoughts on pissing in the sink? I don't really think that's that big a deal either, but I don't know. Whatever. I mean, that's like getting pissed that's, no pun intended, that somebody pisses in, like, their bush or something. Like, who fucking cares? Like,
all in all, 2020 wasn't the best year for Jeremy. A lot of it came down to, well, him. But the alcohol definitely helped.
it's more so the fact that he did it out of spite to, like, own his wife. That's the funnier part. Like, the fact that he actually pissed in the fucking drain, I don't really care. But the fact that he did it to, like, own his wife because she went to get pizza without him is what makes it funny.
We jumped to 2022, the year, in my opinion, that's been the most faithful for the quartering after 2017. It was the year he would purposely shackle the heaviest ball and chain he could to his ankle, voluntarily branding himself with a brand of sacrifice that would see financial demons hunting him down for years to come. This was the year that he would, in May, announce coffee brand coffee.
If you've been on my channel for any amount of time, you know I've spent the better part of the last 5 years covering companies who have gotten woke and eventually gotten broke, lamenting how major companies like Disney or even ice cream makers or comic books have at best become politically divisive and at worst outright attack their own customers. Well, I've sat on the sidelines long enough, and I've decided that I was going to put my money where my mouth was and get into the game, introducing coffee brand coffee. So yeah, I bought a coffee company.
And man, Quarter would really act like this was going to be his biggest move yet, that this was going to be the crown jewel of his entrepreneurial journey. What it would actually turn out to be is a financial burden, a money pit, and a masterclass on how not to run a business. First, we'll start with the conceptual phase. From the beginning, Jeremy's attitude with this business ordeal of his was a little problematic. He talked about all the other businesses he's covered over the years that have failed, but presenting their failings as a result of them just
gotten woke and eventually gotten broke.
Never mind that there have been woke-free and straight-up anti-woke businesses that have also gone broke, but Jeremy had fooled himself into believing that as long as he didn't become an obnoxious ideologue, his coffee company would magically make money. That's not how this works. Conceptual phase problem number 2. Starting a coffee company as your breakout business as a YouTuber is so played out, it's basically parody at this point. Like, how much coffee do these niggas think the average person drinks? And that ain't even the worst of it, because if you're a content creator and you start your own coffee brand, your main competition isn't going to be the other content creator-owned coffee brands. It's going to be the mainstream brands of coffee everybody already buys and are readily available on shelves at Walmart, Target, Costco, etc. And this brings us to conceptual phase problem number 3. The name. Quartering naming his coffee company Coffee Brand Coffee is simultaneously the most arrogant and most retarded thing he has ever done. The cojones on this pendejo to give his coffee this placeholder-ass name and this generic minimalist off-brand aesthetic really speaks to how high he had gotten on his own supply. He really thought he was like that he could sell this shit based on his own name recognition. Maybe he even thought that his giant audience would buy up his whole stock in the first year, so he wouldn't need to make use of that master's in internet marketing and actually market his product to him. He would be wrong, because Quartering would spend the next few years from the time he launched it to the date of me making this video, struggling to sell his generic, boring, overpriced coffee to anyone, including his fans. Turns out when you name your product something that if you put it into Google, you get 9,000 other products first, it's kind of hard to sell. You would think a dude with a degree in marketing would know that, but I guess not. So literally, before the company even got off the ground, the odds of it being a success were already in the single-digit percentage range. If Jeremy had consulted anybody else first, maybe the future woes he would have had to endure could have been avoided. But that's the downside of being rich and also being your own boss. You develop an ego and start thinking you don't need to get a second opinion on shit. Bro really started thinking he was the Elon Musk of YouTube, who he loves, by the way. Jeremy's admiration of Elon is so strong, in fact, that in December of 2022, after Elon bought Twitter, Jeremy got overexcited, got piss boy levels of drunk again, and had a meltdown about how much he loved Elon and wanted to eat his semen just like he ate Sargon's.
I literally got out of bed to make this video. My most important video that I've literally ever made on this channel. I'm tired. I've been working 14 hours a day. I'm on fumes, like pure gas. But this decision, this minute, this moment is so important that I'm willing to F up my entire week. I'm blowing my entire notification window for this video because it's important. It's the most important video I've ever done. Elon Musk has put out a poll. Should I step down as head of Twitter? It is currently 56.3% to 43.7%. It's actually gotten a little bit closer. I need you to go to Elon Musk's Twitter right now. Go to his poll and vote no.
So what was Quartering's brilliant idea on how he was going to sell his coffee? By shilling it, constantly and shamelessly. Shilling your own products isn't the worst thing in the world. It's actually quite respectable to sell something to your audience that you made yourself rather than shill products to some random company whose stuff you might not even use or would have endorsed if you weren't receiving a check for it. The problem with Jeremy's shilling of CDC is volume and desperation. Quartering would literally never miss an opportunity to shill Coffee Brand Coffee. The pinnacle of Quartering's relentless quest to shill Coffee Brand Coffee.
And the funny thing is like the Quartering doesn't even fucking shill it in the right way. Like, he doesn't show himself drinking it on camera. He doesn't hold up a bag of it. He doesn't hold up, like, the branded mug or anything. He just literally, you know, talks about it. He doesn't do anything extra to, like, get people interested in it. Like, nobody even sees him drinking it himself. So, not really great if you're trying to sell a product to not even use said product in front of your audience. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. I just want some fucking money. Like, God. I know, dude. God. If only. Everybody needs that money. It's the common trend in today's capitalistic hellscape, dude. Everybody needs money. An anabolic plays of the two, mute PK, and read what he just said. I don't know what he just said.
You're broke!
There we go. Griff, I don't care what your gay little stat chart says. Nobody's buying a Pokemon cards right now, ESL. Or shelling out large amounts of money to buy PSA 10s. You're going to be sitting on that for a while. Yeah. Keep dreaming, PK, because we're about to witness the highest Pokemon card sale in recorded history next month. So, good luck. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. PK hasn't showered in the Ganges rivers for 6 months. Solid? Well, honestly, I think not showering in the Ganges is better than showering in the Ganges, to be fair. So, if anything, he's actually doing the right thing.
Coffee. Just the moment that really embodies how desperate this dude has been to sell a single bag of this overpriced bullshit of his is when on June 8th of 2022, when Tim Pool, a longtime associate of Quarterings and fellow YouTube news slopper, got swatted during one of his Timcast streams. Now the chat was still live while Tim and the others were away, and while they were, the Quartering went into Tim's chat and chilled his fucking coffee. This is a high stress moment, likely a great moment to brew up a delicious cup of coffee brand coffee if the stress is getting you. Perhaps one of our new teas will calm you, maybe a velvety cup of coffee brand cocoa. Jeremy did this like 4 or 5 times before Tim returned, and even replied with further shilling under all of Tim's tweets.
I heard, you know what the craziest thing was? When we were outside, right? And cops were in the suite, we just kept hearing coffee brand coffee. And I was like, coffee. And I was like, what? Looking around. And then I open the chat and all I see is chats, coffee brand coffee. I'm like, what's happening? Quartering. Jeremy. He gave us $400.
More than that.
Jeremy.
Bro literally has no sense of shame. Now what's funny is that Quartering joked on Twitter, look, I'm not saying I caused the swatting at Tim Pool's house just to hawk my delicious coffee, organic teas, and indulgent cocoas, but I'm not saying that. And then proceeded to get swatted himself just a few hours.
Did he really just say cocoas?
His coffee, organic teas, and indulgent cocoas, but I'm not saying
cocoas.
That, and then proceeded to get swatted himself just a few hours later.
That's what you get, fam. Push you. Yeah, blood. And you come to now, fam.
Despite all this shilling, hawking, suspiciously hyper-positive 5-star reviews, and promises about how he'd get coffee brand coffee on store shelves by the end of 2022, reception to Quartering's coffee has always remained mixed, and he's always struggled to sell any of it. Now, just because Quartering was sinking in the commercial quicksand that was his coffee company, that wouldn't stop him from starting another business just a year later. See, this is how cocky bro was. He was just swimming in money, huffing in all his mustiness, thinking he was gonna be making 9 figures by 2030 or whatever. The motivation for this particular capitalist venture, however, wasn't just Quartering's desire to have a legitimate business, it was to simp. Specifically, the simp for Sydney Watson, the Australian-American former Blaze employee who, along with Elijah Schaefer, who was also president of Jan 6 and went inside the Capitol building in Nancy Pelosi's office with baked Alaska and even took a picture of Nancy Pelosi's email, but was the only person who went inside the Capitol and never faced any punishment for it, for some reason. Hosted the show, You Are Here Together. After Sydney left the Blaze and got in a lawsuit with him, she was kind of left in a bad spot. So Jeremy decided to bust out his cape and play Captain Save a Sheila, and they would, in late 2022, start a new show together called Community Notes. But the Save a Sheila didn't stop there. Now, in March 2023, Quartering would team up with Sydney to launch a whole website called The Publica. The Publica would be a politics and culture news site for free thinkers and mischief makers that would be a grassroots alternative to mainstream media. And Quartering would front $2,500,000 into this venture.
It's just want to hear about Sydney, but I don't know why anyone takes Lauren so seriously. Yeah, I mean, I was heartbroken when I saw her messages. She like literally told people, you know, I went out of my way to try and help her with her tea company, and she had no idea how to do fulfillment or any of this shit. And I was like, hey,
$2,500,000? What the fuck, bro?
Let me help you with that. And because she didn't like the price that it would cost me, but I was making no money on it,
what does
she
that
told all these other
even
people in these private DM groups that I was ripping her off. But by the way, meanwhile, I had paid about $250,000 to start the Publica, and she'd paid $0.
Nigga, you's a mark. Nigga, you's a lame. Nigga, you's a nerd. Nigga, you soft. Nigga, you frail. Nigga, you look like you a tail. Nigga, you's a buster. Nigga, you's a sucker. Nigga, you look like if your bitch told you she fucked another nigga but say she won't do it again. Nigga, you look like you a truster.
This thirsty-ass, happily married man threw $250,000 away in a vain attempt to build a new media empire with Sydney Watson. Quartering likes to say shit like,
I learned long ago that internet foins is dumb. That's why I don't do collabs. so I don't take selfies with other YouTubers. I'm just here to get on my grind.
But I don't know, Jeremy. Throwing $250,000 into a collab with a bitch you barely know is definitely a few steps beyond what most people would do for their internet friends. Jeremy actually really wants internet friends more than the average e-celeb does. He yearns for acknowledgement and acceptance from his peers like Dankula, Sargon, Tim Pool, and especially conservative women like Sydney, along with Lauren Southern, Lauren Chin, and pretty much any other right-wing chick he tried to date using his money. Sydney barely gave him crumbs of attention before, by the way. But now that she was in a vulnerable state and having burned several bridges with conservative influencers she probably shouldn't have, she had to rely on Jeremy, who swooped in to be the extremely awkward and creepy hero that Sydney probably didn't want but definitely deserved. And when I say awkward and creepy, I'm not just pulling a quartering and pulling stuff out of my cheeks. On the show, Jeremy would often let loose slips like,
my DMs are closed. I get too many dick pics.
Do you? Oh.
Just loads of them.
Oh,
and they're not great either. They're not great. They're like flaccid. Girl, have you ever peed in a trough where there's like dongs on the left of you and to the right? You can see them both.
You don't have to look at them.
River?
You don't have to look at them. It's
You
not
have
like
to look. It's a respect thing. If there's a guy who is like supremely hung, you would like rib him about it. You know what I mean? Versus like be jealous.
And it wouldn't be Jeremy without him getting drunk and saying weird shit on Twitter he would have to delete later once he sobered up, like this one. If this post ends on an odd number of replies, Sydney will post a lewd photo in the replies. One can only imagine what Sydney's DMs from this period look like. Anyway, Operation Simping for Sydney ultimately ended in failure after the Publica failed to gain any traction and struggled to hit even 20% of its subscription goal.
So I have to make a little bit of an announcement. Myself and my good friend Sydney Watson launched a media company back in February 2022, known as the Publica. Almost everybody, on a personal note, who worked for that site did it for almost peanuts. But sadly, my time with the Publica has come to an end. My career has been evolving, and I've just been spread too thin, and I need more time and space for personal projects.
According to former employees, Quartering fired the staff while drunk in the middle of the night, and Sydney, though she wouldn't outright trash him, has avoided being caught up in the Quarter Planet's orbit too much ever since. Hey, nobody said something was easy. Or cheap. Another failed business venture and another failed attempt to catch himself an e-girl. But that was okay. Jeremy was going to throw more money at another conservative woman he wouldn't make the money back on, namely Melanie Mack. Now, she isn't the only woman currently employed by the Quartering. He has several people, male and female, on his payroll that he probably shouldn't. But what makes Melanie stand out is not only does she not really bring anything to the table besides being one of several human money pits that orbit around the Quarter Planet and eat up his net worth, but Jeremy is obviously fixated on and overfamiliar with her to a degree he just isn't with any other co-host, and constantly white knights and fights battles for her to a degree that, even as a boss trying to look out for his employees, is kind of much. It also makes his earlier words about Christine Sprinkle and her white knights look a little hypocritical in hindsight. This was most obvious during the brief Goonergate incident in December of last year, when Melanie and a handful of other culture war righties went crusading against not porn, but extremely sexualized content in male-targeted media in general. Now, people started clapping back at Melanie and her anti-Gooner allies' Puritan stances, and also pointed out that Melanie, as a fan of Tomb Raider, was throwing stones from a class house. Quartering would then come to Milady's defense against these Gooner nerds who just wanted to play big titty games all day. Just to remind you guys how Jeremy was moving just a couple years ago.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here, Unsleeved Media, and I've got a scoop for you. I've got some rejected art from Ixalan. You know, I don't know if you have seen this. I did share this image with the YouTubes. I'm not entirely sure why Wizards of the Coast wouldn't print this card. I mean, certainly very powerful, very intelligent, very thought-provoking. Lots to think about with this card. What's going on in Jorah's mind here?
But Jeremy wasn't reflecting on any of that. He just jumped at the opportunity to look good for an employee he'd be better off laying off. This is true for most of the Quartering's employees. He hires all these people to help run his businesses that all fail anyway, save for his YouTube channel that could probably run just as well with just 1 or 2 full-time editors. The most use Quartering really gets out of these guys is as co-hosts on his Rumble streams, which he started mostly streaming from in 2023. Now, he said it was because of free speech Rumble allowed compared to YouTube, which is preposterous. Like, Quartering's not even spicy enough for that to be an authentic reason. Part of the reason why Quartering's been able to thrive over the years anyway is because all of the actual edgy people, the far righties, the edgelord comedians, the shot jock streamers and whatnot, would all get banned during the late 10s, and there was a vacuum for milquetoast righties like Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool, and the Quartering to thrive in. The actual reason Jeremy went to Rumble was for the fat checks Rumble was going to pay him to stream from there, and the benefits of constantly being on Rumble's front page. Jeremy's Rumble deal has made him a heavy chunk of change over the years, until it hasn't. See, Jeremy, despite his years of experience and frequent business failures at this point, still has failed to internalize one of the most basic rules of business, that is, preparing for downturns. When business is booming, everything's easy. You can lose a couple stacks and recoup it all and then some in a few years. But when winter comes, when the drought comes, when that recession hits and the revenue ain't hitting like it used to, is your business capable of weathering the momentary hardship and not just fall apart? The answer, if your name is Jeremy Hambly, is no. Quartering's entire empire was built off the back of his YouTube success. His endless stream of YouTube slot videos is his financial foundation. Everything else is supplementary. So when these other businesses have been failing, Jeremy was like, it's fine. When his staff payroll gets a little high, he's like, it'll be all right. Even when Rumble ended his deal with Jeremy, stopped paying him those big checks, his subscriptions there start drying up, and he didn't get reliably put on Rumble's front page anymore, he can still shrug and say, well, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. But shit, it's different when his YouTube metrics start performing so well too.
Looks like there's some trouble in paradise.
See, Jeremy's been getting a bit anxious as of late, like actually losing his shit a bit.
I know a lot of you have been asking about my breathing, what's going on with that.
breathing.
It's from anxiety, and I've been having a lot of it lately. I've been trying to get off the medication. I've been on, SSRIs for a long time for anxiety, and they tried to say, oh, well, let's up your dose, but I didn't want to do that. And my doctor's like, well, it's not as effective anymore because you've been on it for such a long time. I'm hoping it's just a rough patch. It was a really, really, really stressful July between, my foot. I had Achilles tendonitis, then I had gout, and then I had anxiety, and then I had, no paycheck for July because the Rumble deal expired. It was just a whole bunch of crazy, stressful stuff.
Now, you might look at these numbers and say, that's not bad. Well, they are bad when you're an almost 2 million sub channel and you're hundreds of thousands of dollars in the hole and are employing way more people than you should. Apparently, breaking even 70K on a video is no longer a guarantee for the quartering. Not unless he's talking about something topical like Charlie Kirk's assassination. By the way, Jeremy's been one of those guys going at Candace Owens for milking Charlie's death for views, despite making literally dozens of videos about Charlie in a row to milk his death for views too. Reminded that Jeremy's full of shit and just as much of a shameless grifter as Candace is. Jeremy's metrics are even worse on his secondary channel, Jeremy Hambly. This used to be a channel called
Quartercast,
and he can't even get 50K on a video reliably anymore. The last few months have been the worst performing months he's had on YouTube in years. And he can blame it on his channel getting shadow banned, censored, or strangled as if his cookie cutter ass clickbait is worth that type of effort from Google. The truth is, after being blessed with a gravy train for the better part of a decade, YouTube's algorithm doesn't care for the quartering in his stank anymore. Censorship on YouTube has actually lessened recently under Neil Mahan, and Neil's even let some edgy boys from the past who've been banned for a while back on the platform. Now this is terrible news for Jeremy, because the lack of competition was one of his main strengths. He can't hang in an era of YouTube where he's not getting that algorithmic stimulus package and has to compete with right-leaning content creators who make better content than his slop. The next few years of Jeremy's YouTube career aren't looking too bright. And if all this financial stress was occurring in just one place, that'd be bad enough. But it's everywhere, all at once. His main channel, his secondary channel, his Rumble, and worst of all, his coffee company. Bro, Coffee Brand Coffee has gotten Jeremy all the way fucked up. Apparently, he's over $300,000 in debt.
What's up, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this, but it appears I have to now. Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, hey, I've got my Mega Mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio. Obviously, it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max. It was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff. We really are at an inflection point where a lot of companies would take on investors. I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt. I'm just being dead serious.
And it's the worst type of debt. Debt that's tied to high interest loans and unsecured credit. And he just can't sell any of it. It doesn't matter how many flavors he has or how many holiday specials he makes. He's not moving any of this product. No market footprint and no market penetration. Only thing getting penetrated is Jeremy's bussy. Because winter is coming, bills are due, and he's got tons of inventory that nobody, including his fans, want. And before we get off this subject, I need to spill some beans about a certain not so secret detail concerning Coffee Brand Coffee. That is the claim that Jeremy does everything in-house at his privately owned coffee company and doesn't just drop ship.
There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company.
Yeah, that is also a lie. Jeremy doesn't do all the work in-house. Pick the beans, roast the blends, all that stuff. He didn't even really buy a coffee company at all. What he's actually been doing is repackaging coffee made by a company called Mill Creek Coffee Roasters and selling it as his own. Which he can do since Mill Creek Coffee Roasters is a private label that allows other white label companies, which Coffee Brand Coffee actually is, to do that. In a video Jeremy posted to prove that he does in fact have a roastery, people are able to compare these photos to ones that Mill Creek Coffee had available on their social media, and they looked identical. People also noticed that Coffee Brand Coffee's LLC coincidentally happened to share the exact same address as the LLC of Player One Coffee, a coffee company coincidentally owned by Zach Shutt, who's also the CEO of MetaPCs, coincidentally, one of Jeremy's main sponsors over the years. Also, coincidentally, of course, Zach's Coffee had also featured a roastery that looked an awful lot like Mill Creek's. Also, they somehow had the same address that was only a 20-minute drive from a facility owned by Mill Creek Coffee Roasters, who are the ones who are actually brewing this coffee. Not Player One Coffee, and certainly not Coffee Brand Coffee. This whole time, Quartering's been bragging about how he's doing everything in-house instead of drop shipping. In reality, what he's doing is technically a step below drop shipping, because not only is Coffee Brand Coffee a white label product, it's just a copy of another white label product, Player One Coffee. And this isn't some grand secret either. Companies who actually do roast their own beans know exactly what Jeremy is doing. So the Coffee Brand Coffee company, that's basically a millstone around this motherfucker's neck at this point, was built on a lie that Quartering has been peddling for over 3 years.
And wasn't the company like that he uses like super pro LGBT too or something? So that was the ironic part as well. It's like, here's Mr. Anti-Woke, and the company that he's using is like pro-gay.
This be a lesson. Being a grifter doesn't always pay. The Quartering is spiraling. His metrics keep dropping. His businesses have all failed or are actively failing. He's burning through money month after month, and Melanie Mack and Sydney Watson still won't give him a crumb. It's tough out here for Jeremy. Well, not really. Because as much as Jeremy likes to e-beg his fans to bail him out of the latest financial Kimura lock he's put himself in.
Mother's Day is next week, but more important than that, I'm hoping, praying, asking you guys to support the channel.
He still lives one of the most decadent lifestyles in America. And he doesn't even hide it. At least with the Millhouse Coffee Roaster shit, he tries to keep that on the down low. He'll just openly talk about and post photos and videos of his collection of vintage arcade arcade machines, his fleet of cars including a fully modded Cybertruck, his multiple $1,000 plus watches, his giant RC track on his acres of land, his giant ass house that he had personally built in his 7-foot tall saltwater fish tank. This ain't me tanky posting about Jeremy living it up too big. He can ball out as much as he wants with his money. This is me pointing out that a millionaire who lives like this has no business extending his hand and asking for a handout from his audience. The quartering being an ape when it comes to running his various businesses and being a giant consumer when it comes to managing his finances is the quartering's problem, nobody else's. Moist Critical recently turned off all forms of his monetization because he already felt he made too big of a bag over the years to justify it and felt guilty about his working class.
No. Moist Critical did not turn off all forms of monetization. He turned off super chats and that's it. Probably because he doesn't want to have to fucking read them anymore. That is a complete fucking lie. He definitely still collects money. He's getting paid from ad revenue. Don't you worry. It's just he's made like $50 million, so he doesn't feel like he needs to read super chats anymore.
Fans continuing to give him their hard-earned money. But Big Hambley over here, nah, he needs those donos, he needs those memberships, he needs that ad revenue, he needs a Rumble deal, he needs for you to buy his coffee, he needs for you to buy his MAGA mixology book, and he needs for you to pay for his hotel expenses. Holy shit, dude. Just get a cup, find a corner, and start begging pedestrians for change at this point, nigga. Goddamn.
So, bottom line, you're a huge grifter.
Massive. Yeah. I've actually, so I have it drawn out. I have basically a 2-year plan that started last year. I'm pretty sure that like my channel will be irrelevant like by this time next year. There hasn't been a big push in the last year. And if there isn't another one next year to kind of refresh viewership, I've already kind of started planning my exit plan. So I'm maximum grift.
I mean, that's not bad. I don't see an issue with that, honestly. Get your money. That's the whole point of this YouTube shit, man. So, you know, get paid. That's like the entire reason anybody does this shit in the first place. Is to get that cash money, baby. Otherwise, it's kind of a massive waste of time. You know, it's obvious that most people don't have like a genuine passion for the shit they talk about anymore. Like, it's just... I don't know, especially if you do like gaming or popular culture type content. I really don't know how you would maintain a genuine passion nowadays. Especially with gaming content, it's like shit. You'd have to be like literally just the most mind-raped consumer type to actually just actively sit there and be excited for what, you know, the industry has, I guess, in store for the future. The DSP video? What DSP video? This one? We can watch.
All right, Judge Drudas did 100 chases. Bad.
Let's see.
Bad boys, what you gonna do when I come for you? Nobody mouse me, no brigade. Policeman, they get no break. Soldier man again, no break. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Okay. Yeah, and almost. What's this? Did you see RTU's biggest dent got exposed? Let's see. What is it? Yeah, I imagine his viewers are fucking weird. This is Juicy Booch. Oh, God. Biggest dent, lives with his parents, works his ass off for low pay, and hands it over to Rich for attention. Yeah, he's probably in love with them. He's probably unironically in love with them. So that's the thing is, like, you know, a lot of the biggest donors for, like, YouTubers and stuff are, you know, actually gay for them. It wouldn't surprise me, because I'm pretty sure Juicy Booch is a big leftist as well. So, quite sad, isn't it? I live with me mom, and you give all your money to Review Tech USA. It's actually kind of sad. Nah, I don't think Ricardo falls into that category because Ricardo makes a shitload of money, so To him, it's not really that big a deal. But for some dude who's waging, living at home with me mom, then that's a big difference. Schizo Garcia with the 2 Snicker tubers. Always use other Snickers for cutaway memes. I guess so. I don't know, man. I don't really watch too many of them.
Almost looks like a star, right? Okay. So one of them is a star. Oh god, there it is. Okay. So one looks like a star and one looks like, what the fuck would that be? Upside down Y? So remember, a star and an upside down Y. Okay, it's a U. So a star, a Y, an upside down Y, a U, and then we got to see what's actually in the bathroom. Okay? Okay, a diamond.
Oh, is this that stupid fucking robot game he was playing the other day?
So, okay. 3, 5, 3.
I can't
4.
blame him
3,
for
5,
rage
3,
quitting
4.
that. Looked terrible.
Left to right. 3, 5, 3, 4. Doesn't work. 5, 3, 4. What is it then? I don't know. What's the fucking combination? We did it right. It doesn't work, so I give up. I just want to know the combination so we can continue. I did the puzzle correctly, so fuck this. Ellipsian, what went wrong here? Why doesn't the puzzle work? The combination is random every playthrough, so it's completely fucked up. Okay, you know what it is? I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Ready? We're gonna go back. I know exactly how to solve it now. Left to right, up to down. So if we're going left to right, it's definitely still the Y first. 3, then the star. 3, then the U. 5, and then the diamond. 4. 3, 3, 5, 4. I give up. Fuck this game. No, I don't even care anymore. It doesn't work. It said left to right. First we did left to right, just moving left to right. That didn't work. Then we did left to right going rows. That didn't work. Fuck this game. Not my fault. Fuck this game. Fuck this stupid fucking game. It's ass. That's 2 different solutions of interpreting the puzzle that's not specific enough to figure out, and they still don't work. Like, why do I want to play further if the game's design is poor? It's pissing me off now. Now I can't, dude, I can't remember. Where the fuck is it? Here, let's save again. Remember, left to right. That's what we did. Left to right. That's exactly what we fucking did. Unless, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Guess what? The number is written on the back of the symbol. So the actual combination is 2, 7, 6, 0.
Brutal, man.
Thanks, Talking Tiger, for $1. At this point, I don't even want to play anymore. I hate to say it, but the puzzles are not good. This puzzle is completely stupid. You want me to really just sit here and fuck with 17 possible combinations because your game's not specific enough? Oh, I pressed 9 instead of 0? Still didn't work. It was 2760, I said, right? Why would 0672 be the solution? I said 2760 is what I said that it was, right? I don't want to play anymore. I hate to say it, the puzzles are the worst part of the game. The lore is interesting, the sneaking is fine, the puzzles suck. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really fault him for not wanting to play
No, it didn't
this
open.
shit.
Nothing happened. It doesn't work. Obviously, this would react in a positive way, and it's not. Like I said, 2, 7, 6, 0. It's 2760, which doesn't work. The only other thing it could be 2, 6, 7. It could be 2670 if you're going solely left to right and you don't care about order of angle. So 2760. It doesn't work. I give up. This is just garbage. I don't want to play it anymore. It's complete garbage.
I mean, again, I don't really blame him. The game looks fucking terrible, so I can definitely relate to DSP's rage. Did I get my refund? Yes, I did, thankfully. It actually took it a while to come through, but I did get it.
Complete garbage. Really? And people are like, oh, the solution is randomized. So does anyone understand how to solve the fucking puzzle? Like, I don't care about the number. I just want to know how do you solve it. Because I know the 4 symbols, but I can't solve the puzzle because it doesn't work. Do you understand why I said I wasn't beating this tonight, even though there's only like 90 minutes left? Ellipsian, here's the 4 symbols. The Y, the upside down Y in the first column. So the second one down in the first column looks like an upside down Y. In the second column, the U, which is the second from the bottom. In the third column, that star, which is right under the circle. And in the fourth column, the bottom right-hand corner of the diamond. Those are the 4 symbols. But what does that correspond to the numbers on the back? Because we're doing it. We've done every combination. They don't work. It should be 0762. Why would it be backward? 0762. All right. Now it says left to right, but technically then you're going right to left. All right, let's try 0762, which means actually the instructions are incorrect. Nope. That doesn't work either. Like, literally nothing works. Their puzzle is busted. The puzzle is poorly designed. I'm about to give up. Well, it's this simple. I played Blueprints this year, and Blueprints has some of the most insanely cryptic puzzles I've ever experienced in any video game in my life. Way more complex than this. The difference is you can figure out the solutions. Or with a simple guide online, you can figure out the solutions. In this case, the game does not provide enough guidance whatsoever to concretely solve the puzzle yourself. You would need to seek the help of online people who are also playing to figure it out. And I can understand that in Blueprints, which is a 60+ hour puzzle game. For a game that's only 5 to 6 hours long, this is not acceptable to me. They really screwed this up. And the solution does not explain the puzzle at all. It says left to right. Okay, I put it in left to right. Incorrect. I put it in right to left. Incorrect. I put it in with the numbers in one way. Incorrect. The other way. Incorrect. So, obviously, your puzzle's busted. You know? It's your puzzle is the problem, not me. Okay. Whatever you say. So, let's not say it's the back. So, if we're going left to right, then and let's say it would be 3, 3. Or it could be 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 4. 3, 5, 3, 4. And the creature's coming now, and there's nowhere to hide.
He did, in fact, do nothing wrong, man.
Hello! Kill me, please. I'm tired of this. I'm done. Literally, if no one on the stream, we have hundreds of people watching, they can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. It's not worth anyone's time. So I think I'm done.
I don't blame
so we go
him,
the other
honestly.
way. We tried 2670. We tried 2760. Yeah, we tried every combination.
I would have
3,
already
5, 3,
deleted
4,
the
right?
game by now.
Which would be 3, 5, 3, 4. But if we did it backwards, it could be 4, 3, 5, 3. We just tried that. That didn't work. This is the dumbest game I've ever played at this point. This puzzle is just ridiculously stupid. 3, 5, 3, 4, 3, 3, 5, 4. 4, 5, 3, 3. No, 4, 3, 5, 3. Fuck this.
Yeah.
If I don't figure it out right now, I'm done.
Delete.
Fuck this. This is dumb.
He quit. He rage quit.
I'm done. If the game wants to actually, like, code the fucking puzzle to work and make sense to anyone with a logical thinking brain, I'll bother with it again. I'm not wasting any more time on this game. They fucked it up. That's the dumbest puzzle I've ever seen. Again, I literally fucking
I
played
agree. It
Blueprints.
does look stupid.
And the only reason I quit Blueprints is because it took too long. I was over 60 hours in and kept solving more puzzles. This puzzle is so poorly designed, I'm just not going to bother with it. I'm done with this game. Blame the game devs. It is a small indie game. It is a Game Pass game. I like the atmosphere, but if you can't design a simple puzzle, if that's beyond your understanding as a game dev, then maybe you should make other kinds of games. Don't put puzzles in your game. Because that was ridiculously stupid. There's nothing to Google. Everyone says it's completely different. For everyone, it's randomized, so you can't even look up the solution. So, we're done. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you guys. Literally, someone who beat the game is saying, they're telling me the solution, it didn't work, and they don't know why it doesn't work. So, it's a shame. I don't think the game's bad. I just feel like the game needs work. The game needs more design upgrades. Like, for example, when you're being chased by the robots, it's incredibly frustrating because you're meant to remember the entire layout without a map. And if you're not playing the game nonstop, it's too hard to remember that. In this part, you need to remember the entire layout, even though the doors are locked. And then they throw a puzzle at you while a monster is stalking you. That's not really easily solvable at all. Just fucking give me the solution. Tell me how to solve your own puzzle. It's too... that's too much to ask for a gamer in 2025. I don't think so. I'm not asking you to put yellow paint on the paper, but I literally tried 10 different combinations and none of them are correct. Like, dude, fuck this. So, the game is fine when it comes to its atmosphere and its design, but that puzzle just kills it for me. Already, I had a feeling people weren't going to care much about the game, and I was right, because I was gone for 10 days, and now I come back and the stupid thing doesn't work. Broden says, I Googled the way to solve it. It's too long to type. So it's not left to right? Then why'd they put that on the paper? Let me guess. All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. The photo's left to right. That was the star. That was the U. That was the upside down Y. And that was the diamond. So the star is 3. The upside down Y is 2. The U is 6. 3, 2, 6. And the diamond is 0. No. Yes. So 7, 7, 2, 6, 0.
I thought he said it was 3.
Chat saying 3260.
He quit. He rage quit.
Sorry, folks, I tried. That's enough. 40 minutes of one puzzle is enough for me. The game sucks because they fucked up the puzzles. If they would make real puzzles in there for intelligent people, it would be good. It's awful. All right, to be legit, this is not good. I'm not wasting any more time on it. Good riddance. Okay. Sorry, I tried, everybody. We're just gonna hang out now. What a waste of time. What a shame, because we played so much into it and had a good time with it, and then they got to do that shit. They got to mess it up with a busted puzzle with awful instructions that literally no one can figure it out, even on the stream. So, fuck it.
Quite frankly, I also don't want to grind for fucking diamonds over and over to do this. This is a waste of my fucking time. This game sucks.
You know, I agree with DSP, honestly. Like, that does not look fun. That does not look fun. Let's see. Oh, he's playing Expedition 33.
Bad boys, what you gonna do when I come for you? Nobody
Alright,
must
I'll
speak no
watch this one
brigade.
too.
Policeman, they get no break. Up, soldier man, again no break. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
We have lots more to do, and thank you for the early support already. You know, amazing support for Expedition 33. No.
Well, I had terrible, like, when Expedition 33 came out, that was like one of my worst viewed streams ever. That game was genuinely boring as shit, not only to play, but I imagine to watch as well. Like, genuinely 30 to 45 minute segments of just dialogue and nothing happening. So, I can't really say I'm shocked that, you know, Phil also experienced low viewership, but at least he got high support.
No complaints at all. If anything else comes in, I would appreciate it. If you are enjoying the stream, please remember to give it a like. The like helps a ton for engagement. Please consider subscribing to DSP Gaming if you're not on YouTube. Follow the channel on YouTube. Follow it on Kick if you can. If you'd like to support and go above and beyond today, hey, memberships, Gifted memberships or super chats on YouTube, all amazing. Kicks or gifted subs or subs on Kick, all amazing. Or tips via PayPal would be great. You use the tip command, !tip, okay? We have 0 contributions on Kick today. 0. Not a single sub.
0.
Not a single gifted sub. No kicks. In fact, all of the contributions this week, except for 1 on Kick so far, are troll contributions. So it sure would be great for the people that are over on Kick enjoying, if they could support the stream, that would be nice of you. All right? Okay? I mean, you'll literally be the first real person to support if you support right now. Okay. Any chance of doing another playthrough of Donkey Kong 64 when it comes to Nintendo Switch Online?
No. No, no, no.
Quite frankly, I also don't want to grind for fucking diamonds over and over to do this. This is a waste of my fucking time. This game sucks. Okay. We're off, everyone. That was a quick one, thankfully. Remember, guys, when I am playing Expedition 33, when if you tag me in the chat, we can talk. Like, no one is tagging me or talking to me today at all. So I'm just playing the game, but it would be great if people would chill and enjoy and interact. I don't know why you're not today, particularly. It's kind of weird, to be honest, but hey, whatever floats your boat. I mean, I'm enjoying the game, but I do like talking with the audience, too. Let's see here. 220 just did 500 kicks. Says Grace Thorpe said she would be open to collab on a stream. It would be a great segment for a future podcast. I have no idea who that is. If someone's interested in collabing, they can always reach out to me. There's many
Oh, that's FBI's woman. I forgot about her.
public ways to reach me.
Wonder if she's gotten fat.
And I'm not going to say no until I know what we're talking about. I don't know who that is. Thank you for 500 kicks. That's legit our first contribution from Kick today and the entire day. And quite frankly, almost the entire contribution from yesterday, too. Like, we've had almost no Kick contributions so far this week. So thank you for that. It sure would be great to get some support on Kick today of all the people watching over there, because there are a ton. So please consider it. Maybe some kicks or a sub or a gifted sub would be great. Thank you for watching. Okay. I know people aren't really talking much in the chat for this game. It sucks because I said I wanted to bring this game back. I wanted to do this content that we all missed, and everyone agreed, let's do it. I brought it back. Now we've had it for a couple of weeks. I understand I didn't play this for like 10 days, but now we're back. Today, I don't know what happened. People didn't show up. People did support. Don't get me wrong. But basically, no one's paying attention to the game. I'm asking questions. No one's really talking to me about the game besides maybe 1 or 2 people. So I feel like I'm playing by myself, and that's not what I stream for. So it is disappointing. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what happened. People said they wanted this game. Originally, they were showing up for it, and now they're not. So I don't know. Interesting. It's cool looking at that board. You guys are super quiet today. What's going on? Why are you guys not talking at me? Did you fall asleep, everybody? Are you asleep on the stream? Should I turn some like lullabies on for you guys? La la loo, dream peacefully, star sweeper, la la loo. Oh, it sucks. I want to keep going. I want to see all the content, but apparently people just don't want to show up for this game. I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm literally just sitting here asking. So, is there something in here? Should I be doing? No answer. No one engaging. No one answering. Okay. I guess I'm playing it for myself then. I don't know what else to say. We're literally back down to the viewership for this game that I had when I played it earlier in the year. Seriously. 175 viewers. I don't know how many we have on Kick, but no one talking about the game. So yeah, I guess we're going to have to talk about it. I want to play this game. I like it, but it's also not just about support. It's about people showing up and hanging out and playing when I'm playing the game, and no one did today. So yeah, that is disappointing to me. It legit is. Like, I'm actually upset that we were having fun with this game, and I had a holiday break for Christmas, and now I come back to it and no one's here. Like, what happened? So thank you for that. This person says, good evening, everyone. I threw the towel in on my personal Expedition 33 playthrough. I was so damn close to platinuming, but Simon is absolutely crazy. I beat Clea with a lot of lucky strikes, but Simon has cheap moves. I'm sure you will enjoy the bastard as 3 phases. All right, I get the feeling we've got a ways till we get to that content. Everyone talks about Simon being the super boss of the game, but I don't...
Is he playing Rebirth? If he was, his viewership would be crazy high. Obviously. But nah, this shit looks fucking terrible. Expedition 33 is the most overrated slop ever. The fact that people consider this game a masterpiece shows you the current state of modern gaming is even worse than you could ever possibly imagine. Like, the fact that we're at a point now where this shit's considered a masterpiece level game is genuinely pretty fucking sad. I don't know, man. It's super fucking blackpilling.
I don't even know who the hell he is. So I guess we'll see as we get further in. But thank you for the tip, and I appreciate that. I'll see. We'll have to see. You know, for me, my concern right now is attendance. It's not even support today has been great, but it's not just about support. It's about people actually showing up and engaging with the content. To be honest, there's about 3 or 4 people in YouTube chat talking about the game. There's literally no one all day in Kick chat talking about the game. So Kick, that's probably why we have like no Kick support at all besides 500 kicks today. And YouTube chat, again, it's kind of dead all day. That sucks. my hope was that I would bring this game back and people would be engaged and like it. It sadly isn't really materializing. I do appreciate the support, and I want you to understand I'm not complaining in that regard, but I am streaming for an audience, and I was hoping to get a bigger audience for the game, bringing it back because people wanted it, and here we are, 3 streams in, and already it's dead. That's not cool. I'm gonna have to start talking about this in my vlogs. Come on, man. So people understand that, you know, I want to stream this and play it because I like it, but I need people to actually show up. It's all good if you're watching and don't know anything about the game. That's fine, too. But I'll be honest, I really like interactive streams, and some of you have been interactive today, but not everyone. You know, it's actually been quite slow for chatting today, and that's unfortunate.
Great.
Brandy says, I found your stream for the Aspen interview after a couple streams. This is insufferable. The interview is an act. I wish you the best. I hope you find peace. What is insufferable? Me playing Expedition 33? What a stupid thing to say. You realize that in life, you have to justify things you say, right? You don't just say things like that and not back them up. Like, you actually have to, like, give justification. Exactly. What a toxic thing to say on a chill stream where all I'm doing is playing an RPG. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, now you said, no, you are. I'm what, toxic? Okay, explain why.
Why am
you
I
make it happen to come to
toxic?
someone's stream and be negative and talk junk and have nothing else to say? Like, you're not going to actually explain? You're just going to be like, oh, you're a jerk. Okay, why?
I don't know why he doesn't stream Street Fighter more often. You know, his audience really likes it, and he gets a ton of support for it, too, so... I don't get it, personally.
Like, I'm just chilling. I'm playing Expedition 33. What's the problem, exactly? What were you expecting on a stream titled Expedition 33? No, LG says, oh, I read several things. This game has had awards taken away from it because it used AI. No, that was just a bunch of clout-chasing awards, like the indie awards, who just wanted to get some attention, so they basically did it to cause a big hoopla. The game did not use much AI at all. The AI that it used was placeholder AI, and then they replaced that with stuff later.
Yeah, if anything, the more egregious sin is the blatant copy-pasting of Unreal Engine 5 assets in the most slopified manner imaginable. There is nothing visually appealing about Expedition 33. In fact, it's a genuinely ugly game from a graphical standpoint. It's not even like a good game to look at. Like, the art style sucks. It just looks like UE5 assets copy-pasted into a fantasy setting. Yeah, dude, the game does give me, like, that nauseous feeling of, like, just ugly, blurry visuals with a shitload of motion blur, and nothing looks sharp or crisp. Yeah, it's very ugly. There's nothing visually appealing about the game from a art design perspective. It's just beyond slop. The only area that looked kind of decent is like the, I guess, pseudo underwater kind of setting, but even that was super generic. I don't know. There's just really nothing special about that game. It's like baby's first, you know, JRPG style game with parry slappa combat mechanics for the fucking normgroids to soy out over. I don't know. I genuinely just do not get the fucking hype for that game at all. I mean, maybe if you've completely ignored the JRPG genre your entire gaming career, then maybe I guess I could see why you think it's like some fucking masterpiece level experience, but if you've played any sort of JRPG in the last 20 years, it's really not anything that fucking special. So, I don't know. Gaming career is crazy. That's right. We're all professionals here after all.
And it's already been explained by the game devs multiple times. It's just that here's the problem. So many people sadly just, oh crap, just believe what they initially hear, and they never go any further than that. So for example, I remember when Xbox One was originally announced, a lot of people just heard, oh, you're not going to be able to trade in games, you're not going to be able to buy used games. Well, I don't want it. And that was it. Like, they didn't actually hear that later on the company went back on all that and changed it, right? So first impressions are everything. So if you hear a big news story that this game used AI and now it's lost the award, it was stripped of an award, you might think the game sucks or something. In reality, it's just nonsense. It's actually just they were clout chasers at that award show. They wanted to get attention for themselves because no one cares about their awards. So they just did this big stunt. Oh, we're stripping them because they use AI. And then the game devs came out like, no, we did not use AI extensively at all.
Tim Marco, the 279. I started using an electric toothbrush. Very nice. Yeah, nothing quite tickles the bean like an electric toothbrush, so very nice, bro. Enjoy. And Daryl's on with the 2. You still mad about AI Expedition 33 beat Rebirth? Sure. What did it beat it at?
In fact, most of the AI that you still see in the game was an accident. It was like placeholder stuff we accidentally forgot to remove. So for the record, the guy who insulted me never said another word, of course. He said, you can't just insult someone. You have to justify things you say in light, you know? I guess some people don't know that. They legit think they can just say whatever they want, and they don't have to justify anything, probably because they've been taught that by society, which is completely incorrect. But I give the guy a chance to elaborate on what he was saying, and he said nothing. He's been dead quiet. So, there you go. Listen, you don't like me or you don't like my content. You don't have to, but at least tell me what's wrong. How can I ever improve? We only have about 20 minutes left, guys. So, you know, we're probably not going to finish this dungeon, but we will next time. And I hope, sadly, I hope that people show up next time and we'll, you know, again, engage with the stream. I'm happy that now you guys are talking with me. I appreciate that. I wish the whole stream had been like this, though. You know, all of a sudden, the fact it got so slow, very bizarre. Randy basically was being nasty in the chat. He's like, oh, I came over from Asmongold, but man, it was all lies and I don't like you. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, can you explain? So he said in the chat, oh, I'm too focused on income and contributions. And I should just be about the game. It would be cool. You do realize today, I think I mentioned income maybe a grand total of maybe 3 or 4 times over the course of like a 5 to 6 hour stream. Okay? I said right off the bat, my disappointment with today's stream is that we didn't get enough people. The support has been great. I'm not disappointed whatsoever in the support of this stream. I'm sad that we didn't get enough viewers and we didn't get enough people who were engaged with the game. Like when I stream, I'm trying to stream for a decent audience. Originally, when we started streaming this about a month ago, people were coming in droves. We had double the attendance. Now the attendance is down to 144 people on YouTube, and I have no idea how many we have on Kick. That's not good. That's disappointing.
Yeah, the fandom for the game is like the fucking Reddit audience, which is like the most unbearable, you know, just mongoloid group of people when it comes to video game discourse. So, yup, it's got like the same type of fan base as something like Silk Song, Undertale. I'm trying to think, what's another good example? Cyberpunk, Witcher 3. You know, it's got one of those fan base, GTA or Red Dead Redemption 2, where they like literally just jerk off to the game constantly. They think it's literally impossible for any, you know, feature or part of the game to be anything other than a fucking masterpiece.
That's my concern. Income has nothing to do with it. So literally, here's what I think the problem is. People go and listen to all the nasty stuff about me, and then they come to the stream and they complain about it. Did you actually sit on the stream? Were you actually here watching? Like, what you're saying literally didn't even happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't even happen at all. He says, you have moved from saying support to attendance. Do you not understand the difference? When I say support, I mean people actually, like, financially supporting the stream. Like someone throwing a super chat or a membership or a sub. When I say attendance, I mean actual attendance. Like, people being here. Like, I want to warrant the fact that I just spent 4 hours playing this game, doing the optional super bosses, optional dungeons. I want to make sure there's an audience for it. Just because a few people came by and threw some money, and I appreciate that because that's what keeps me afloat, that doesn't mean that in general my audience is into the game, and that's disappointing because people had convinced me to play it again. You know, I love this game. I played it earlier in the year. I think it's amazing, but I am sad that now it looks like people don't care again. Like, this is the second time now this has happened. So what I'll do in vlogs, in hangout sessions, I'll mention it. I'll see if we can drum up more attendance for the game, because I like the game, and it is back. Like, it's back in the rotation now. I know it was gone for a week and a half, but it's back, and I want to enjoy it, and I want to hang out with you guys when I play it. I don't want it to feel like I'm just playing it for me, you know? Okay. Overall, guys, I like the stream, and again, I had a great time with the game. Just, yeah, I want to stream to a bigger audience than 150 people on YouTube. I don't know how many we had on Kick, but typically when we play this game, it seems like the attendance is like way down, and that is disappointing. You know, you gotta understand my perspective. I'm streaming for basically an audience who wants to hang out with me, and I get that, but like even today it seems like it was very slow. So all right, guys, well, that is it for this stream. Let's get everything set up for the late stream here.
Come on, man.
All right, guys, Let's see. Daryl's on with the 2. Screw the chat and you, Griffin. I'm done for life. Oh my god, no. Don't kill yourself. You have such massive tits. Don't do it. Musashi with the 5. Most of the characters in Expedition 33 looked like starved voids.
I can't afford this shit!
Is that ridden sick, then
Either
unhygienic
subscribe,
communist
donate, or
drug
get the fuck
addicts,
out.
people like in most modern games. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like people soy out over the characters, like the fucking Asian mid who has, you know, tattoos all over her body. People act like it's, you know, the greatest shit out. There's nothing special about that game. All the characters look like they're just copy-pasted.
Perfect.
From like a generic character design, I guess, database. There's nothing inherently special about any of the characters. I don't know. I really don't fucking get the appeal at all. But yeah, they do look dirty and ugly and old. Agreed. Dirty, ugly, and old. Daryl's on the 2, 33 beats, Rebirth sales. How is it feel, bro? ESL, I really don't care. GTA 5 beats every other game in terms of sales, and I don't fucking like it, so. Sales has zero impact on me, personally. You know, Madden, Call of Duty, fucking FIFA, all those games sell better than pretty much all my favorite games. And don't really give a shit. Let's see. Yours truly with the 17 months. I got asked 7 times today if I caught the game. Oh, God. Oi, bro, have you watch your sports slop today? Did your favorite minority kick a touchdown? You generation with the 20. What is this?
Mewing. Mogging.
What the fuck? Mewing and mogging. Okay. Is this a Looksmaxxing video?
Looksmaxxing. These are all terms we take for granted as part of popular internet Zoomer lexicon. But not too long ago, these terms were reserved for a few niche boards on websites that the general public had no knowledge of. And these ideas have only become more popular with the rise of a new figure, Clavicular, a 19-year-old streamer whose entire philosophy rests on the idea.
Yeah, this is the guy that ran over the fucking homeless dude in a Cybertruck, which is based. GG's, well played.
That looks matter, and if you're not using his methods, you're going to be left behind. Clav is definitely an interesting guy, and his popularity is more reflective of the culture that created him rather than his own personal successes or shortcomings. At the same time, he probably needs some serious help. And while on one hand I do feel bad for him, and on another he's pretty funny, how much sympathy can be extended to someone who tells his fans that steroids and meth are the way to ascend? This is the story of Clav, the world's most popular Looksmaxxer. Clavicular was born in December of 2005 to a wealthy family in the northeastern United States. Instead of public school, he attended an all-boys private high school, which just goes to show that his upbringing already set him apart from the average person. But even among his peers, his interests would diverge completely from the typical student. While most kids were studying and playing Call of Duty, Clav was getting into Looksmaxxing. As its name suggests, Looksmaxxing is the idea of improving your looks. The origins of this term are somewhat difficult to place, but today, the term is most commonly attributed to looksmax.org. Clav began browsing the site while in high school, supposedly coming to a personal epiphany. Looks matter above all else. If you don't have friends, it's because you're not good looking. Want to succeed in relationships?
That is pretty true to a, you know, unfortunately high extent. Like, if you want to be successful in life, if you want to have a lot of friends, if you want to be successful dating, you do have to have, you know, good looks. People who look good get job opportunities more so than ugly people. Obviously, they have a better chance of dating. They get paid more money for doing the same job on average, so there is definitely some truth to that.
need to be good looking. You want a dream job? Well, you also need to be good looking for that. Some basic methods for Looksmaxxing are pretty typical. Go to the gym, eat a balanced diet, get some sunlight so you don't look like you just rolled out of a coffin. But these are all things that people have been doing anyway. Your dad probably told you to go to the gym instead of playing Halo all night. Or maybe that was just me. But some Looksmaxxers are in favor of using more drastic methods. Clav claims that he was just 14 years old when he ordered testosterone off the internet for the first time. Obviously, testosterone is a naturally occurring hormone in all of us, but Clav was taking it to accelerate his progress in the gym. Or, as he puts it, I started roids about 2 weeks after I started lifting. Why? Because natty gains are slow and gay.
What's up? I just want to give a comprehensive overview of SARMs, or selective androgen receptor modules, what I think about them, my experience with them, and if you should take them. Now, SARMs are not as researched as anabolic steroids, so we don't currently know the long-term side effects, so that risk is already present.
To make things simple, SARMs are essentially gourmet steroids. They're marketed as having less side effects than the stuff bodybuilders used to put up their butts, but at the same time, they do suppress natural testosterone production, which can have some pretty noticeable side effects on your body. If you've ever seen a male bodybuilder develop fleshy man boobs, it's because they took steroids for some period of time and it messed up their hormones. But most bodybuilders are taking these performance enhancers after puberty has ended. Clav was starting them before he was even halfway through his natural development as a man. Based on his video, he's well aware of the risks, but it's a trade-off he was comfortable with because he claims to have gained 55 pounds of muscle in 12 weeks. It's also worth noting that this video is partially his own personal experiences, but it's
also, if you take, I don't know how much detail we want to get into, but if you take testosterone during puberty, it makes something grow much larger than it normally would.
It's also a promotion of these substances to anyone who stumbled across it. He recommends what to take if you're fat and want to lose weight, what to take if you're skinny and want to gain muscle, and how to do it most effectively.
Now, there's a bit of an increased libido, like you might catch yourself, going on Tinder at 12 a.m. There's been times when I was on SARMs where I'd be on Tinder at 12 p.m., swiping on these ugly ass, let's not get into that, but
These videos are from 2022 and were seemingly recorded on the same day. During the rest of that year and 2023, there doesn't seem to be any significant online activity from him, but that doesn't mean he was leaving internet life behind. You've probably heard at least one term like mogging, mewing, beta, alpha, and sigma males, red, blue, and black pills, virgin, Stacy, and Chad, among many others. What you probably don't know is that, like pretty much everything online nowadays, these terms originated in mostly right-wing forums and image boards from over a decade ago. Before Looksmaxx was popular, it had 3 spiritual predecessors: PUAHate.com, an anti-pickup artist forum, which mass shooter Elliot Rodger was active in; SlutHate.com, which was later renamed Red Pill Talk, and was once directly addressed by the inventor of mewing himself, Dr. Mike Mew.
The first response came from Incel Executioner. I do love some of the names you've got here.
And Lookism.net, the latest and least relevant out of all of these. Many similar sites went the way of the dodo as their users found a more reliable place with faster servers that could host their discussions: Reddit. But in 2017, social media companies led a massive crackdown on anything that was deemed online extremism. Among the many casualties was the shutdown of the subreddit r/incels. On one hand, you had people saying that these communities were dangerous and needed to be purged from the web. But the opposing argument, apart from being in favor of freedom of speech generally, also had a foreboding warning: the idea that banning these communities from the general internet would cause a pressure cooker effect, where the people using them would just gather on more extreme platforms. And indeed, they did. The shutdown of r/incels instantly led to the creation of 4 different websites: incels.is, which is a general forum for incels; neets.net, created for people who are not in employment, education, or training; sanctioned death, a site that allegedly provides instructions on how to, and finally, Looksmaxx.org. It's during 2024 that most of Clav's posts on this forum take place. One of the earliest posts I found is him replying to someone named Big Black Oily Booty, who claimed to be 15 years old. Clav replied to him saying, "Log out of this site and play with your friends. Don't ruin your mental development with autism." Unfortunately, this is advice that he himself did not take. 1 month or so after his 18th birthday, he made a post saying he had already gone on 4 steroid cycles, with doses as high as 550 milligrams of testosterone weekly. For reference, the testosterone they give middle-aged men to get their T levels healthy tops out at 200. In the same post, he also notes that taking substances in the past had seriously affected his liver health, but this didn't seem to be a major concern for him. By age 16, he was spending $700 per steroid cycle, but somewhat ironically, his drug use ranked pretty low in terms of bizarre methods he was using to supposedly improve his looks. While Looksmaxxers believe that your body is an important part of improving your looks, equally important is your face. Having a strong jawline, high cheekbones, and hunter eyes are heralded as the pinnacles of Looksmaxxing.
Everyone talks about getting hunter eyes, and everyone talks about positive canthal tilt, but no one tells the truth. Here's the full guide on how to actually get hunter eyes.
According to Clav, one of the methods he used was called thumb pulling, which entailed pulling the roof of his mouth outwards to widen his jaw. He also chewed gum, which supposedly helped his jawline as well. All of these are obviously unconventional, but the strangest method is bone smashing. The idea that by lightly hitting your face with a hammer or other object, you can create microfractures that, when healed, supposedly enlarge or strengthen the bones underneath.
I know it hurts, but that means it's working. That's the only indication. You have to push past the pain. Look at me.
While he acknowledges that the effects of bone smashing are most likely not permanent, he still claims that it swells up his face and makes him look more defined, although I'm not sure I see much of a difference in this before and after other than lighting. Now, one question you're probably asking after seeing all of this is,
is, why? Clav was already a reasonably attractive person before any of this, and it was all due to genetics. Were the steroids, strange techniques, and thousands of dollars spent really worth it? I would argue no, especially since two major things he was seemingly ignoring were his mental well-being and his general social skills. In one post, he states that he dreads going to get haircuts because, as he puts it, I'd rather look homeless than have to talk to someone for 30 minutes straight. God, I want a rope max. He even went as far as making an
What the fuck? Why would you even talk to the person cutting your hair anyway?
entire thread about his crippling social anxiety. I dread talking to people in real life, even if it's for 30 seconds. I'd do anything to avoid those awkward, meaningless exchanges. Here's how I say 50 words or less per day. I wake up 30 minutes earlier than I have to, so I don't have to see my parents in the morning. I get up at 6 a.m. for school, even though I don't start for like 2 hours after that. I just sit in my car and wait for it to start. Don't walk into class first or last, both of which draw attention, which I don't want. I just walk in the middle of the pack so no one notices. Sit in the middle of the room. Sitting in the back may cause the teacher to cold call you to try to catch you not paying attention. Sitting in the middle has allowed me to never get called on for a question the entire year. Keep eye contact with the teacher and divert your attention whenever she looks at you to another person. Also, never use your phone when you're not supposed to. She will go out of her way to embarrass you. Don't follow anyone on Instagram. This will make it awkward to walk by them. Am I supposed to greet this person now? I don't want to talk to you. Don't try to make small talk. Then, it is custom to greet people the next day. Just ignore everyone. Never participate.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, why would you want to Looksmaxx if you don't want anyone to pay attention to you and you don't want to interact with them? That's pretty counterintuitive. You know, you would want to look as normie as possible if you wanted people to basically ignore you.
In class discussions. Start counting your words. You shouldn't be saying more than 50 to 100 words per day. I have gone entire days without speaking before. This should be your goal. When walking into a room, don't make eye contact with anyone. If I need to, just give them a nod and walk the other way. During lunch, I always sit in the library and fast, so that I don't have to go through the shame of eating lunch alone. This will cause social stigma. Don't be this kid. Just go somewhere else. When I get home, I try to go straight to my room without seeing my parents. I always greet my dog though, because I love her. This is the only female I will ever feel a connection to. I care greatly for my dog because she gets so happy when I come home from school. When I go to have my pre-workout meal, I eat it at an obscure time to avoid overlapping dinner with the rest of my family who are always home. At the gym, I always wear a hoodie and sweatpants, dark colors to be unapproachable. This is ideal. Never wear deodorant to the gym. No one asks you to work in, ever, if you smell really bad. Only do this at the gym, not anywhere else because it draws attention. When I get home, I go straight to my room to come on Looksmaxx.org or incels.is for the rest of the night. Sometimes I watch a movie. I recommend you try to go an entire day doing your normal regime without talking. Whenever I talk, I give away my blue pill and reveal my mental issues. I used to have a therapist, but stopped going because of how dreadful it is. They constantly try to blue pill you and warp your sense of reality. On one hand, I think some of this post is exaggerated to get attention from other people on the forum. One user would even reply simply stating, "This is what people on this website do," and then they complain they get no attention from women. At the same time, social anxiety might be something that affects him. In one post, he claims that in real life he's generally perceived as a pretty normal guy. He says he has no problem speaking to girls or giving class presentations. But whenever he posts on the forum, people immediately sense his social awkwardness. It almost seems like he cares more about users on this website liking him than people in his real life. On that same note, one strange pattern I noticed with his posts are the complete contradictions. For example, he ends this one post with this sentence: "You guys who bang and jerk off multiple times a week disgust me." Okay, fair enough, I guess. In the same post, he says that he pumps and dumps girls bi-weekly, which I assume means he was having casual hookups with women every other week. But in another post just 2 days after, he says, "I wind up gooning once every couple of days." Obviously, these posts are in complete conflict with each other. On one hand, he hates people who have sex and goon. On the other, he also does both of these things. Clav was trying his best to make it out of the hood at this point in his life. While he was attending high school and college, his academic pursuits seemed far less interesting to him than what was happening online, which, to be honest, is one thing I definitely relate to him on. He had already started a TikTok account to show his transformations to the world and generate a little bit of conversation online about it. But he was still trying to create some separation between his real life and what was happening online. At one point, he shared his list of things to never talk about with normies. This includes seed oils and food dyes, asking for food to be cooked in grass-fed butter, JFK assassination, tap water filled with estrogen, COVID vaccines, Michelle Obama's gender, Volkswagen Tiguan, Hollywood pedophiles, women's right to vote, how epic 05 Tacomas are, saying the phrase based and red-pilled, Holocaust death count, crime statistics, homosexuals, Kanye West, weightlifting and macros, car modding, the word kek, race relations, and finally, Queen Cleopatra's race. Now, you may have some questions about many of these things, but if you're wondering about the Volkswagen Tiguan specifically, he says, "I took a true Stacy on a date and ranted about how much I hate the Volkswagen Tiguan, which apparently dried her pussy out. Don't recommend talking about that." But as time passed, the line between his online activity and his normal life began to blur. In one post, he talks about how some girl he was talking to looked up his TikTok handle and from there found his account on Looksmaxxing, along with the post where he talked about his dick size. On the forum, Clav's struggles with online dating are pretty well documented. He can be seen asking for help on what kind of pictures to put on his profile to get better matches, while also complaining about how incapable he is of holding any kind of conversation with the women he does end up matching with. This would be a persistent issue for him, to the point where he made a YouTube video about it.
My biggest point of contention recently has been online dating. I don't know where I'm going wrong, which is why it's so frustrating. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. And there's just no real way to be logical when you're texting these girls. There's no feedback system. They'll just stop texting you out of nowhere. Like, you'll just be texting a girl, having a normal conversation, just no reply. Casper the Ghost. At that point, it's not like, okay, well, this is what it's not like a game where you could go and do some like game film after the fact and say, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I pushed it over the line. Just be a perfectly normal conversation. Well, I could be. What did I do? How about that? How about you do me the courtesy of, after all these conversations and text messages that I don't even want to. You think I want to talk about your hobbies? Bitch, I want to get in your pants, goddammit, and I want to convince you that I'm not trying to you, which is why I'm having the conversation.
And to be honest, I think some of this experience is probably relatable to a lot of guys. What hopefully isn't relatable is that in some of his other posts, his conclusion was basically to give up on dating altogether. This really comes to a head with one thread simply titled "Masturbating Mog's Sex with Girls." I'd rather goon 24/7 than have to cope and jester on dating apps or cold approach a dumb girl. Conversing with low IQ primitive women is insanely difficult for me, an autist, and I can't fake the interaction for over 5 minutes. Pussy doesn't feel as good as my hand.
Dude, I was about to say, it sounds like he's autistic, but yeah, there you go. For me, an autist. There you go. Many such cases.
Gripping my cock on my triple monitor setup. Girls give you AIDS and take your money. Plus, when I jerk off, I can sit on my hand till it's numb and pretend a blonde Stacy is jerking me. How poetic.
God, I'm gooning.
It's probably worth noting here that taking steroids can also screw up your sex drive, with some drugs causing it to go through the roof, while others will cause it to plummet to the point where erections are basically impossible. By this point, it's clear that his looksmaxxing had very little to do with being successful with women, and instead, it had warped into some strange mixture of vanity and personal obsession, and his methods would once again become increasingly bizarre. He began taking an interest in plastic surgery. Some posts detail him dropping some money on small things like cyst removals, while others had him asking other forum users how he could perform surgery on himself. And depending on what you qualify as plastic surgery, he's actually done it on himself multiple times. While I can't show it on YouTube, there's multiple videos of him injecting himself with something called lemon bottle, which is a controversial substance that supposedly dissolves fat in your body. In time, this became a regular part of his regimen, along with another method, using PDO threads. From what I can tell, PDO threads are basically the temporary tattoo equivalent of facelifts. Small, dissolvable strings that go under your skin and stimulate collagen production while making your face look tighter. I can't speak as to how risky or effective they are, but I also don't think it's good to do it as much as Clav does.
We're probably gonna do 4 more to get maximum hunter eyes.
And these methods also don't just stop at improving his face guard. He claims to have injected lemon bottle into the base of his shaft, as well as sticking PDO threads into it. I did 8 threads in total today. I only went about a 1/4 inch in to mog the BBCs on the forum. I don't think anyone has ever written something like that before in all of human history, so I guess I have to give him points for being original. Even other people on the site told him this was a horrible idea, as basically every reply is calling him stupid or mourning the loss of his penile function. Since we're on the topic, he also does dick ups, which are exactly what they sound like. You awaken the ancient one, and you flex it up as hard as possible for 4 sets of 12. And to progress the exercise, you can add a hand towel on top of it. According to Clav, he was up to 4 hand towels and had gained 1/2 inch of girth. Of course, the looksmaxxing journey never ends, and even this stuff is really just the tip of the iceberg. Clav made several posts about wanting to get some more serious plastic surgeries. He explored getting an ollerplasty, which alters the appearance of your nostrils, a rhinoplasty, which changes the bridge of your nose, and of course, Botox insertions. As for Botox, he didn't want to get it done by a doctor. Instead, he was interested in doing it himself, asking members of the forum where he could get it online. But eventually, he went and had it done by a professional, which is why his face now has kind of a stiff, emotionless appearance. It's at this point that we begin to see the line being crossed, as Clav goes from exclusively affecting himself with his antics to potentially affecting other people in a variety of ways. One of his biggest threads from this era features him taking pride in banging a girl who is in a relationship. What's funnier, or more strange about it, depending on how you look at it, is that he recorded audio of her crying about it afterwards to own her. Besides this, he frequently expressed his pride about purposely tricking people on TikTok into doing fake looksmaxxing techniques. This would be taken to the next level when, after enrolling in college, Clav was outright planning to start doing Botox injections for other students to make a quick buck. Funnily enough, before he expressed his intention to do this, he was concerned about being kicked out if the college ever found his social media accounts, only to turn around and make plans to run a plastic surgery operation out of his dorm. He also made some other thread announcing that he won't be paying taxes. I guess that one is kind of base, I can't lie. Whether true or not, it seems like his concern about being kicked out of college is performative. If anything, it seemed he was looking forward to it, as it would give him an excuse to completely give up on trying to live a normal life so that he can go all in on being an online personality, as he was already trying to do at this point through his TikTok and YouTube. Clav found himself not being invited out by anyone, and even when he did get with a woman, he had to be on multiple drugs to be able to perform due to his severe erectile dysfunction, because of course he had ED. He was also posting TikToks during this time period with captions like, 99% of people are utterly repulsive to even look at. They should be grateful when I'm in their presence. I'll make a brief detour here to cover one of the stranger oddities in Clav's story. I lean toward it not being true, but given that he later walked back and edited the thread to erase it, I honestly can't be sure. Fortunately for us, the original thread was maintained via a quote in one of the replies, and although the overall details aren't really important, the story basically goes that a girl he liked started dating a Chad. So his response was to wait for her outside her house and literally flash her naked in a trench coat. The girl was startled and dropped her phone as she ran away, which Clav proceeded to pick up, post a picture of his balls to her Snapchat, and then Venmo himself $250. Again, this is what Clav is claiming in the post. It could easily be a tall tale. But in any case, case, that's simultaneously hilarious and horrifying. At this point, Clav had already soured so much on the idea of college that he began to make threads recommending that instead of spending $250,000 on education, it's better to take that money and spend it all on plastic surgeries to be an influencer, which is basically a projection of his own aspirations, as he was already saving for a $25,000 surgery anyway. Another traumatic event that may have contributed to his hatred for education is the piss
Mog incident.
I'll let him tell it in his own words. I went to the bathroom to pee before lunch. I didn't really have to go. I just wanted to do it proactively, so I wouldn't have to go later at a less optimal time. I'm extremely piss shy. I hate the idea of peeing next to someone at a urinal. It feels so embarrassing, and the pee never comes out. Anyone else have this? So I always go to the stall to pee. This time it's me in this BBC. He walks into the stall next to me. I start my pee stream, and it's kind of quiet and weak. I can tell the BBC is laughing at my subhuman stream. He whips it out and produces the most girthful and powerful stream I've ever experienced. Mogs me to Gandhi with his beautiful, luscious stream. I truly want to end it. Indeed, that is a fate worse than death. Clav was clearly becoming more serious about his Looksmaxxing efforts now, as he started taking more drugs, including a daily dose of erectile dysfunction pills, and looking into preemptively taking osteoporosis meds to try to grow his bones. At the same time, his online activity and his real life once again began to mix together. He was keeping lidocaine, a local anesthetic, in his bedroom so that he could numb himself while performing his procedures. His mom found it and was not very pleased. She stole the package of lidocaine, and I'm losing my mind right now. I spent $40, and she took it because it's dangerous. I tried to lie, and she went on a blue pill rant about how I'm not a doctor. I'm genuinely seething and raging like you wouldn't believe right now. Now I have to find a way to buy it without them knowing. As his parents started to get wise to his schemes, he got a job as a bouncer so that he could make his own money, and then made a plan to order steroids without anyone, not even his parents, finding out. With this newfound ability to blast away without a care in the world, it's at this point that he actually came to terms with how far he had taken Looksmaxxing. Was all of this really worth it? The hundreds of posts to strangers online, the constant worrying about people in real life finding out about his strange habits, his parents' disappointment in his behavior, he decided it was time to just give it all up, to walk away. And that's the end of the video. Just kidding. He started taking Tren, one of the most infamous anabolic steroids due to how absolutely insane its effects are. He even started promoting it on the forum. When someone claiming to be 14 years old using the site asked what drugs they should use, Clavicular gave him a detailed list of what he thinks he should take, with this supposed 14-year-old simply replying, "Thank you." Obviously, anyone can just lie about their age on any website, so it's impossible to know if this was truly a kid or not, but Clav himself had now gone from someone who was socially awkward and wanted to improve his looks in early high school to a legal adult who was promoting harmful steroid use to children. Keep in mind, during this time period, Clav was downright bragging that he didn't even lift. He just took steroids and then got 5 times the results of, quote, natural subhuman dogs.
With the glass ceiling broken, all the oppressed groups shall prosper, especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
His disdain for gym bros is so strong that he scoffed at how they pose in the gym's mirror. Gym bros are retarded. I just flex in a handicapped bathroom, if anything. Clav's ability to freewheel his steroid cycle and also still attending classes created a bit of a golden age in terms of his posts. And there are a lot of funny threads from this period. For example, there's one where he recommends self-induced laryngitis as a means to achieve.
Dude, he's gonna fucking die of a heart attack or some shit because his heart's going to fail. Like, if he's using that many fucking steroids this early in life, like, his heart is cooked, bro. Like, all these bodybuilders that pump steroids, which use far less than he does, you know, almost all of them die from some sort of heart failure, so GG's, man. Pretty brutal.
Achieve a mager voice, as well as his brave declaration that asking people for pictures of their penis is not gay as long as it's to check for aesthetics. As far as his own, he provided updated measurements, claiming that his routines had produced an increase of 0.75 inches. Although I do wonder if he's still getting piss mogged in the bathroom. There's also one instance of him asking some guy what his mom's poop smelled like, which I'm not really sure about the motivation behind. I guess not every post can be a gem, which includes his response to a thread asking Looksmaxxing users what they think about predator catchers on YouTube, with Clav himself replying, "Awful, bro. It's literal entrapment to ask incels to fuck, even if they are underage. They never got that treatment, so it's unexpected to them." He felt so strongly about this topic that he even went as far as to make an entire thread about it. Although it is worth noting that in the thread, he does say he thinks texting minors inappropriately is wrong. Regardless of whatever was happening on the forum, as long as that was the only place he was posting, Clav knew that his reach would be limited. So, as terms like mogging and mewing became more popular parts of the modern internet's vocabulary, he began exploring new avenues to become a bona fide internet celebrity. In June 2024, we have one of the first instances of Clav going viral online with this picture, which was reposted to Reddit and then Twitter after he had first posted it to the Looksmaxx forum. Now, if you've been on 4chan or other sites for a long time, you might be thinking to yourself that you've seen this way before June 2024. That's because Clav's picture is most likely a rehash of this old meme from the 4chan fit board, which was also reposted a ton over the years. But Clav's version would see a much more widespread appeal, getting nearly 12 million views on Twitter and bringing him a lot closer to his goal of becoming an online personality. Besides that, he was also getting some interesting results in terms of his Looksmaxxing. Despite having to take 3 different meds to treat his erectile dysfunction and use a penis pump, he claims he slept with nearly 100 women. Unfortunately, this came with the side effect of being seen as someone who will say anything and do anything in order to have sex with as many women as possible. After a few months, it was increasingly hard to continue picking up girls from his school. Naturally, this led him to go back to doing what he does best, bragging and arguing with random people on the forum to prove that he's an ascended Chad. And although I thankfully haven't stumbled across it, he claims that he's posted pictures of himself having sex on the forum. Now I think is as good a time as any to talk about what it means to ascend. There's an idea within Looksmaxxing that at some point you have basically achieved your ultimate goal of being at the highest possible level of physical attractiveness, at which point you can mog or look better than anyone around you.
I don't really give a shit about getting girls. I just want to mog. Like mog. Do you guys mogging?
No.
It means basically like looking better than someone. Like so you want to mog like people. Like dude, like because at the end of the day, like with girls you could just have game status. It's just like everyone could do it at the end of the day. But to actually mog, like you gotta be either genetically blessed or really work for it. So that's what I'm trying to do.
You may have noticed that despite having entered college, there's basically no information on what he was actually trying to get a degree in. That's because it probably didn't matter to him at all. The most I was able to find in direct relation to him going to college was when he made a thread saying you could get college loans and then use them to get plastic surgery. Although this is just one of many threads he's made about getting loans for plastic surgery. Finally, after months of doing nothing but having fun, his mom once again found his roid stash. But this time, he managed to convince her to let him keep it with the argument that he's an adult and paid for all of it himself. However, it's really important to say that simply calling it a roid stash is not really correct. While there were plenty of roids in there, Clav points out that there was 1 kilogram of pregab. What he's referring to is the medication pregabalin, which is used to treat epilepsy and anxiety, which he had been taking in order to chemically make himself low inhib. So he was basically taking it to feel less self-conscious and high anxiety. From the first day he went to college, he was dosing himself with pregabalin and baclofen. Now, unlike pregab, which has more psychological effects, baclofen is a straight-up muscle relaxant that, while not a benzo, has similar withdrawal results because of how strong it can be. His reason for taking these is so that he can cold approach girls constantly, as he claims he's unable to do so otherwise. Interestingly, he eventually evolved his stack to also include beer. From now on, I will drink a beer of some kind every 90 minutes. I haven't decided which one I'll drink, but more than likely an IPA since it's high calories. The ethanol will intoxicate me to make me low inhib and happy. The intoxication will be subtle, so it's good to do at work and you can still be gigaproductive. I'll just sprinkle 1 milligram of aromacin into each beer to counter the estrogen, the only bad side effect of beer maxing. Number 1 coping/bulking/low inhib strat. It didn't take long for him to announce in a thread that he had grown to basically do nothing all day but drink and try to get with women, all while asking the forum for more ideas of drugs he could take, with his own suggestions being meth or nicotine. We're gonna come back to the meth thing later, but to the surprise of no one, his first criminal charges came soon after he began more conventional drug use. In August 2024, he was charged with misdemeanor assault and battery on a 56-year-old woman, as well as felony assault and battery on a 63-year-old man. Kiwi Farms user Colonel Sugar Lemons was the one who dumped all the information related to this case. The story goes that around 11 p.m., an altercation broke out over 2 members of a large wedding party who were allegedly pulling on bras hanging from the ceiling in the bar area. Clav approached them, told them to stop, and they initiated a fight, leading to an all-out brawl. So far, not really anything unreasonable from Clav, but it appears that during the chaos, he was throwing punches at someone's mom, the 56-year-old woman listed in the charges. Now, I am going to say here that he most likely didn't do it on purpose, especially since these charges were dropped. However, I also think it's likely that his employer wasn't aware that one of his bouncers was regularly drunk and drugged up to the gills while on the shift. If any legal situation like this happens, and for whatever reason, Clav gets tested for drugs, he is an automatic liability and is a lot more likely to be considered culpable. But regardless, he got away with being an alcoholic, pregabalin, and baclofen fiend. Ironically enough, what he didn't get away with was the steroids. After getting his mom to stop giving him grief over his Looksmaxxing, his activity on the forum would finally catch up to him when another user sent his post history to his school.
I was kicked out of uni for essentially roid maxing and, Looksmaxxing, whatever the term you want to use is. Unfortunately, someone decided to archive all of my posts and apparently find out where I went to university and send them all to the public safety at my university, detailing all my alleged activities, which prompted them, the university, to do a search of my room and uncover certain Looksmaxxing peptides and, things like hormones and, TRT and whatnot. In this gestured clown world of America, that's illegal. Testosterone is illegal, guys. You're not actually allowed to do it without a extremely gestured prescription that I can't afford. I don't have health insurance, so I was using underground labs to source testosterone. I'm sorry, but I can't afford to go through like some of these online clinics or like an endocrinologist. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a broke 18-year-old and I live at home, with my grandma. So it's like, to go ahead and go through the legal route and spend all this extra money rather than just source it on my own just seemed incredibly gestured to me, and that's why I went ahead and made the decision.
On one hand, I honestly do feel bad for Clav. It's not a good thing to maliciously contact the college with the intent of harming him in some way. That kind of behavior never comes from a good place. With that being said, he really did everything in his power to allow this to happen. From making almost no effort to separate his personal life from his Looksmaxxing endeavors, to outright bragging about his very questionable activity on campus, which included him saying he was going to do DIY Botox injections on other students, among many other things. Even if the only thing that got him in trouble was the testosterone he had, he claims he doesn't get it legally because he can't afford health insurance. But at the same time, he has a dozen threads about how much money he's planning to dump into plastic surgeries, so I'm not sure how sincere that is. His focus on the importance of Looksmaxxing comes through pretty clearly, as just moments after remarking about how mean-spirited people online can be, he's describing being kicked out as a blessing in disguise.
Now I am able to fully dedicate my time to Looksmaxxing, so I think this is going to wind up being a blessing in the end.
The end of college would also mark the end of any normalcy for Clav. He was now fully committed to becoming a popular Looksmaxxing influencer. His next video is titled, I Started Tren at 18, and so should you, which should really give you an idea of what kind of approach he was now embracing. Within just a few months of being kicked out, you can clearly see how much further he was going into the abyss, getting an $86 penis pump, getting on multiple weight loss drugs like Mounjaro and DNP, and on top of that, partying. During these parties, he would do coke, along with drinking alcohol and taking baclofen. Not to mention the other stuff he was already taking, such as steroids, his dick pills, etc. Obviously, even by normal partying standards, this is a pretty impressive cocktail, and these habits would eventually lead—
Yeah, dude, his fucking heart is gonna give out by, like, age 35 at the latest. Like, this dude's gonna be in the hospital for a fucking heart attack. Very, very fucking young.
him to crash his car. Body cam footage of the aftermath has been released, and we can see that he basically drove into a—
let's see. So you generation with the 2. What is this? Oh, yeah, I saw this. All right, we'll just play it real quick.
That's because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Brutal.
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So JD's very tall. JD's got to be
well, still,
6'2",
I mean,
6'3".
Gavin Newsom obviously mogs him to death.
So you're a Newsom head. You prefer Newsom to the vice president.
I'm just telling you who's going to win.
Do you prefer him though?
Honestly, it's hard to say, but Newsom being that much more of a mogger and like having a president who's like fat and especially that young.
You think I don't think he's fat.
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like, it's just embarrassing. Like, how are you fat and you expect to like lead a country? You can't even be in shape, you know?
So let's say you got a vote. It's 2028.
I'm voting for Gavin Newsom.
You're voting for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that subhuman.
So hold on. You got.
Yeah, what's sad is this is a reflection of the average normie. Like, this is genuinely how fucking just empty-headed the majority of the population is.
All right, well, this actually is of a thread with the whole conversation, because you look at these two candidates. You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree. Destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence, is a personal, complete derelict, liar, degenerate. But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking. Yep. And it kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho. Hey. And then you have this vice president to President Trump, the transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes, who, do you support Trump or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got this vice president handpicked by Trump, who is extremely intelligent, very right wing. I think he's a pretty good looking guy. I don't know. Maybe I guess you disagree. But he's all these things, checks all these boxes, would have all these great policies. And regardless, you're going to pick the pro mass migrant, pro trans, pro murder the babies, pro burn the cities to the ground, pro BLM Democrat because he's skinnier than the conservative vice president.
100 times over. Yeah.
If only that was parody, man. But it genuinely isn't, so... You know, it goes back to how everybody's like, bro, what are you talking... When I say, like, whatever, Newsom has a chance of winning. Just because he is the, like, picturesque political candidate, so he actually has a shot.
Ditch on a narrow road. But that's much less informative than what Clapp himself said in a post about the incident. I was nodding off on the way home and crashed into a fence. It'll cost me at least $2 to $3 grand. Surgery delayed once again. The cops didn't care that I was intoxicated. I'm boys with them. We work out at the gym. It's interesting that his greatest concern was not that he could have hurt someone or hurt himself. His main priority was that the crash was delaying one of his many planned surgeries. The first reply this thread got is someone pointing out that he could have taken the life of an innocent person while driving in that state, which honestly restored my faith in this website a bit overall. For any reasonable person, this would be a wake-up call to, not be strung out on everything all the time. Maybe a lifestyle change. But for Clav, it was just another obstacle to his ascension. Now that he was getting more attention online through TikTok and these minor scandals, Clav decided it was time to cash in a bit.
If you're tired of being invisible to women, tired of getting rejected, and tired of watching other guys who won the genetic lottery take what's yours, then pay attention. Because what I'm about to show you will completely transform your face and physique in ways that you didn't even think were possible. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You have been lied to. They told you just be confident, just be yourself, looks don't matter. But you and I both know that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, he opened a coaching page where he charges people $49 every month to have access to his methods. I'm not sure how much money this page was making when it started, but the landing page claims to have 1,500 members, which could add up to quite a bit of money. Now, I usually try not to hate on someone's bag too much. After all, I am a believer in good old American capitalism. But given the advice that we've seen him give out to people so far, my hopes for this school are pretty low. But with the money coming in, he posted on Looksmaxxing saying he filled out a loan application for surgery, specifically maxilla surgery. This is surgery that will radically restructure his face and is another step in his quest to ascend. His posts around this time also got even more questionable. In one post, he writes about how he makes sure that he explodes inside of the better looking girls he's been with to pass on his genes. Hopefully we don't get a low tier god situation here.
Say it louder. I've abandoned my child!
And another post that's definitely trolling, he criticizes people who wash their ass, calling it gay. As 2025 approached, he found himself wondering why all the women left around him were extremely promiscuous, and then revealed that he is now in $50,000 worth of medical debt, which he has no intention of paying off. Could he be lying about some of these details? Sure, but the overall point still stands. The shark has been jumped, and he is past the point of no return here. His delusions go so far that he went to an orthodontist and began, quote, dropping nuclear black pills on him, all to walk out with $7,500 worth of Invisalign to fix his teeth, because apparently that's something he's very insecure about. Another thing he's never managed to figure out with his drug stacks is his facial hair, which eventually led him to draw a mustache on with an eyebrow pencil because, according to him, it makes him look like a dad. I really hope stuff like this in particular is trolling due to how downright stupid this looks. Like clockwork, Clav has some brief moments where he attempts to produce something resembling self-awareness and makes the odd thread about how you shouldn't be doing drugs besides steroids and alcohol. But in no time flat, he's back to making brag threads about how he had fun at the club on 400 milligrams of pregab and 65 of baclofen. Keep in mind, he had been living with his grandma at this point, I assume the same one from the picture, and he spent his free time making threads on Looksmaxxing about how he had taken the sociopath pill, and he was gonna fool every normie into thinking he was a normal guy from his Instagram pictures. If you're not 14 and you're still LARPing about how you're like Dexter Morgan or Patrick Bateman, it is verifiably over for you. But the thing about being a deceptive and manipulative person is that over time, people do catch on to you, and you need to move elsewhere to keep running your racket. Naturally, by April, Clav did just that, and moved to LA, where he said it was infinitely easier to fuck. Probably true, to be honest. In his yearning to try and emulate the behavior of the popular normies, he doubled down on his TikToks and his streams on Twitch. But this move was showing some signs of taking its toll on him, as he once again spoke about trying to be sober from alcohol. But as we're gonna get into soon, this sobriety is not really something he takes seriously. He literally just means not drinking alcohol. Other stuff is still on the table. Just a few months into 2025, something pretty strange popped up in his public records. This was brought forward by Kiwi Farms user Colonel Sugarlemons, once again, who provided paperwork showing that in February 2025, Clavicular had been served with a restraining order that ensured he wouldn't abuse, contact, or come within 100 yards of an anonymous woman. And he also had to surrender any firearms he had to the police. Now, I wasn't able to find any more third-party information on this, but once someone else made a video about him that included the information about his restraining order, he responded by saying this: the restraining order thing was even more outrageous. I made a joke on Discord that got me in actual trouble. If you think we have free speech in America, think again. I'm so done with people coming in and trying to subvert Looksmaxxing into something it was never supposed to be. This is very similar to the things he was saying when he got kicked out of college. The idea that he was punished for just Looksmaxxing, which is pretty insincere, leading me to believe that he may not be telling the full story here either. However, I will say that the person who made that video on him with the information about the restraining order is herself a Looksmaxxer, so I don't know the motivation behind her making her video. Ultimately, these hiccups did very little to prevent Clav from gaining popularity, as the wider internet was becoming increasingly fascinated by his posts. And his hat. This newfound explosion through Instagram Reels and TikTok would lead to what many have called his generational run, where he basically just goes on a bunch of podcasts and talks about himself. The first one that I saw was when he did a stream with Nick Fuentes, where he talked about his plan to double jaw surgery.
So the plan is the double jaw surgery, right? And that brings it forward and makes it wider and bigger.
Yeah, Nick and him probably have a lot in common.
Forward and
you know, they're the ideal couple, I would say.
Down, so downdraft, yeah.
Take a Chad.
To most people, it's clear that this is a totally unnecessary operation, but at this point, Clav has gone so far with his endeavors that he doesn't really see it as much of an issue. In another interview, this time with Jack Neal, he talks about his most recent addition to the stack.
I'm taking Accutane. I use crystal, so methamphetamine, as a stimulant, and Tolene Max, right? It's very suppressant of your appetite. It's a very long-acting stimulant. So this is something that I've started using in place of Adderall. I'm pretty much using meth for hollow cheeks.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at in terms of Looksmaxxing.
While he goes on to defend his use by saying he takes a very low dose, there's honestly nothing he could say to convince me that ordering the big blue off the internet to lean max and get hollow cheeks is a good idea. His surgical ambitions have also gone even farther, as he wants to get a type of surgery where both of your legs are broken and then slowly pulled apart while the body forms new bone in its place, with the idea being that once the surgery is complete, you'll be multiple inches taller. Keep in mind here, Clav is already 6'2", and he wants to be 6'6". He also expresses total confidence that he isn't insecure, and instead, all of his decisions are informed by pure logic and rationality. Right before he says he'll be getting the jaw surgery in Turkey for $35,000, and then says that the height surgery will cost him $100 grand. Now, despite how bizarre Clav is as a person, he actually does a decent job of presenting his worldview convincingly, and it's undeniable that he's pretty well spoken. While his appearance on stream with Nick Fuentes and the Jack Neal podcast were pretty popular, it was Fresh and Fit, a Red Pill podcast you may remember from when Andrew Tate was taking over the internet, that really blew the lid off, spawning a lot of edits of him on Instagram.
Please do. So her alar base, the width of her nose is incredibly large. Her nasal bridge is incredibly wide. You know, obviously you've got bimaxillary protrusion. So you know your bite is all off. Just everything is wrong.
That's fine.
Yeah. So just I would rate you the lowest, definitely on the panel.
What's the number?
I would arguably say like 1.5 or 2, like genetic defect, dead end.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm actually writing this shit down.
But whatever value he offers as a content creator is constantly negated by the stuff he actually gets up to in his endeavors to Looksmax. As his popularity increased, so did his revolving door of drug use.
Why the HCG? So that my testicles aren't the size of a shriveled up raisin. I was kind of getting a little sick and tired of that. You know, it really has a wear and tear on your mental. If you're just you guys know, like a raisin in the sun. That was pretty much my nutsack, was a raisin in the sun.
This guy's life is basically a never-ending revolving door of drugs that cause issues and are then supplemented by other drugs which then need their own solutions, and it goes on and on. He took SARMs to improve his gym performance. Then he had to take testosterone because his body was no longer producing it naturally. Then his balls got small, so now he has to take the ball drug. But at the same time, his dick isn't working, so he has to take Cialis. As all of this is going on, he has really high anxiety, maybe related to his general temperament, maybe due to the drugs he's taking, so his solution is to drink and take baclofen. It's just never ending. There was a brief period in which Clav tried to act as if he had moved past his life of sleeping around and had gotten into a relationship, but it didn't last very long, and soon enough, he went back to jester maxing on TikTok for online attention from randoms, making videos about how to increase your IQ and the size of your meat, all while bragging about how easily he can get replies on Looksmaxxing.org, but doesn't care about it at all, and has ascended past it. This is probably Clav approaching his least self-aware state, as he begins committing the most common internet guy mistake, engaging with your haters.
If you go look at, his Kiwi Farms entire post about him, you can see who he is.
If you put any person, any teenager, under the level of scrutiny that I've been put under, where I've got a forum full of people looking into every single thing that I've ever done, private police reports and stuff like that, where I crashed my car, could you imagine if that was you, if you were exposed to that level of scrutiny? I guarantee most of you, the majority, would be in way deeper shit than me. So what did I really do? I crashed my car because I took too much baclofen? Oh, big fucking deal. So I'm envious, I simply made a joke about. If you put any person, in my situation, any teenage male under the scrutiny of all these people on that forum, which is literally an illegal forum. It's illegal in the UK and a few other countries because of the shit that they do on there.
There's a lot that I can say about this video. First off, I think the years of using the "I'm just a teenager" defense on his parents made him do it on impulse here, despite the restraining order and the car crash happening after he was an adult. Secondly, I also really like how he's using Kiwi Farms being illegal, as he puts it here, as a gotcha, when the legality of his black market steroids, which he actively promotes and has promoted to kids, has never concerned him. To seal his fate for good, he announced that he was heading to the final destination for modern TikTok stars, Miami. There are very few fates darker than to see yourself become a Miami influencer with a rented Cybertruck. It's like a biblical punishment.
Also the gayest city in the United States.
Despite his many claims to not care about what online incels had to say about him, he was clearly bothered about it, to the point where he made a video borderline crying while trying to defend his recent developments.
Because that's really important, is the why. Why are you doing these things? Why are you risking your health with anabolics? Why are you, dumping, all this money that you have into peptides and nootropics and this and that, and taking this risk and having the surgery planned? So that really needs to be explained and addressed, because I see a lot of craziness going around on the internet, right? It's like, wouldn't you rather just give something your all in life? Okay, so when people come on and they say, oh, Clav, you're insane for getting surgery, you're insane for doing these anabolics. Well, at least in 5 years, whether I am a Frank Tufano botch job or the next Giga Chad, at least I could say that I gave something my all. While you sit there and type your comment on my Instagram reel from your wage job, at least I tried. At least I dedicated myself to the craft and was willing to do whatever it takes, right? So I really want to make this video before I go ahead and get this double jaw surgery, just to say that you guys have never done something hard in your entire life. You've never actually put in a second's effort. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy, and sure, there's all these Looksmaxxers that look a lot better than me, but what did they actually do? What did they actually accomplish? Because while you were out doing random bullshit in high school, I was sitting there on my computer dedicating myself, researching the best way to maximize myself. So it's not craziness. It is not anything other than obsession and dedication.
There's a few things to pick apart here. He opens by saying, hey, why are you dumping all of this money that you have when that's only half true? If you go back far enough, he was using the money his parents gave him to get hormones. And even recently, he was taking out loans and admitted to being in tons of debt to get his Looksmaxxing procedures. Then there's this false dichotomy he paints where if you don't think what he's doing is good or smart, then you must be an embittered wagey, envious of his ascension. Clav simply can't fathom that his critics have a legitimate point, rationalizing that they must be poor and mentally ill. Keep in mind, he's saying all of this through gritted teeth and watery eyes. Lastly, I like how his idea of putting a lot of effort in is being on the computer, looking up ways to enlarge your penis when you're 16 years old, and then injecting your shaft with lemon juice. Now, some people may say,
oh, but that's just what he used to do as a silly kid trying to Looksmaxx online.
But as I've already gone over, if you look for more current examples of him supposedly taking risks to make the most out of himself, you immediately stumble onto him once again admitting to being on meth.
Usually when I build stuff, I'm always so stimmed out on an amphetamine.
Yeah, I would rather not be taking, 85 different types of drugs, especially 3, just to make sure my cock and balls work as intended. I don't know, call me crazy, but yeah, I would rather live past my 40th birthday than face a lifelong problem of heart failure.
Amphetamine with a methyl group. You guys know what I'm talking about?
In reference to another video where he fails to rizz up some girl, he posted, I was high on meth. That bitch is definitely subhuman. Soon after, in another clip, like the one in his car where he's desperately attempting to get himself taken seriously by his audience, he says this.
I'm not a character. This is not some TV show, right? Where I'm coming out here trying to entertain you mother. This is the cruel, hard world. We live in one of the worst societies ever throughout the entire history of the world. Quite literally.
He's not wrong.
You have to be in the top percentile to even be looked at with a shred of romance, with a shred of attraction by women in this day of age. Do you think that I'm doing this shit as a
form of entertainment when I have to say it for 3 days in a row, high on crystal meth, right? Trying to suppress my appetite and get hollow cheeks, right? Is that supposed to entertain you? The fact that I even I can't even talk to people without some sort of version of benzos. I need alprazolam just to be able to have a conversation like a normal person. Is that supposed to be entertaining to you? Okay, right? So this shit is, hell for me.
You do really gotta love the irony of someone talking about how evil and terrible the modern world is while making tens of thousands of dollars a month by basically sitting on his ass, live streaming once in a while, and then ordering drugs off the internet so he can destroy his brain. The rest of the video just has a lot of him malding about how evil women only give attention to you if you get plastic surgery, and he tries to, quote, appeal to people with neurodivergence, as if the stuff he's peddling at all would help other autistic people online. I'm sure that on some level he's aware of how silly he sounds when he takes himself so seriously, especially when the rest of his content is him doing literal makeup tutorials and recommending that all men take Cialis. He rapidly alternates between posts like this and posts like this.
Would Charlie Kirk have gotten assassinated if he were Chad? Well, probably not, and here's why.
Well, he was definitely trying extra hard to put on a performance. According to people who actually met him in real life, not much was different. In a Reddit thread about a stream clip of his where he showed off his penis pump, one user wrote, "My cousin is good friends with him in real life. He says Clav is probably the most insecure human he's ever come across. According to him, he's constantly going manic by trying all sorts of Looksmaxxing techniques. He only talks about anabolic steroids and plastic surgery. He also will have a meltdown if he sees the slightest imperfection and will ruin everyone's plans by refusing to leave the house because he's ugly, like a middle school girl would. Recently, he's been doing way too much melanotan too and looks terrible. Guy is mentally ill and needs psychiatric care." While this post is anonymous and could be complete bull, it sounds pretty accurate. Fortunately for Clav, he was finally moving past the need for validation from his fellow Looksmaxxing cells, as he was now attempting to ingratiate himself with streamers. Once again, the backfire was almost instantaneous, as this clip of Aiden Ross talking about him came out.
I've never seen someone snort meth ever in real life. I literally witnessed Clav snort meth. Literally. Witnessed it. And I didn't know how to feel. I did not know how to feel. I've never seen that ever.
Aiden was just one of the many stops on his clout train. Next up was Jack Doherty, and then Sneeko, both of whom he streamed with. Besides his career developments, there were also some new things in his personal life. He had found himself another girlfriend, who happened to be 17 years old, which a lot of people took issue with. Although I want to say here definitively that given he is only 19 himself, dating a 17-year-old is not really something to be concerned with. The more concerning part is him injecting fat-dissolving peptides into her face on livestream. Going back to the Looksmaxx forum, it's worth noting that he's mentioned his sister, who is just 13 years old by the way, multiple times. Over a couple of different posts, he wrote this. Imagine your sister, who has the same DNA and genes as you, will never have to work a day in her life, will never understand hardship, will have every one of her desires fulfilled by cuckold men. Truly unreal. My sister is probably 0.5 PSL higher than me, which is a good amount, but not otherworldly. And her quality of life will be inestimably better, simply because of a simple difference in chromosomes. Truly unreal how genetics and sexual market value works. So Jover for me, man. My sister is a chronic
Hey, I mean, he is spitting there.
mouth breather, mostly during sleep, but I already see early signs of recession and bad development. She's a foid, so she will have unlimited sexual market value regardless, but do I save her from descending, or does it not benefit me? The theory is that her marrying a rich Saudi prince or some shit like that will benefit me and allow me to exploit money from her. Again, almost everything Odd said here could be swept away as a joke, but it is very strange to talk about your sibling like that to strangers online. Regardless, Clav was fully cementing his reputation by audibly snorting something that is presumably coke while on stream.
Oh, buddy. Dude.
I think he realized how bad this looked, so right after, he made an attempt at expressing regret over his drug usage, calling it the worst.
If you want to do this consistently, but I don't, bro. I want to get off the packet. I am. It's been 12. We've been off for 12 hours, bro. Bye. Yeah. The worst day of my life, bro.
But given that he continued to hang out with the same exact people afterwards, and a clip came out of them talking about how they got their stuff from the same guy who supplied it to the actual Wolf of Wall Street, I doubt he stayed off of it for very long. For someone who takes so much pride in not living a normie life, he's doing exactly the same thing as a gaggle of other clout-chasing streamers, with the only difference being that he's convinced himself that his motives are somehow unique. Ultimately, regardless of the merit some specific Looksmaxxing philosophies may or may not have, I don't really need to go out on a limb to say that being on drugs all the time and doing steroids without lifting is just not the way to go. No amount of being funny online changes the fact that Clav could have had a much happier, fulfilled life, and instead he's wasting the prime of it and a huge amount of money on plastic surgeries and drugs. With that being said, I don't think he's an evil person, and despite him having advised other people to follow his footsteps as if he were a role model, I don't think he's intentionally misleading anybody. Based on everything I've seen so far, he genuinely believes that he is making the best decisions. It's just that those decisions are incredibly stupid. It's worth saying that throughout everything, even Clav himself admits that ultimately, a lot of what he's doing will probably have some very negative effects on his life.
So you don't care about maximizing your lifespan as much as your day-to-day?
Yeah, I'm not a huge longevity guy.
And I think his popularity is reflective of some broader issues as well. Clav himself has stated that he grew up as a socially awkward person. He avoided speaking to anyone in class. Instead of spending his time with friends, he went on an obscure forum for improving his looks, when realistically, his looks were already fine. He doesn't need to get height surgery to go from 6'2" to 6'6". He doesn't need to get his jaw broken and spend 6 months healing to be better looking. And frankly, his physique is not good enough for someone who has been taking steroids since before he was old enough to drive. There's this idea that I've seen in comment sections everywhere. How ironic is it that he only blew up after he ascended? To me, the truth is that he only blew up up now that he's 19 years old, has been kicked out of college, and has the time to actually make content. A lot of the people claiming he's ascended will show before and after pictures, but the before is when he was like 13 years old. Are we really that surprised that someone's appearance changed for the better from before when they were in high school to when they're supposed to be college age? Is that really shocking to anyone? And frankly, there are plenty of good-looking people on the internet who are 19 years old. This is not a unique thing. Clav got popular for 3 reasons. One is that he's pretty funny. The second reason is the extreme measures he's taking, which is shocking to anyone who hears about it and they feel like they need to hear more. And the third reason is that there are a lot of other socially awkward kids out there who believe that Clav is offering them a way out. If you listen to him, all you need to do is take 32 different drugs you order off the internet, and then your life will be complete. But the reality is that, much like Clav's Botox-filled face, his audience will probably be just as fleeting. As the novelty of watching someone talk about penis bumps and taking meth to lean max fades away, he's either going to need to hard pivot into actually talking about something that matters, or he's going to fade into irrelevance like the rest of the Red Pill guys did once their audience has realized how full of shit they were. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time.
You are gay! Yeah, he's gonna have a very short shelf life in more than one way. Not only is his heart gonna fucking give out, he's also a very high risk for suicide. And on top of that, too, how long are people actually gonna fucking care? So, how long are people actually gonna give a shit about him? You know, especially if he comes of, you know, TikTok fame. People move on from person to person very fucking quickly on TikTok, so I don't know how long of a lifespan that dude's gonna have in terms of popularity, because the shtick's gonna get old pretty quickly. Nah, I don't think he'll shoot up a school or anything like that. If anything, he'll kill himself because, you know, I don't know. All of this shit stems from, like, some really, really fucking deep down, like, insecurity type shit where you fucking hate yourself. So that, to me, screams, you know, Minecrafting yourself off of a tall structure.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. So Rat Kicker Reel with a 2. I'll be 25 in March. It's over for my man machine. Damn, man. Truly over. Daryl's on with the 2. Griffin is in the beta category. Hey, proud and representing. But at least I'll live past the age of 40. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Based in meth pilled. The ice is flowing. And also with the 2. Can we watch Cyrax versus Marty Fist? I guess. Yeah, that's fine. I think they already released him, didn't they, for running over that guy? So, in Florida, they're pretty laxed on what it, you know, takes to get off on that type of stuff.
Yeah, like he was going down the alley. His lights off. Look. Oh, here he is. Come on by, buddy boy. Come on by, Cyrax. Come on by.
I've got Pokemon for the cleaner.
Come on. Come over.
Oh. Why?
Stupid motherfucker.
Why would you leave me alone? Why?
Why wouldn't we order?
What the fuck?
Bitch! Get the fuck out of here. Who's the king? You are?
Yeah, but if they... So the thing is if they actually, you know, were planning on charging him with manslaughter, they wouldn't have let him walk from the scene, because that's like an actual felony. So if you're even, like, you know, remotely suspected of doing something wrong, they would at least take you down to the station to do, like, fingerprinting and a mugshot just in case. And maybe you would spend the night. But yeah, if they just let him go from the scene, most likely they're not going to even write that up as manslaughter. Because in Florida, I'm pretty sure they have the law where if someone is blocking your car, like on a public roadway, you can fucking run them over. So Florida has that. They also have, you know, the law where if anybody attacks you or, you know, infringes on your property in a threatening manner, you can kill them So Florida, like I said, is very, very relaxed on that type of shit. They don't arrest people for, you know, standing their ground, essentially. Especially if you're in a car and somebody's, like, throwing themselves on the front of it. Like, that's asking to get killed. So Florida, luckily for him, is very, very chill on those type of, I guess, criminal trials and shit. The people around were defending him, saying the guy hit by the car was in the wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, the guy threw himself on the hood of the car, so I don't know what he expected other than getting run over, so most likely the cops won't even do anything about it. They'll just chalk it up to some fucking batshit crazy guy who got fucking hit by a car. The end. It's like if somebody throws themselves in front of your car on, like, a highway, you're not going to get arrested for that, so. I'm going to be 40 in 10 years? No, I will not be. I'll be 38. Not quite 40.
Wait now. Shut the fuck up.
Fine. You win. You win. You win. Please let it go. I'm begging you. Please.
Get the fuck out of here. Get up. Get the fuck up. Bitch.
Well, if the guy was actually a tweaker and they do a drug test on him and they find, like, he was on drugs or some shit, especially, then yeah, it'll probably be fine. Because Florida's very strict about drug use, too, so. Ironically enough. You know, Miami, the city of fucking coke. But, yeah. So, most likely nothing will come of it. Playing Dante's Inferno at 8K 60. Nice, man. That's pretty good. Poor people, am I right? Yeah, I don't know, man. There's some fucking weirdos out there. Let's see, is there anything happening in gaming? Bioshock 4 leaked?
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast
Uh-oh. Am I gonna leak?
guy here. Today we're talking about Bioshock 4, surprisingly, because last night there was actually 2 separate very big leaks, including pretty much everything about it. The setting, stuff that's coming back, the fact that it's actually in the Antarctic, and even one of the main actresses essentially just leaked that it exists. But I want to go through all of it because this is very fascinating to me as a mass.
How did they leak that Bioshock 4 exists? It's literally like a known fact that it's been actively developed for like the past 20 years. Well, not exactly that long, but you get the point. Like, there's never been a secret surrounding the development of Bioshock 4. Like, everybody knew it was coming. Take-Two literally announced it, like, I don't even remember how long ago. It was, like, forever. This has been a known quantity for, like, a while that Bioshock 4 would be releasing. Now, the game's apparently been in development hell, and they canceled, like, a live service version of it and instead now are working on a single-player version. But yeah, it's always been a thing. No, Ken Levine is gone, and Irrational Games is shut down, so this will most likely be some semblance of like a Bioshock 2 scenario where a separate development team makes it. But, you know, if it is like Bioshock 2, it'll still maybe be good. So, we'll have to wait and see.
Massive fan of Bioshock. Bioshock 4 is a very different team, obviously. This is not the old school Ken Levine era. I mean, it is weird to even consider the fact that we had an entire trilogy back to back. Bioshock 1, 2, and 3 came out in a relatively quick pace, and maybe you have problems with certain aspects.
That's how that entire generation was. We got entire franchises. 360 generation is goated.
Of it, or some of the plot holes or timeline stuff, but to me, I've always been a very big fan of everything Bioshock, even the rather strange DLC in that third game. I mean, hell, I have Bioshock tattoos, right? So when I hear about Bioshock 4, I'm still open-minded, even if it is a very different product of a very different era. But these leaks, I think they make me much, much more excited about the future of Bioshock now. Let's talk. I hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. I am terribly sick right now, so if I look a bit under the weather, well, that's why. So we have two separate things we're going to go through. First up, MP First posted a giant article with actually even some leaked screenshots, but I'm not going to show the screenshots mostly because in the past I've shown screenshots and those videos usually get taken down. And honestly, the screenshots themselves are kind of just not super useful. They're just like pictures of what kind of just look like your typical Bioshock setting. Lots of wires and brass and craziness like that, right? But we're going to go through the MP first, but I wanted to start with this because honestly, it's kind of hilarious to me. Adrian Ray, the South of Midnight actress, who actually, I have not played South of Midnight. I've heard the game is pretty decent, but she apparently really carries the game. Pretty much everything good about the game rests purely on her shoulders. Well, she was doing like a TikTok Q&A, and she essentially spilled all the beans, talking about how much she's involved with Bioshock 4, including mocap and stuff. She plays the villain's telekinetic sidekick in a secret 2K game that's probably Bioshock 4. To continue the Bioshock news going on today, this is from weeks ago, but I never saw it posted here. It's the interviews that she mentioned that she played a role in an upcoming 2K game. Look at that. This is your first video game, right? No, I don't think, I think Bioshock 4 is, but I don't know. Allegedly. I literally have no idea, but the crowd has me feeling like it was Bioshock 4. I worked on it very hard. I worked very hard on it. It was going into a production studio in San Francisco, and I had superpowers. I had telekinesis, and I was like getting people and throwing them against walls and stuff. It was great, but it never came out, so I really don't know. And then there were so many NDAs, and, you know, I have no way of telling. I probably never worked on it. Who knows? So here's the thing, is two separate things at once, right? First of all, it's very funny to talk about your NDAs while breaking your NDAs in a public setting. But also, this is kind of one of the big problems of these extremely long development periods. I have actually heard this multiple times now. I can't go too much into details, but I have heard of a game where the game was in development for so long, they ended up having to change the main character's name like 5 separate times during the development, just because they kept being like, well, wait, we can't use that, we can't use that, we can't use that. So they had to end up re-recording stuff so many times. A lot of the cast have no idea what the game is actually about at this point, right? This kind of stuff happens. Look at this. I did a game, I think it was 2K Productions. I did it in 2021, right after I was off of Chicago Fire. That was the next thing, and I think it was between that. Yeah, 2021. So I did a game. I was the assistant to the villain, like the sidekick who had all the punching people, getting all the dirty work. I was that person. I could levitate, I had telekinesis, I was throwing things, and I was fighting, and it was a bunch of fun. And then just, I don't even...
Do you know what the thing is, though? Is Bioshock may be woke as shit, but it's still extremely enjoyable for what it is. Like, the atmosphere is unfucking matched. And despite the creator's attempts to get you to hate Columbia in particular, you know, that is probably one of the most, you know, ideal societies that's ever existed. Like, it's clean, it's futuristic, it has a great... I don't know, bro. Columbia is, like, basically... They really didn't do a good job at making you think that it was some sort of dystopian society. Like, Columbia looked fucking awesome. So, I don't know. Despite the fact that Bioshock is woke, I've always still enjoyed them. I think, like, the woke themes are recessed enough to where you can still enjoy the game, and it has an interesting story in and of itself outside of that shit. So it never really felt, like, super preachy, in my opinion. But yeah, obviously the woke undertones and story elements and, you know, that type of shit were definitely there. So, again, it goes back to what I always say. Gaming's always been woke, but, you know, subtlety used to be a thing. Nowadays, not so much. There's no such thing as subtlety in modern video game development. It's got to be super fucking preachy and constantly shoved down your fucking throat at every single opportunity, and has to spell it out for you in autistic detail. But, yeah, I don't know. I've always liked Bioshock, regardless.
I don't even know the name of it because they never tell me what the name is. And I don't even have, like, I can't even go back in emails because all of them self-destructed. So, like, even if someone was like, hey, no, that never really happened, I'd never be able to prove it. So it seems like this is it. So the big change of Bioshock 4 is it sounds like it's in the Arctic. So let's go through it, right? Somebody transcribed it. MP First published a giant article. It is awesome. I'm specifically looking at this thing here because in the article, it has the screenshots basically broken up between all the paragraphs, and I don't want to show the screenshots because I'll probably get sued. But they describe the screenshots here, and what's interesting to me is that it essentially says that there have been a lot of leaks about Bioshock 4 having a lot of troubles. And it's easy to believe that simply because, honestly, where has it been? I mean, the talk is that it's been in full-blown hardcore development now for almost 5 or 6 years. There were leaked trailers people were talking about 6 years ago. So how has it not been seen? What's weird is that Bioshock 4, we still have nothing publicly. We don't have a logo. We don't have a release date. We don't have even a set of consoles. This could be a PlayStation 6 launch game that's been in development since the PS4, and we genuinely don't know. But recent reports regarding Cloud Chamber's ongoing project have pulled back the curtain on the setting, characters, and narrative elements of the next Bioshock. According to the investigation by MP First, Bioshock 4, which has been in development since 2018, is currently navigating a complex production cycle. While Take-Two Strauss Zelnick, the CEO, has publicly reaffirmed the title is going to come out. That's always nice if you have to say, yes, the game exists. Data corroborated by Bloomberg suggests that frequent narrative overhaul.
Well, you could actually make the argument that Bioshock 4 might not be woke at all because Bioshock 2 really was not woke. Like, Bioshock 2 was pretty much just a pure, you know, Bioshock story. It didn't have, like, the heavy, you know, Israeli undertones of the first game. So Bioshock 2, I would say, is a lot less woke than Bioshock 1 and Infinite. So you could make the case that now Ken Levine is gone and they're making a, you know, Bioshock game with like another support studio, kind of like Bioshock 2 was, that it would be less woke than Bioshock 1 and Infinite, but I don't know. It could go either way, yeah. Like, you could hire a bunch of feminist writers who have no idea what subtlety means, or, you know, view it as their obligation to make the game just obnoxiously preachy, but I'm not sure. Depends. It could go either way. Because Bioshock 2 didn't have many of the political undertones that Bioshock 1 and Infinite had. Well, Rapture, yes, was a libertarian city, but also it was a allegory for Israel. And essentially, you know, Andrew Ryan was a Jew who fled the communists because they took his family's money. He went to America, and then the tax man took his family's money. So he founded Rapture to essentially escape the influence of the non-Jews. And, you know, the main villain of Bioshock is Frank Fontaine, a non-Jewish capitalist who abused Rapture, blah, 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 and ruined the utopian society. Like, Yeah, when you realize that Rapture is basically an allegory for Israel, and the reason why Frank Fontaine, like, I guess, what would his nationality be? I don't really fucking know, but he's supposed to be, like, a white European. So, yeah, Frank Fontaine represents the white guy that's always screwing over the poor little old Jews, essentially. You know, Andrew Ryan created his Jewish utopia, aka Israel, and an outsider destroyed it from within. I don't fucking know, but anyway. There's like a ton of videos about like the Jewish themology of Bioshock 1 in particular. And yeah, essentially Rapture is, you know, a stand-in for the Jewish ethno-state, escaping the influences of, you know, American, I guess, pseudo-capitalism and Russian communism at the time. But anyway, we don't have to get into a whole backstory about the discussion of Bioshock. It doesn't matter. That's, you know, independent viewing.
Halls may have pushed the project release beyond the 2027 window. That means that this is maybe going to be a 10-year project of active development, not just like, hey, we worked on an idea, then we came back to it later. 10 years of active development. You're journeying to the Antarctic called Borealis. Late details obtained by Infy First reveal that the game is set during the 1960s in an Antarctic city named Borealis. Now, this is interesting because, honestly, I've been studying a lot about the Arctic expeditions and stuff, all the Shackleford, the early Antarctic bases and stuff. And honestly, this is such an interesting time period because a lot of people are kind of just figuring out if it was even possible to live that far south. That a lot of people are basically literally doing experiments to see, will the human body just die? I like the idea that the most brilliant minds of the time, Andrew Ryan style, all went down there and basically went, let's make, you know, Antarctic Rapture. Departing the underwater depths of Rapture or the soaring heights of Columbia, this new environment is heavily defined by its harsh, frozen atmosphere. Key locations are identified are a grand casino, a prominent setting expected to serve as a stage for the major set piece.
Yeah, there's a lot of Ayn Rand, you know, Atlas Shrugged symbology in Bioshock 1. Yep. That's like, I remember, there's like an old developer commentary video, and yeah, I think Ken Levine talks about that being like a huge inspiration for it. You know, that's where the whole no gods, no kings, only men kind of tagline comes from. So, yeah. Ayn Rand is a huge influence of Bioshock 1. Let's see, Schizo Garcia with the 2, Bioshock and Hyperborea.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
There we go. Don't look into the Arctic, chuds. Yeah, they're gonna have the ice wall, bro. The secret door into the ice wall. Or I guess it would be a lighthouse, right?
Battle. The Solaria District, a specific location inhabited by a group known as the Solarians. It remains unclear whether they represent the city's elite, the hostile faction, or its general citizenry. Characters that return in classic elements. In terms of gameplay and lore, evidence suggests the return of Adam, so more genetic splicing, the genetic material responsible for the superhuman abilities and subsequent collapse in previous titles. The report also identifies a new class called Flushers, which are speculated to be the city's functional equivalent to the Iconic Splicers. Now, to me, I think that one of the complaints I saw the most from fans about Bioshock 3. Bioshock 3, I really like Bioshock Infinite, but a lot of people didn't like that as they got away from a lot of the Adam stuff. Like, the timeline of the original Bioshock, narratively, it makes perfect sense, right? Okay, we've got the city, we've got these geniuses, we've got this complete isolation, we've got no laws, we've got infinite development, right? Now we're going to edit the city, now we're going to invent robots, now we're going to make early 1940s AI, and then they start to splice themselves. You're literally using genetic modifiers to give themselves psychic abilities and crazy flamethrowing and stuff like that. And then when you're starting to play Bioshock Infinite, you just kind of have those powers. It's not really as spelled out scientifically. It's much more of like an assumed ability that feels like they just did it because it was part of the first game. I like the fact that in Bioshock 4, it seems like they're trying to go back to that very...
What the fuck? Oh my god. No, you're not a fan. You're not a fucking fan. He's not a fan. Holy shit. They literally explain in Bioshock Infinite that they get the technology from fucking Rapture. He's a fake fan! A fraud! Yeah, dude, they literally fucking explained that. That fucking, what's the guy's name? Fink was in contact with Rapture. And that's how he got all of his technologies and such. They literally had open communication with Rapture and were exchanging technology. Come on, bruh. That's like one of the main plot points of the game.
Like heavy, here's how it works. Not just here is it working, here's how it works. And to me, that's something I really, really loved in the OG Bioshock and Bioshock 2 and the really good Bioshock 2 DLC. Visual assets recovered by Infi First feature a striking gold statue of a stern male figure in an Atlas-like pose, supporting a massive globes. Following the series' tradition of venerating...
Yeah, but dude, if you claim to be... you know, this massive fan of Bioshock to the point where you get it tattooed on your body, like, shouldn't you at least know, like, the overall plot of the game?
Tyrannical antagonists like Andrew Ryan and Zachary Comstock, this figure is theorized to be the game's villain. Conversely, early technical renders show a protagonist clad in a sharp mid-century suit and tie, bearing a stylistic resemblance to Bioshock Infinite's Booker DeWitt. Now, the statue they show is just the Atlas statue on the cover of Atlas Shrugged. It's nothing fancy or special. I mean, it's clearly from the game, but I think it's interesting because I'm curious if that means that we're going to see something that is a much more direct follow-up to Bioshock 1. You know, Bioshock Infinite, very different timeline. In fact, we end up jumping a bunch of timelines, right? I like the idea of basically everybody being like, all right, Rapture failed, Atlas went too far, Andrew Ryan failed, right? Let's try that again. We can do it right. I almost like the idea that instead of learning from the mistakes of Rapture, that hubris is even more potent in that nuclear age, right? Development woes and the shadow of Judas. While Bioshock 4 continues to struggle through what sources describe as a turbulent development cycle, particularly surrounding a development period in 2022, a competitor has emerged within the family. Judas, the upcoming project from the original Bioshock creator Ken Levine, appears to be much closer to completion. As Bioshock 4 undergoes internal shifts, many fans are looking at Judas as the spiritual successor and may well arrive before the official sequel. So this is the thing, is that obviously... I think
that's fine.
Judas looks great. Judas looks fantastic. Judas looks like it's going to be so replayable and so good. And it's by the actual creator of Bioshock. So it is kind of interesting to think about Bioshock 4, even if that DNA is perfect, even if it really does feel like that next Bioshock, it is going to be kind of hard for fans like myself to separate it, to go, okay, well, Ken Levine's Bioshock is Judas.
Infinite's ending was not retarded. It was very good. Especially with the DLC and how they connect it to Bioshock 1. So, I don't know. I like the ending of Bioshock Infinite. I thought it was pretty well done.
And Bioshock 4 is Take-Two's take on it. So, I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Despite these delays, the core NDA of the DNA of the franchise appears intact, and Cloud Chamber is aiming to maintain the high-concept storytelling and stylized aesthetics that defined the earlier masterpieces. I gotta be honest, I like the idea that this does feel like it's making a big leap, that it is trying to do something so drastically different. That, to me, as a Bioshock fan, does excite me a lot. I will say that this, I know I always bang on this drum, I hate how long development cycles are. Like, look at this, here's a great example. Naughty Dog made 4 games on the PlayStation 3, they did 3 games on the PlayStation 4, and the PS5 is going to get only 1 game. It's kind of sad how the frequency of new games releases has just been reduced to 1 game per generation. You know, I think part of the fun of Bioshock was that we got a whole trilogy back-to-back, right? Even with the delays to Bioshock Infinite, they came out way faster than current games do. To me, it just feels, I don't know, crappy. It feels boring in a lot of ways. That it just takes so long to get any new big games drip-fed to us. These have been some off-the-cuff thoughts from a very sick Dreamcast guy. I hope you guys are having a great day, and I love you very much. Please like this video, subscribe, and the biggest thing of all, keep dreaming.
thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else,
It's because games didn't bother being photorealistic. Hold on, let me see if I can find the article. Let's see what the images look like. That's old. That's old. Oh, is this it? Yeah, that's old. So I guess that's what it looks like. Really? That's it? Okay. A glimpse into the characters. Those aren't characters. Those are just fucking statues. Okay, well, that was incredibly fucking boring. Wow. I don't think they would have bothered striking down his channel for showing that off. Yeah, it's like explained in Bioshock Infinite that like the Big Daddies are what inspired the Songbird, and that the Vigors are basically plasmids. And, you know, a lot of the music in Bioshock Infinite, if you listen to it, is like 1930s versions of like modern songs, which is, you know, a small detail that not a lot of people picked up on. If you actually look at the songs that are featured in Bioshock Infinite, a lot of them are from like the 70s and 80s and stuff like that. Well into the future compared to when Bioshock Infinite actually takes place. So, yeah, Fink literally uses the tears in order to peer into the future, or in the case of Rapture, to, you know, basically take technology from, you know, other places and, you know, implement it into Columbia. So, yeah. Statues of characters? I doubt it. It looks like the statue at the opening of Bioshock 1. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with a 5. Been watching both you guys since 2016. Dreamcast guy looks heaps worse in the face after COVID. He's definitely been triple boosted and protected. Well, yeah, that, and he's getting older, too. Like, he's over 40, I'm pretty sure. So, he's like 40-something years old, so. There's also that aspect, too. Bro's aging. Let's see. So, interchangeable economic unit with the 5. Why bother even analyzing this juice? Or juice, slop, drivel. Anyway, I don't pay attention to lyrics in most songs anymore. Everything is slop mostly. Yeah, I agree for the most part. I don't listen to modern music. I don't really watch modern TV or movies. And, you know, I don't really play too many video games by choice nowadays either. So. I feel you on that. I'm too old to be on YouTube. I kind of agree, honestly. At some point, maybe, I'll be gone. But what else am I going to do with my free time is the problem. Just sleep all day. So, I don't know. Oh my god, dude, the video game crash is here. No way. Should we see if it's clickbait or not? Definitely is, but...
You know, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that you are my audience, because that just simply means that none of this is going to come as like a big...
I wish the video game crash was actually here, but it's not.
Shock to you. You guys understand, this is something that I've been talking about on the channel for quite a while now. You know, over the past year and a half, 2 years or so, I have been saying that there are cracks in the foundation of the video game industry, and things are going to get very, very ugly when it comes to the video game industry as we know it. Now, of course, a lot of this was just anecdotal evidence, but when the cold hard facts come out about a situation and there is concrete proof that something is very wrong with the video game industry, you guys aren't surprised by it. You knew that this was coming. You saw the writing on the wall. And maybe this is your first time here on the channel, and if so, be sure to hit that subscribe button so you're no longer blindsided by these things. You're no longer caught off guard when it comes to what is happening within the video game industry. Because the video game industry is in a downward spiral right now. And you could easily say that a video game crash is looming on the horizon, and you could even say that it's possibly here right now, because the information that was just given out very recently definitely shows that something is very, very wrong. Now, we of course talked about Black Friday sales in the United States as an indicator of what's happening within the industry. Within that information, we learned that during Black Friday weekend, the PlayStation 5 was the best-selling console, the Nintendo Switch 2 was in second place, in third place was the Next Playground, and in fourth place was Xbox consoles. Now, without having any sort of concrete numbers behind it, it really didn't mean all that much. The PlayStation 5 should have sold well. It was on sale for up to $100 off. The Nintendo Switch 2 is a premium system, and we could talk about the software of it, and maybe, you know, diehard Nintendo fans rushed out to get it on day one, but as time has gone on, maybe some people are waiting a little bit to see some more bigger marquee titles. The Next Playground is just a weird thing that, this must have been on like Good Morning America or some middle-aged white woman show to make this thing start selling very well. And Xbox is Xbox. So with that data, you're kind of like, okay, you know, no big deal. But then the shit...
It's one of those TikTok products where they just marketed the shit out of it on TikTok and people went fucking nuts over it. You know, it'll end up like the Wii, but even worse, where people buy it, they use it once, and then never touch it again. Like, realistically, that Next Pro, whatever the fuck, is, you know, gonna become essentially a dust collector, but... It's like a little gimmicky motion control game console that's like $200. You know, people bought it because it was marketed on TikTok, and they'll buy it, use it once or twice, and then never touch it again. That's the simple truth here. It's just yet another gimmick console, but, you know, like Kinect, like the Wii, people will buy it, and... The normies will get, I guess, baited into getting it, and they'll never touch it after the first time. It's like, how many Wiis do you think were used that, you know, people never fucking touched after playing Wii Sports 3 or 4 times?
Shit hits the fan. Then we get into the actual numbers that happened with this. So it was reported by Circana that in the month of November, United States hardware sales on video game consoles were the lowest they have been since November of 1995 at 1.6 million units sold total. The biggest month for buying video game consoles with holiday seasons on the horizon completely flatlined at 1.6 million units total in the United States. The worst since November of 1995. Now, we're going to get in our little time capsule here and take a look at the video game industry in 95. Because the video game industry in 1995 was a completely different beast than it is in the modern era. Back in 1995, you didn't have all these crazy development costs, and you had something called competition. There were lots of consoles out there. If you sold 20 or 30 million units of your system, you were considered to be a huge success. In 1995, of course, the Sega Genesis was pretty much on its deathbed. The Super Nintendo, the same thing. Nintendo fans were looking forward to the Nintendo 64, known as the Ultra 64. When it comes to newer consoles that were available, you had things like the 3DO, which was very highly priced, the Sega Saturn, which had a bit of a struggle its first couple of years, and the Sony PlayStation, a relative unknown within the video game industry at that time frame. And that still was about what we see right now, with huge industry giants, with billion-dollar games, with games needing to sell hundreds of thousands and millions of copies in order to just break even, not even considering it a success. You sold 100,000 copies of a game back in 1995, your sequel was automatically greenlit. So how do we get to this point? Why are people not buying video game consoles in 2025, especially during the holiday season, when this is usually some of the best time to see this sort of thing? Well, I mean, there's multiple different reasons. Let's talk about the consoles themselves. We talked about the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 has been out since 2020. Now, obviously, when you've been on the market for around 5+ years or so, you're not expecting things to be absolutely insane in terms of sales, unless you have something going on. A sale. But there really wasn't a big sale. Like, yes, the PlayStation 5 was $100 off, but that's essentially just offsetting the price increase that the PlayStation 5 got in 2025. With that price increase, the sale just brings it back down to the normal price that it was when the system first came out. So is it really a sale? Not necessarily. I mean, yes, it is lower than what the MSRP is right now, but it's simply just adjusting back to what it was previously before, you know, things happen with tariffs and other things that we'll talk about in a little bit. The Nintendo Switch 2, interesting situation for Nintendo. With Nintendo always being viewed as the, you know, lower price point entry of a system, $450 or $500 for a system that comes with Mario Kart World might be a little bit of a harder sale. And of course, you might have had people buy the system when it first came out because they wanted to have the system before the holiday season and didn't want to mess around with stuff like that. But I honestly feel like there are, you know, at least some Nintendo fans out there looking at the software that has come out and be like, okay, you know, Mario Kart World was dope, Donkey Kong Bonanza was dope, Hyrule Warriors, if you like that style of game, was cool.
The problem is like what? The two big Nintendo holiday games are both last generation titles as well. So it's like, okay, there's not really a huge incentive to go out and buy a Switch 2 this holiday season. Because, you know, Pokemon and Metroid, both are pretty mediocre titles anyway. But both of those games are on the Switch 1, so there's not really a huge push to go out and buy the console if Donkey Kong didn't already convince you to do so. So most likely, once Nintendo actually gets some, you know, truly next-generation titles out there, it'll push people more. But, yeah, there's not really a huge drive to go out and buy a Switch 2 right now because, again, if you have a Switch 1, you could play those games anyway, and they're not really that great either. Kids want to grow up to be streamers, so begging Santa for a laptop? I guess. I don't know. I just don't really think there's any real motivation to go out and buy new hardware. Because most people's games that they play are last generation titles anyway. Like, you know, PS4 still runs Fortnite. You can still play Warzone. You can still play Madden and FIFA and all the other normie slop, so... all of the typical normie titles are all last gen. There's not really any truly next generation experience that, you know, you need to go out and buy a next gen console for. So once Nintendo gets something like a new Smash, or they get, I don't know, a new 3D Mario or Zelda game, that'll be the push that people will go out and buy the console for. But right now, there's not really anything super pressing. See here, but the 5, after playing Borderlands 1, I realized something. Yes, I want nice visuals. But that doesn't mean it has to be ultra realistic. The gameplay is king. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like, so many of the 360 era games have like the ultra stylized graphics, so... well, yeah, they look nice overall. It didn't, you know, create a situation where you spent 4 years just on the visuals. But nowadays, everybody demands photorealism. If you were playing PlayStation or Switch exclusives, you are, by definition, not ignore me. The normies are what we call ball and gun game. Not on Nintendo. Nintendo Switch did not sell 150 plus million units being a ball and gun console, my guy. You know, Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, those are the normie games on Switch. So there is no new Mario. There is no new Zelda.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, there's technically a new Pokemon, but it's not exclusive, and it's not a real mainline title, so... therefore, you know, Nintendo's main appeal is the normie titles. Like, yes, their other first-party stuff sells, but people primarily buy the Switch or Nintendo consoles for Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, and... you know, tossing a few there like Smash Brothers or whatever else in Animal Crossing. None of those games have gotten a proper Switch 2 game yet, so there's not going to be a huge normie rush. The Switch 2 is still selling very well, so it just doesn't have like that FOMO factor yet that would really push the sales crazy.
But there really hasn't been anything super groundbreaking for the system. And when you look at the first half of 2025, or 2026, I should say, at least what we know is coming out from Nintendo themselves, not really anything lighting the world on fire. Like, I've gone on record as saying that, looking at the games that Nintendo themselves have announced, I've just kind of been like, oh, you know, I guess there's some interesting stuff here. But, you know, that's just kind of how I think I'm viewing it, and maybe potentially other people are viewing it. The next thing, like I said, I don't know what the hell's going on with that. And Xbox, who the hell knows what's going on with Xbox, except for high prices on their system. The system costs substantially more now than what it did when it first came out, around the same time that the PlayStation 5 did. When you're not having monumental sales of systems and different bundles and different discounts of things, people are going to be spending less. Everything is going up in price right now, it seems like. And, you know, it's not just your food and your rent and stuff like that, which is stuff that has always been happening. It's now your computers, your technology, your video games are going up in price. And here's the crazy thing, folks. It's just going to get worse.
Yep.
We know that it is going to get worse. We know that. 100%. Why? Because of the AI boom. The biggest problem with this whole situation...
If you want to switch to, go ahead and buy it now. There's a pretty good chance it's going to get higher in price.
We've moved on from tariffs being our comfort blanket, and yes, tariffs did play a role, but was it as substantial as companies wanted to make it out to be?
No.
In my opinion, not really, but hey, you know, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But I feel like everyone can agree on one thing. The AI situation is not going to get better anytime soon, and this isn't just going to affect video game consoles, it's going to affect everything. You know, anything that uses any sort of memory is going to be affected by this. All these stupid-ass smart devices, smart cars, cell phones, computers, televisions, and of course, video game consoles. Many people are expecting video game consoles to, once again, go up in price in 2026. And I think that is a fair assumption to make. So now you're going to start charging people more for the same thing, because as we've learned on this channel, yesterday's price is not today's price, and today's price is not tomorrow's price. So eventually companies are going to have to start dealing with things like that. But it also extends into game development itself, because how do you make a game? Like, what makes a game? A computer. So if companies are having to spend more money to make the games, and they're having to spend more money in order to have additional memory and stuff like that, in order to create these games, that is going to be passed on to you. Now, I don't think the situation looks nearly as dire in other regions as it does in the United States. But that's kind of the whole point of the video game crash of 1983. It was a regional thing. It was a United States thing. When you look at video games in Japan and you look at video games in Europe, they were fine. There was many personal computers, you know, the weird stuff that Europe had. And of course, you had the Famicom in 1983 come out in Japan, the family computer system, and everyone loved it, and it was super successful. And then it was branded as the NES in '85 as a, you know, premium sort of device, not trying to be a video game system, but an entertainment system, which kind of offset it and allowed retailers to have a little bit of confidence in it once it started testing well in various markets. You don't have that same sort of situation here, though. Now, granted, Japan does have a system or a region lock system for the Nintendo Switch 2, and they are getting one for the PlayStation 5. I'm not sure if it's quite out yet, but these are cheaper systems for that audience. So Japan is actually going to become a very important piece in this equation once again. You know, anything about me, I always say, you know, it's kind of weird how companies still do.
And the crazy thing is even after Sony jacked the price down for Japan, the PS5 is still being outsold like 3-1 by the original Nintendo Switch. Bro, Sony really fucking pissed off the Japanese market, and they genuinely do not have really any interest in the PS5 compared to what PlayStation was doing, you know, 1 or 2 generations ago. So, GG's, Jim Ryan. You did a great job fucking over your home market.
A lot of stuff specifically for the Japanese audience, but maybe this is a reason why that, like, it makes sense. You know, it makes sense to do this because you're trying to figure out ways to offset what you're going to have to deal with in other regions. Now, I guess technically all of these companies could make a US-only, you know, specific system that can't play Japanese stuff and stuff like that, but then we're just getting back to a time point when region locking was a whole big thing, and I feel like we've kind of moved beyond that in the Western market as far as having to do something like that, and would a company really be willing to do it? You have to remember, whether, you know, no matter where you live, you know, I don't know if you live in the United States, Canada, England, Japan, Africa, the Middle East, wherever you live, at the end of the day, the US is the biggest market for video game stuff. For video game sales, console sales. If you look at any pie chart from the past 2 decades, you would see that the majority of game sales and the majority of system sales for 99.5% of systems and games come from the United States. Now, we do have some outlier stuff. Obviously, we're seeing a big boom with Chinese games, I should say. They're kind of on the rise, and now we're seeing China start to become this powerhouse of, you know, video games and having a very loyal fan base with people purchasing games that are done by Chinese developers and stuff like that. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, it's mostly a United States sort of thing. And if that's crumbling, that's buckling at the knees with the lowest month since November of 1995, 30 years ago. And then you sit back and you look at the video game industry 30 years ago and you compare it to where we're at now. The advancements made, the technological advancements, something has to give. Something has to give. I don't know what the answer is to this. Because now you've gone so far with these games and the technology and stuff like that. For whatever reason, the companies don't want to have to kind of stop. They don't want to innovate. They're happy with what they're doing. They've found a formula that works for them. And then you start to diminish the fact that, you know, competition is starting to come down to a close. Everyone's kind of kumbayaing, and people are thinking, oh, well, PC gaming will be on the rise. No, that's not the case. PC gaming is so much more expensive now because of the AI shit. And the AI shit isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen when the next Xbox is announced and it's over $1,000? What's going to happen when the PlayStation 6 is announced and it's closing in at $1,000? Because there's going to be potentially multiple SKUs. Now you're starting to hear that it's not necessarily going to push the medium quite as far as other generational jumps have, which have become a law of diminishing returns anyways to begin with. Like, let's be super realistic.
Yeah, we didn't even get a generational jump in this generation. It's pretty much just more of the same.
Here, unless you have a hard-on for, like, ray tracing and stuff like that. You know, obviously, the more powerful systems can have a little more tricks.
Let's see. Interchangeable economic unit with the 5. At this point, I only buy new games to support the devs. I have a huge backlog as it is, and the list of devs I want to support gets smaller and smaller. I agree, man. I agree. There's very few games that I'm actually even remotely interested in. So, I like my Square Enix titles, and really, aside from that, I don't really have many studios I wish to support out there. Zher with the 5, I'm replaying Syndicate, and the database has a section on the creed, and it ends with a spiel on how the term brotherhood isn't progressive enough. Yeah. Syndicate really was the beginning of the end for the franchise. You know, Unity was the last hurrah. Syndicate was absolute fucking dog shit. And hearing stuff like that only cements my hatred for that game.
And bells and whistles, but, you know, I would say 85% of people don't even necessarily care about that, especially when it starts to impact how long games take to come out, because we're no longer in the era. You go back to 95, a game is a success, next year it's got a sequel. And sometimes these sequels were full-on reinventions of it. Think of it was considered a long time when it took 2 years for Resident Evil 2 to come out, but after Resident Evil 1. And think of the leap that was made in terms of graphics on the same system, in terms of storytelling on the same system. It was crazy. And that was considered like a big deal. Oh, wow, it's taking so long. They rebooted the whole thing. You know, they had Resident Evil 1.5, which had Leon and the other female character. I can't remember her name right off the top of my head. They were in a police station and stuff like that. And it was like a different style of police station, very different style of game. And then they scratched it. And then they made this whole huge adventure of Resident Evil 2 all within 2 years. Now you have companies like Naughty Dog. You're lucky to get one game a generation. How does anyone think this is sustainable? People are penny pinching nowadays. When all of your bills are going up, you have less money to spend on video games. And if the industry has to revert back to 1995 standards in terms of sales, in terms of game sales, in terms of system sales and stuff like that, holy shit, it's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be absolute pandemonium. But what can you do? I think it's gotten to a point where it's out of the consumer's control. $80 games, $90 games, $100 games, $1,000 systems. You're going to start seeing those 1995 numbers again, pal. But like I said at the start of this video, you're not surprised. You're not surprised by any of this. You saw the writing on the wall. You understood that this was essentially a dam. And all the water was building up pressure, building up pressure, building up pressure. More water was being added with more problems being added. And eventually that dam was going to burst. And I think the dam has burst. I don't think all the water has come down to us yet. But I think if you look, and you look towards the top of the dam, you can tell that something is very wrong. And it's not going to get better anytime soon.
Dude, it's like that fucking meme of the stealth bomber where it says, "Feed me the Three Gorges Dam." You know, we need to launch a fucking targeted strike at the video game industry dam and have that shit fucking burst. You know, enough is enough. A lot of these companies just need to get fucking stripped. Period. Fire every single fucking person. Bring in actual talented developers.
There's going to have to be some major changes. This is not sustainable. And the sustainability is clearly shown in the data. With 1.6 million units sold across PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch 2, the next thing, and Xbox. All system variants as well. Remember back in the day, you didn't have all these system variants. You didn't have a Lite, you didn't have a Pro, you didn't have an X, you didn't have an S, you didn't have this, that, or the other.
Yeah,
this is what we're looking at.
Yes, you did.
Oh, man. Well,
you definitely had all the variants. You had the normal, the slim, the fucking colored variants. You had the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Advanced SP. You had DS, DS Lite. Slims, DSi, 3DS, 3DS XL, 3DS new XL, new 3DS. You had the Wii U, the Wii U Deluxe, the Wii Mini, the Wii Black. Like, there were so many variants back in the day. There's tons of variants.
Let me know what you think of it in the comment section down below, because I think this is going to be, a polarizing topic, and people are going to, probably disagree with some of the things I have to say on it, and that's fine. I always welcome a conversation on it. I'm just talking about it from my viewpoint, and I think, I think I'm coming from a very normal place. When a system is coming out in Q1 of 2026, the Steam Deck, and we don't know the price of it because the company doesn't know the price of it, because all of this stuff just keeps going up in price that is going to be used to build this system that is a Steam machine under your television. I think it's very telling for how the economy when it comes to technology right now is functioning. And as always, guys, thank you for checking out this video. If you enjoyed it, be sure to hit that subscribe button, be sure to like, comment, and share. Hit the bell as well. And as always, I'll catch you guys on the next video. Later.
Yeah, there's always been a ton of variants of consoles out there, so I don't know. I mean, even last generation, there was a bunch of variants. You had the Xbox One, the Xbox One S, the Xbox One X. You had the PS4, PS4 Slim, PS4 Pro. Like, there's always been a ton of different variations. Yeah, you had what? The 360, the 360 Elite, the 360 Slim, and then the 360E. So but, I mean, we just need to ditch these photorealistic graphics. Redesigns don't count, you idiot. Dude, fuck off. Who the fuck are you to say what counts and doesn't count? Go fucking beat your head against the wall and make yourself useful. Who the fuck are you to tell me what does and doesn't count? Fuck you. Those graphics would be more impactful if it was only a few games that did it. Well, dude, every game looks the same nowadays. It's like the Focus M meme on fucking Twitter. Have you guys... I think I pulled it up the other day. The Focus M shit. Like, it's so true, man. Every game looks like it. You see it everywhere. Hold on. Yeah, this one.
I see Toadsworth roped you into this too.
The Monarch's job is never done, but we can talk more later. Bowser's castle should be just up ahead.
I thought I smelled something burning.
Focus M. Bowser's got the power stars, and you know what that means.
Yeah, trouble.
Exactly. So watch your back. Oh, and if you find any red coins out there, make sure to grab those too. Collect enough, and I might just have an upgrade waiting for you.
All right. You're the boss, princess. Okay, Mario. Time to party. All right.
Dude, it's so accurate. Like, hold on. Yeah, the fucking prompt to jump, the dark, realistic visuals, the over-the-top graphical effects, the voice acting, the corny writing. Dude, it's just literally... This is the modern video game formula to the fucking T. It's just the music, everything. It's literally modern gaming. This is the PlayStation formula, more so than anything. And unfortunately, most Western AAA studios have basically just copied that. There's also this one.
I should take a look at that. I think I should go this way. A coin. This could be useful. Whoa. I'm Super Mario. The Goomba's head is exposed. If I can find a way to jump on it, it's game over. A mushroom. I should take a look at that.
Dude, it's so fucking true. It's every game now. Every fucking game has this exact same tone, look, feel, and retarded ass dialogue. Oh my god, bro. Like, there's not even diversity in gaming anymore. It's just the same shit every single fucking time. Like, every game looks exactly like that. And it's sad that a parody is, like, you know, spot on that front. What happened with that? Deleted? Ah, shit. Let's see. When I saw it, I pictured 5 different Sony games immediately, from Spider-Man to God of War. Yeah, exactly. Every single fucking game. It's like the same copy-pasted sloppa. Like, there's nothing visually distinct about any games anymore. Especially with the death of proprietary engines. Star Citizen? Nope. I don't really have an interest in that type of game. I don't know. Like, that to me is what I would call unemployed gaming, personally. I don't know. It's not really my thing. Imagine if Square lets Namura make Versus 13 the way he wants. Well, I don't think Versus 13 was directed by Namura, but let's see. Original director for Versus 13. I don't think it was him, but maybe. Okay, so I guess it was? Technically? But that doesn't make sense. Who led the project from its 2006 announcement? Is it really that old? Damn, bro. So it was a thing before 13 even came out. Interesting. Huh. See, now I want to see what started development first. Final Fantasy 13 or versus 13. Huh. So Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy Versus 13 began around the same time. Final Fantasy 13 started in 2004. And Versus 13 officially unveiled alongside Final Fantasy 13 at E3 2006. But 13 had a more direct path through. Okay. Interesting. I wasn't really watching gaming events back in 2006, so... Yeah, 13 Versus looked pretty cool. Like that one character that everybody simps out over, which is a shame she didn't make the cut. This chick. Oh, wow, that's really zoomed in. Stupid thing. There we go. This character. Stella was her name. Looks way better than Elena, I agree. By a long shot. But yeah, this was like her full body art. There we go. That's what she looked like. Like that. I'm trying to get it in the frame because it's kind of hard to do with the autism mode. But yeah, that's what she looked like. Pretty good design. Shame she didn't make the cut. But yeah, that was basically proto Luna Freya. British Potato with the 5. What's your favorite train model? I don't even know if I can come up with one off the top of my head. Mine is a rail car type rolling stock center beam train. Has over 1K to 7K horsepower per unit. Strongest train. I don't know, man. I don't have the train autism stat, so I couldn't tell you. I knew 2 people in my life that were Rail fans, but they never rubbed off on me. Like, there was one dude I knew who had a YouTube channel of him autistically screeching at, like, rail yards whenever a train would pull in. He would go, "It's the CSX," whatever, and, like, would just scream the name of the train and, like, spout out a bunch of random facts and, like, try to get the, I guess, conductor to, you know, pull the whistle. But yeah, he would upload YouTube videos of all the various trains he would spot. He had a touch of Asperger's. Which maybe is self-evident, I don't know. Yeah, his videos are very corny, like... They can't do this. Claire Obscure just fucked up real bad. Oh my god. Expedition 33 just embarrassed the game industry. Let's see what this shit is. Let's just see how clickbait.
Just a few weeks back, even Claire Obscure Expedition 33 was seen as the industry's darling. Everyone praised the game. They thought it was the best thing ever made, and it won big at the Game Awards. It became the blueprint, if you will, for many to follow in terms of making a game that people wanted to see more of in the future. But now with the developments surrounding AI and how people are perceiving it these days, Claire Obscure is not only being sacrificed, but honestly robbed of its accolades for using AI. And I decided to really submerge myself in this whole debate, try to really understand how far-reaching and how long AI has been in use in video games. And I've come to a conclusion that ultimately AI is not only here to stay, but the pushback in many ways is performative as well to a degree. No, I still don't think AI should be used to maybe replace all the art in, say, a game, but when it comes to, say, things like animation, lip syncing and such,
I don't fucking care if AI replaces all the art in a game. As long as the actual gameplay is good, I genuinely couldn't fucking care if a TI-84 calculator or some ugly-ass art hoe draws the character designs. It doesn't fucking matter to me.
which I will get into more later in the video. It's almost essential for many reasons. Obviously, this is a nuanced topic, so let
God, dude, the character models in this game look so fucking bad.
me explain before anyone wants to tear me apart. I promise it'll make sense at the end, but
they all look so out of place.
Is good use and bad use, so let me explain that and then some. But
it's like the character models are like from a different game almost. And look how blurry, like, all the visual effects are. It looks terrible, man.
Let's first start with what inspired this video. From Insider Gaming, it's now confirmed that the Indie Game Awards has stripped Expedition 30.
Alright, nobody fucking cares. Slop! Straight up slop. Z-Herb with the 2. I miss the hyper-masculine dude bro era of the 360. Yeah, I miss when video games were actually made for men and not women.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with a 2. Can you watch You're Not Mad Enough? Let me see. What is it? $23. We'll see what it is.
You're not mad enough. I know you're not mad enough. Hell, I'm probably not even mad enough. I'm not mad enough, and definitely you are not mad enough. Oh no. There is no way in hell you are mad enough. If you were mad enough,
this stuff wouldn't be happening right now. None of this would be happening, actually. Absolutely none of it. But you know why it is happening? It's because you're not mad enough. You're not mad enough because they're trying to pass an assault weapons ban of 2021 to 2022. The H.R. 1808. This bill makes it a crime to knowingly import, sell, manufacture, transfer, or possess a semi-automatic assault weapon, SAW, or large-capacity ammunition feeding device, LCAFD. I know you're not mad enough, because you're letting this shit slide. You're letting a bill actually be debated and go through the whole House of...
Did you make this video, or did somebody else? Because you're in Australia. Why are you making a video about a U.S. bill? Which has zero chance of ever passing, by the way.
Congress to decide if this should be passed or not. We know you're not mad enough. You're not mad enough because they still push all this vaccine and mask bullshit. You thought that if you just folded over, if you just got this experimental vaccine, as they like to call it, if you just wore the mask, if you still wear it even though you're not told to, if you be a good little boy and not do what you want to do because you might spread some disease that has an extremely low mortality rate, if you're gonna go out and do all these things, you have to do it the way they want you to. And you're not mad enough because you're still following it, either consciously or subconsciously. You're still following this shit. And you're not mad enough because San Diego is going to put another mask mandate in for its schools for the upcoming school
How
season.
old
You're
is
not mad
this?
enough. You're not mad enough because you let faggots, pedophiles, and disgusting perverts talk to our children. You let them have unfettered access to
Yeah,
them
this
in
is
our
like
schools,
3
in our
or 4
public
years
schools.
old, I feel
You let
like.
them talk about dildos and gay sex and masturbation and other things that's extremely private and only an adult should ever even be aware of. You let these children have unfettered access to the internet, which allows them to be exposed to pornography at an extremely early age, and on top of that, it lets them have access to people who groom and talk with them. And you're not mad enough because these people are just so unapologetic about it. They do it so openly, and whenever somebody tries to raise a fuss, they just shut them up. Reddit banned the word groomer to refer to homosexual groomers. They banned it on their faggot little r/against hate subreddit shit. You're not mad enough because you let these pieces of shit brainwash our kids. You let them become a fucking faggot. You let them
It's like
become
a
this
fed
disgusting,
post, bro.
unholy abomination where they just want to have sex with each other and only live in the moment for pleasure and corrupt their minds. You're not mad enough. I know you're not mad enough. You're not mad enough, man. You're not mad enough because all these disgusting corporations shit on us every day. All these multi-billion-dollar corporations with so many ties around the world. Billions of dollars being traded and bought and sold every day. It's just used to increase their power and to shit on us. You got companies like BlackRock that are working behind the curtains, buying up every fucking land that they possibly can get their greedy fucking hands on. Amazon's a big fucking problem. It's becoming a disgusting monopoly of a company because, I gotta have my fucking supply of laundry detergent delivered to me. I gotta have my stupid fucking pens delivered. I gotta have my food delivered to me. And what do I get for these cheaper prices? I get my information I give to them on their records. In fact, I'm gonna buy one of their little government spying drones, their Amazons, their Alexas. Oh man, I'm gonna buy all that shit and put it in my house. I'm gonna have a wiretap at the fucking
I'm a
government.
Fed post?
That's
I don't
illegal,
think
right?
so.
Not if it's the corporation. Oh no. You're going to have this legal wiretap that you're going to willingly install in the form of a cell phone, an Amazon Alexa machine, a Siri, some Apple, some Microsoft, some disgusting hellhole Orwellian piece of shit that's used to spy on you. Your cell phone is tracking you. Your internet usage being logged and sold.
I don't use any of those voice assistant things. I have never felt the need to talk to my electronics. That shit's weird, bro. Like the fucking Alexa parents and stuff where they just like talk to their fucking Alexas and order it around. Like, I don't know. I have never felt the desire to use like Google Assistant or Siri or Alexa or any of that shit. I've never fucking liked that crap.
To other interest groups and other things, to bigger companies that want that information for security reasons, and they want to sell you a better product. Ugh, Apple is fucking disgusting. Microsoft, BlackRock, Ring, any of these Silicon Valley shitheads. It's just so disgusting. And we let it happen. Because you want to not fucking wash your hands to go change the song on your stupid MP3 players and iPods. You want to have your stupid little wiretap do it for you. And you want to have it write your little list. And you know what it does? It logs everything you say. It listens all the time. Who the hell knows what Amazon or all these other companies do for this pieces of shit technology? You're not mad enough. You're letting this shit happen freely. All this smart technology is to fucking control you. And you know deep down that it's used to log your shit. All these apps that you think are cute and funny, all these service agreements you have to sign to where if you dare step out of line, they can just pull the plug and deny service. You're not mad enough. You're not mad enough at this shit. In fact, you probably enjoy it because it's convenient. It's the easier option. You're not mad enough. Matter of fact, you're probably a spoiled fucking pig. You're a spoiled fucking pig who's getting fattened up for the slaughter. But you're not mad enough. You're not mad enough at the government who hates you, who wants you dead, lying in a ditch, your children raped, your wife thrown into the ditch with you, and all your beliefs, all your insights, all the history, all the heritage that you and your family had over the hundreds to thousands of years in your country. They hate that because that reduces their power, their monetary influence, and their overall influence. They hate you. The government hates us. They hate you. They hate me. They want you dead. They think it's funny. They think it's funny that you want to stand up for what you believe in. They think it's funny you have principles. And they get away with it. And they're so blatant about it. They're so freaking disgustingly toxic and so
black
smug about
pill,
it.
spirit bomb,
hate
kind
you,
of.
and they want us dead. And what's your response? Oh, it doesn't
Oh,
affect me
shit.
personally in the moment, so I really couldn't care. Yeah, the system's pretty fucked. You're not mad enough. That's the real problem. You're not mad enough. You're not mad enough that you let women have so much control in your life. If you've ever had a girlfriend, you've always had to step around any issue that you have with her because you know that the girl could lie to the police, lie to your
Haha. See, that's where I'm free, bitches. I don't have to worry about that.
family, lie to the government, lie to anybody she wants to if you make her mad, and she will throw you under the bus. And you let that happen. You let that happen. You don't do anything about it because you can't do anything about it. If you are so dumb enough to get married, you are giving up half your shit. The divorce rate in most Western countries is at least 50%. Do you want to take a fucking chance in the form of a coin flip with your life? All the savings you have, all of the money you have, the property, all the nest egg that you've been trying to build up over the years, any idea of having a family, your kids you may want, that could all get taken away from your disgusting pig of a wife because she's not happy with you and she thinks she wants to monkey branch to some big dick Chad or Tyrone. Maybe you are a big dick Chad or Tyrone, but maybe you're not the bigger dick Chad or Tyrone. And in fact, she wants to monkey branch and you're not Mr. Perfect. But she's not Mr. Perfect. But you know what? She has so much power in the form of going to the government, going to the police, going to other family members, going to your job, even lying about you, lying that you're an abuser, lie that you do all these terrible things, that you molest your kids, or you do horrible, terrific things, or you hold a certain position or opinion. She can lie about that. Or maybe you don't lie, and that's just what you believe. Maybe you told a racy joke. Maybe you said something that's a little off-kilter that she doesn't like. Maybe she's just mad at you because she's on her period. She can go and do horrible things to you. And we let this happen. We're not mad enough to keep the women in our lives in check, and they've run amok. We're not mad enough. You're not mad enough. You're not mad enough that a majority of Westerners are medicated up the ass with psychomedication, antidepressants, and other forms of pills to keep us docile, weak, and fat. You're not mad enough that our diet is mostly fat, oil, salt, sugar, and grease. You're not mad enough that we can't get anything decent in our bodies to eat because it takes so much effort to grow by ourselves, and even then, that's not a guarantee. And the only alternative is this cheap, disgusting shit. You're not mad enough that you don't get to eat good food. You're not mad enough.
All right, so what are you supposed to do when you get mad?
All the fucking with the economy.
That's the
You're not mad
question.
enough. You let this happen. I let this happen. We are not mad enough.
55% of the population takes and relies on prescription medication. It could be argued that many of these medicinal dependencies are owed to people's poor
What do I
lifestyle
do
choices.
now that
There's
I'm
going to be
mad?
numerous health consequences as a result of people running out of their medication after a grid down
You do
event.
nothing,
In the year 2017,
exactly.
there were 4,468,000,000 prescriptions issued in the United States alone. To make matters worse, many of these prescriptions are for mental health medications. 1 in 6 Americans take psychiatric drugs. These psych meds are used to treat depression, psychosis, hyperactive
And
disorder,
most of them are
anxiety disorder,
women.
and other mood and personality disorders. Without these medications, 1 in 6 Americans is going to be more depressed, more impulsive, more anxious, and more psychotic. There's going to be a whole lot of rash decisions being made when the pill manufacturing plants stop producing their products. To make matters worse, 23.5 million Americans struggle with addictions to illicit substances. Many of these 23 million are of the 1 in 6 Americans who take psychiatric drugs, but there are many who also do not. So it can conservatively be expected that at least half of the population of the United States is going to be without something that they've grown to be dependent upon. That in itself is going to make the situation exponentially worse than it would be in a country where people did not have the luxury of treating their ailments with synthetic medicinal substances.
You're not mad enough that these corporations and businesses don't pay you enough. You're not mad enough to ask for a better wage. You're not mad enough to walk off site if you're told to do something that's immoral or wrong. Or hell, maybe not even something you're not supposed to do because it's not your job. You're not mad enough to say, go fuck yourself, pay me more, or I'm getting the hell out of here. You're not mad enough that you've been sold a lie that baby boomers and all these stupid fucking communist Jews inside of fucking colleges program mess with your brain to demand that you need a college degree and you need to become an indentured servant to the state, to the federal government, because you need to take out
That's
hundreds of thousands of dollars
anti-Semitic.
in the form of a student loan to get some bullshit degree, to get a job that's going to pay you slightly above minimum wage. You're not mad enough that you're demanding for better pay, for a union, for something that benefits you, something that works within your schedule.
A
that you want
union
in your
doesn't
life,
benefit
to pay for you
you.
to have a home, to have financial freedom, to have land, to do what you want, to go out there and live life the best you can. You're not mad enough to demand that. because that takes effort. So you're going to go back to breaking your back, destroying your body, ripping the soul out of you, to listen to disgusting, ungrateful shitheads, to deal with a management that hates you and treats employees like a board game, and if they need to destroy you, they will at a moment's notice just to save a few bucks. You're not mad enough to try and do better in the employment field. You're not mad enough that you've been sold a lie, that your college debt is something you can't declare bankruptcy on, and it's a shackle around you like a fucking chain. A chain, and you're part of the chain gang of all the other millions of Americans that have such a disgusting debt that they may, if not ever, be able to pay off. These people are living in hell. These people are in hell right now. They're in a very deep, dark pit of hell right now with a debt that they can't write off, a lie that they've been sold to, and you're not mad enough about that. Maybe you were smart enough to not do that. I still feel bad for you if you do. If you went to college for some bullshit degree, for some study that is not worth your time, your money, your effort, your energy, I'm genuinely sorry for you. You've been sold a lie. I'm so sorry that you have that. I really, truly am. But you're not mad enough.
I'm
You're
not
mad
really.
enough to say this is fucking retarded and this is evil.
The thing is, bro, is I knew from a young age I wasn't going to go to college and get some bullshit fucking degree. So, I don't know. I put a lot of the blame on the actual individuals who get, like, the party degrees where they only want to go to college to get fucking drunk and party and just get some bullshit psychology degree because it's easy and they think they can just, you know, skate into a cushy job. Like, yeah, that's not realistic. So, an idiot and their money are soon departed. So, if the college didn't get it, somewhere else would. So, you really can't help certain people. But, yeah. I went to college twice. I got my undergrad and master's degree, both of which gave me a skill set that helped me get my job. And, you know, college for me was definitely not a fucking scam. But that's also because I did 2 degree programs that actually provided something useful versus just wasting your time on a bunch of useless shit. So.
And I'm not going to pay for this. You're not mad enough. I'm not mad enough. And they know. They know we're not mad enough. Because if they knew we were mad enough, frankly, these people would be hanging from light poles and be shot and left to bleed out in ditches. These people are evil. These people know that we're too fat, lazy, and stupid. And we're not mad enough because we're so doled out on pills. We need to have my pizza. I need to have my porn. I need to have my alcohol. I need to have my weed. I need to have my video games. I need to have all these luxuries of life because I don't care about the future of tomorrow because my current future that I'm trying to work for is dead. Nobody cares for me. The system that's in place doesn't work anymore. It hasn't worked, I'd say, past 2001, back when 9/11 happened. It doesn't work for anybody except for parasites who parasite off you and me. You're not mad enough, and you're not motivated enough to at least try to better yourself, let alone stop these people.
I am.
So what do you do? What do you do about all these disgusting fucking pigs that are just hurting every facet of life? You're not allowed to have kids because the wife could easily divorce, rape you, and take them away or even lock you up. You can't have a good job because the companies and the corporations treat you like shit. You're not allowed to go and pursue a business venture of your own because that costs so much money.
Didn't I?
And that costs so much money just to live these days, to have a single fucking apartment, to barely get by with the food that you eat, the disgusting fat fucking foods that just clog your arteries and shorten your lifespan. They inject you with experimental hormones and vaccines because they told you so, and you just want to go see that concert. You need to go see your fucking, I don't know, what do you fucking watch these days? I don't know. You got to go watch your Marvel movies. You got to go and fucking shit post on Reddit for a couple hours.
You got
about
to
all those
travel,
racist alt-righters.
dude.
You're not mad enough that these people hate you. They view us as sheep. They view us as fucking cattle, and they're going to slaughter us when we're fat and ready. And we're getting fatter, and we're getting more and more ready. And we're not doing a fucking thing
The
about
women
it.
are getting bigger.
I think it's time for people to say enough is enough. If you're tired of this, do the best you can to fight it back, metaphorically or literally, because I don't want to die from some faggot who's brainwashed my kids in a public school, because I don't want to get some fucking medication that hasn't been FDA approved, because I want a decent job, because I want a family, because I want to have kids, because I want to preserve the nation that our ancestors built. I want to see a better tomorrow, but they don't. They just want to parasite and live in the now. And they've gotten so many of us fooled with their drugs, with their food, with the porn, with the video games, with all these gay little stupid fucking
Video
activities that keep us
games,
busy to give us a false sense of accomplishment. I'm not mad enough, I guess. I guess if I really was mad, I'd probably be out in the streets right now, doing something very heinous to these people, involving a rope and a firearm.
Fed post.
But I'm not. and
Fed
neither are you.
post.
So really, am I just an asshole who's complaining? Am I the cow who's slightly aware of what's going to happen to the rest of us and all the other cows laugh at me? Maybe I'm the last one who gets forced into the fucking slaughterhouse.
That's a Fed
I don't
post,
know.
bro.
Only time will tell. But it's not looking good. And you know how to change that? You have to get mad. I'm not mad enough. Are you mad enough? I don't think so. In fact, I know so. Prove me wrong. Because I ain't seeing it. You're not mad enough.
The fuck?
Hey, Blue, look at all these families! Hi, families! It's time for a pride parade! Families marching one by one, hurrah!
I am not watching homo shit. Holy fuck. Alright, there we go. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Get mad. Subscribe to PewDiePie. Infinite stocks. That sounds like a Fed post, bro. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to accomplish anything. The types of people that you would need to subscribe to are not easily accessible to the average person, so subscribing to a bunch of randos isn't really going to do anything. That was 100% Fed coded. I mean, yeah, I mean, what does he want people to do? Like, take to the fucking streets and start, like, lynching people? I mean, that's basically what he said. Like, grab your rope and head out. I don't know how good of advice that is, but hey. If you had a son, would you make him watch Fight Club early? I wouldn't make him watch Fight Club at all. Fight Club is a retarded-ass movie. I mean, it's, like, mildly entertaining, but I don't really think it's, like, some formative film. No, dude, a Fed post is when you encourage people to go out and do, like, illegal shit. Like, the whole point of a Fed post would be, like, me telling people to fucking storm the Capitol and retake the country that our founding fathers created. Grab your guns and head to the Capitol right now. Hell yeah. Like, that would be, like, Fed posting. Is, like, getting people to, like, attempt illegal shit. So, that's a Fed post. Or, like, encouraging people go commit, like, a terrorist act or something. Like, you know, encouraging action to entrap others. Essentially. It's like a sting, basically. Jay just enjoy with the 2. Watch Bear versus 50K. Okay. When does he actually shoot it?
Keep an eye on. Right there, take it.
Did he even hit it?
Well, what do you think? I didn't hear him. Just give him a minute. We'll have to watch the playback and see where you hit him. I didn't see where you hit him. There it is. No way. You hear it? I think he took his lungs out. Think we'll be out of here by midnight?
What time is it? I sure see blood. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, you sprayed the man. Well, that's the final right there when they death mode. Well, that's the final.
That was
right there when
it?
they death mode.
Alright. I don't know. Oh, dude, yeah, I saw this shit. The ending of Stranger Things is like literally the fucking kid coming out as gay. Yeah, dude, I saw that shit. Like, the big reveal at the end of the show is the fucking kid was queer or something. It's like, dude, Netflix really can't help themselves. They really fucking can't. They just have to produce the sloppiest of slop. Dude, Stranger Things I never liked. I watched like 1 or 2 episodes with my mom, and I did not like it. So, I never fucking watched it. Nope, the gay thing's not an AI meme. That literally is the ending of the show, is the kid coming out as gay, and apparently he got raped by a demon at some point, which is even more ironic, but yeah. Yet another example of a Hollywood show deliberately tanking itself in order to virtue signal. So, yeah, shocker. I don't know. I don't have any nostalgia or care about the 80s. So I really didn't fucking resonate with that shit in the first place. So I'm not fascinated by the 1980s as a time period. I think the 1980s, by and large, was pretty fucking gay for the most part. Yeah, apparently he gets raped by a demon in the show. I don't fucking know. I just saw a still image of it. I don't really care, to be completely honest. It's just typical Netflix. They have to, you know, force homosexuality into it somehow. Especially when it comes to children. So it's like a requirement nowadays for their degenerate slop. Did I see your super chat? Let me refresh. That page is dead anyway, so give me a second. Viewer activity. Oh, no, I didn't. Have you seen Stupid Never Dies? No, I have not. Can see what it is real quick. Oh, yeah, this was at the Game Awards. I saw that. Yeah. It looked alright. I don't know. Yeah, I remember that from the Game Awards.
I can't afford this shit!
Jay Just Enjoy. It was the first. Okay. Don't say it was the second video if it was the first one.
He has no clue we're here. Stay on him. Wait till he stops. Right in the chest. Right in the chest. Reload. You smoked him. Wait till he stops. Wait till he stops. Hammer him. Right in the chest.
VTubing enthusiast with the 2. Watch Life on Easy mode. Okay, let me see. I don't know why we're watching bears getting shot.
Yep. I think I got robbed that shot. I know the wrong guy. Look right in the chest. Tony, right there. Reload. Hit him again. Hit him again. You're a text step.
Okay, shoot him again. He's all yours. Dang it, you got this.
He's down, he's down. He's got Sal's right in front of us. Watch him, hit him, hit him.
I'm not against hunting. This video is gay. I mean, it's just a compilation of shooting bears, but again, I don't really know why we're watching it because it's not really anything I can commentate on or anything. It's kind of like independent viewing. I don't know, man.
Reload.
This is like some shit you watch when you're like eating your Taco Bell or something. I don't fucking know.
So he's like, okay, next time she stops and looks down when it stops, shoot.
Down, down.
I let it go.
Shoot him again.
Watch when you eat bear.
Surprise you.
Rack another one. Rack another one.
Yeah, I've never had bear
I don't know
meat,
where that was.
but
Just
never really
he's
had
not
a
going
reason to.
Rack another one. Here he comes.
Yeah, you can eat bear meat.
Hey! Hey! Nice shot! Dumped him, Timmy. You dropped him. He's rolling. I think you got him.
He's right in the chest. Go.
Shot.
good with that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Broadside.
Take him whenever you're comfortable.
Come on. Yeah, take it. Wait till he turns his head back. Again. You good, right?
I don't know why we're watching this. It's recommended, so it's only 8 minutes, so I'll just let it play. But again, this is like independent viewing shit. There's nothing I can add to this type of shit.
What do you think? I don't know, he's pretty nice. I say take him.
Reload.
Alright, let's see. So what was it? Life on easy mode? Let's see. This.
Usually when I take a look at a film, I focus on what messages the audiences are meant to absorb at the time of the release. And hindsight being 20/20, as they say, it's often easy to see these messages for what they are and expose them to people today. And while we're still going to do a little bit of that for this film, I'd like to take a look at a movie that was culturally important to baby boomers and see how it might be perceived, not by audiences in 1969 when the film was released, but by an audience today. An audience that's aware of the context of the film and the target audience. A film that seemed to speak to the generation that presided over the decline and the crumbling empire that we live in today. And what does that film tell audiences that are growing up in the aftermath and trying to wrestle control from this generation that produced and identified so deeply with this movie? The film that I'm talking about is Dennis Hopper and Peter Fonda's Easy Rider. I watched Easy Rider for the first time 50 years after it was released. After reading an interview...
Yeah, I've never fucking even heard of this movie.
...with Peter Fonda, who was taking a look back at the film that he claimed
No
represented
idea.
the new Hollywood, the Hollywood of the baby boomers. That it was this film and films like it that signaled the death of the stuffy studio Hollywood and ushered in my opinion, the flood of degeneracy, free from the shackles of the Hays Code, and objective morality, for that matter. Easy Rider was nominated for 2 Oscars, a Golden Globe, and was a winner at the Cannes Film Festival. It was also one of the first films to ditch the traditional soundtrack format that films had been using since the invention of film, and to use contemporary baby boomer rock and roll with songs from bands like Steppenwolf, The Byrds, and Jimi Hendrix. In fact, as someone watching this film in 2019, it really did feel like I was watching this endless boomer music video. And at times, I really think that was a big part of the draw for this film that was released before MTV or music videos were even a thing. Easy Rider starts out with 2 bikers, played by Dennis Hopper and Peter Fonda, buying cocaine from Mexicans. Now, this certainly wasn't the film's intention, but as an American watching this in 2019, with a full understanding of exactly who has failed to maintain a border between Mexico and my country, and has been listening to baby boomers drone on about how Mexicans are coming illegally, it's no problem at all because they're doing the jobs that Americans won't do. I have a different view than the original audience in 1969. I view this scene
necessarily
with what I would have to describe as disdain. Disdain that's only going to grow as this movie continues. To me, this scene is just one of countless, unintended though they might be, metaphors. The young boomers caring more about their personal gain, looking to make a quick buck by any means necessary. In the film, they're buying cocaine from Mexicans to poison the sons and daughters of the founding fathers to make a buck, just like older boomers would destroy communities with illegal immigrants so they could make a buck at the expense of Americans. And in the film, the way they make a buck is by selling out to Jewish record executive Phil Spector. Yes, that Phil Spector. The same Phil Spector who murdered a blonde European model in his home and then disguised himself as a woman and managed to evade conviction for years. I wonder what kind of unintended metaphor that spells out in 2019. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting started. So after getting rich by importing crime from Mexico and selling it to a Jewish murderer of white women, two baby boomers decide to go to Mardi Gras and party their lives away with the money. Metaphors, they don't stop, trust me. Next, we get a close-up of what the main character is riding on. It's a motorcycle garishly decorated with the American flag. He stuffs this icon of America with his ill-gotten cash, throws away his watch because now that he's sold the country out, he doesn't need to worry about the future, and he rides the American flag until it breaks down. But luckily for him, the two are helped out by a man who has escaped the city and has a homestead, a wife, and several children in New Mexico. This is the one time in the film when I started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, the filmmakers might be more self-aware than I first imagined. In this part of the film, and this is maybe the only time in the film, the two worlds, the two audiences, the audience in 1969 and me in 2019, the two worlds seem to collide. Peter Fonda's character, the one who rode the American flag stuffed with cash until it broke down, looks at the homesteader's life and seems to admire the man for what he's built. He tells the man that he should be proud, and you really get a sense that there's a part of him that wishes that this was the path he had taken. Which, to be honest, only makes me angrier and hate the characters more. I can no longer view them as ignorant, drugged-up hippies, aimlessly wandering through life with no direction. Because of the compliments he gives the homesteader, the only thing you can conclude is that he knows this was a choice. A good choice. But after taking from that man what he needed to ride his money-stuffed American flag and eating the man's food, they continue on their way to Mardi Gras to the sounds of boomer rock. Next, the duo picks up a hippie hitchhiker, and they take him to where he's going. It's a hippie compound that is in stark contrast, a contrast I find equally hilarious and irritating, to the homesteader's ranch. Instead of a man who's productive and the patriarch of his family, a family that is governed by his order, and an order that has produced surplus that allows him to help these two random strangers passing through,
it
the
definitely
hippies
has
live in
some
a complete
symbolism, that's for
lackadaisical chaos. Children are running around aimlessly, everyone's doing drugs and having sex. The hitchhiker explains they didn't even get the crops planted in time, and now they're running out of food. Half of the members of the compound are performing obnoxious, impromptu performance art plays for an audience too stoned to notice how terrible it is, while the other half tries to plant crops by wandering around in the dirt, tossing seeds recklessly onto the ground as they're high as kites. It's like a boomer Lord of the Flies, an entire community of rootless Woodstock attendees making love, not war, or food in the wilderness. Almost every resident of this clown show.
That's one of my favorite fucking memes. It's like the biggest
All right,
mistake
awesome.
that
Thanks,
Nixon
nigga. All right.
made was not napalming Woodstock, which is so fucking accurate, man. If only we could have had a beautiful future.
Reaches a level of hippie that kind of incites violence in reasonable people. And after mingling with this commune, very respectfully, of course, what they're doing is very revolutionary. It's very awe-inspiring. But alas, after a few days of constantly smoking marijuana and having sterile sex, the two continue on their way to Mardi Gras. Next, we see the first of many instances where the film will repeatedly demonize white Southerners and frame them as the real enemy of the people, the enemy of the generation. They are the opposite of everything that the boomer stands for. They are racist, sexist, homophobes, prone to random acts of violence and oppression. The two bikers are arrested when they happen upon a small-town parade and decide to...
The South are the real Americans, by the way.
...inject themselves into it rather than respecting the order of the community. And then instead of understanding what they did wrong, they complain about the weirdo hicks in the town. And as they do, in what seems to be a requirement in Hollywood movies today and then, they mock the town's Christianity. While in jail, they meet Jack Nicholson's character, who apparently is the son of someone important in town, and also an alcoholic lawyer that was locked up from the debauchery of the night before. They locked him up so he could sleep off his hangover. He uses his influence with the police to get the two out of prison, and they invite him to go along with them to Mardi Gras. He tells them that there's a whorehouse that he has always wanted to go to, and agrees to come along. On the way to Mardi Gras, they stop off somewhere in the scary white Deep South, in a town basically straight out of Deliverance, and they go to a restaurant that refuses to serve them. The locals at the next table openly discuss what they're going to do with the long-haired gay people that have rolled into town, while the desperate young Southern girls drool and fawn all over them because they're so cool they can't help but make overt sexual advances towards them. They decide to leave town because they feel like it's dangerous, but they don't go far enough, apparently. And the randomly violent, evil, racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe Southerners go to their camp in the middle of the night and, for no reason at all, severely beat them, one of them, to death. So, for no reason, they beat up the two bikers and murder...
Based
Jack Nicholson's character. And what happens next is even more bizarre. And I honestly don't even really know what to think about it, other than, once again, it shows kind of how self-centered and free of personal responsibility the characters are. A man they invited to ride with them to Mardi Gras, who was completely innocent, helped them out, got him out of prison, was just murdered for being with them, and there's zero time devoted to what they should do to, like, notify law enforcement or maybe get revenge or something. In fact, there's nothing in the film to suggest that they didn't just leave him there at the side of the road and just keep going to Mardi Gras like nothing happened. The only real tribute they offer to him is after going through his wallet, they find the name of the whorehouse in New Orleans and decide, oh, let's go to the whorehouse that he wanted to go to, to honor him. That's what he would have wanted. I mean, and this movie's full of jarring edits, scenes that don't seem to, like, really go together very well. And I think a lot of that was due to this being Hopper's first movie. He just didn't know what he was doing. But even if you account for that, it really strikes me as sociopathic how casually they handle the loss of the beating to death loss of their friend and just continue on their pleasure-seeking journey. So in the next scene, they get to the whorehouse, they rent out 2 prostitutes, and go on a drug-fueled adventure through Mardi Gras. They eventually wind up doing acid in a graveyard, and the scene that follows...
Jesus,
it's just reminiscent of every single drug scene in every student film ever made. Just a series of random cuts passed off as artistic. And in a lot of ways, it's also kind of just an excuse to show the prostitutes without their clothes on. So the random pseudo-artistic shots depicting the acid trip goes on and like far longer than necessary. And kind of gives you the impression after a while that it's edited this way.
This literally just sounds like peak Zog slop, bro. It's all so tiresome, man. It's all so fucking tiresome. The more and more you learn about the hippies and the baby boomers, the more and more you just hate. The more hate just, fills your heart. Truly the worst generation ever to plague this fucking earth. Interchangeable economic unit with the 5. They have been amplifying degeneracy ever since they were able to send messages through mass media. Don't ask me who they is. Think this. Think right. Yeah, exactly. We all know who it is. And interchangeable economic unit also with the 5. Most midwits and bottom of the bell curve people like to parrot and copy what they see. This is why mass media is so powerful. Yeah, well, not only it desensitizes, but it also normalizes this type of behavior. So when you see all media portrayals of people doing one thing, it makes you think that that thing is just normal. So that's why it was so important to have homogenous control over movies, TV shows, the media, when it comes to news, newspapers, the radio, etc. You need a unified message in order to morally corrupt the society.
Specifically for the hippies in the audience who they know are going to get high in preparation for the film. So it's like a little treat for the people that are on acid in the audience. Because other than that, it's just obnoxious. Like, it goes on way too long, and there's no meaning behind it. There's no deep, like, whoa, message to it at all. It's just random, stupid art film crap. Well, and naked ladies. And then it transitions quickly and jarringly into the next scene. You don't even know what happened to the prostitutes. They're just magically gone. And the 2 are camping out at the side of the road, leaving Mardi Gras behind, apparently. And the most famous line of the film is spoken. And for a moment, I'm tempted, just for a second, to view this as a sign, once again, of self-awareness. Dennis Hopper's character is celebrating the fact that they have all this money from their drug deal, and they just went to Mardi Gras and partied with hookers, and everything went just how they planned. No mention of the guy that got beat to death along the way. And then Peter Fonda's character, who isn't as celebratory as his friend, looks at him and just says, "No, we blew it. We blew it." Hopper and Fonda have never said what they meant by that line. And when they have talked about it, they make it seem as though it's meant to mean whatever the audience wants to apply it to. And this audience in 2019 knows exactly what to apply it to. You did blow it.
Off.
You had it all, and you sold us out so you can have your little adventure with your pockets full of cash. And you kicked Humpty Dumpty right the fuck off the wall and watched him tumble and crash into a million pieces because you were too high to do anything else. You and your generation fucking blew it. And just like Dennis Hopper himself, you won't live long enough to reap what you've sown. This movie is quite literally, in every way imaginable and unimaginable, peak fucking boomer. And to top it all off, as if the filmmakers know how this has to end.
Yeah, it is peak boomer. I mean, this... Hate. Yeah, I'm glad I've never actually seen this movie, and I probably will never fucking watch it, but yeah. More degenerate slop.
And wants to blame shift once again, throw all the responsibility that they spent their entire lives avoiding. Shift it all, take it all, and place that responsibility on the people they spent the entire movie demeaning. You see, for no reason, literally no reason at all, while riding their motorcycles peacefully through the South, not hurting nobody, an old Southern farmer decides to just blow them both away with a shotgun. Really, like for no reason. Just they drive by, he gets a shotgun out and just murders them for no reason.
Good.
Other than he's a racist, sexist. Guy! So he blows them away and sends their iconic American bike and their money up in flames. The filmmakers knew exactly how this had to end, and they picked the laziest scapegoat possible to avoid any responsibility for the consequences of their actions. And ladies and gentlemen, that is why boomers love Easy Rider. For Black Pill, I'm Devin Steck.
What are you doing?
If you like my videos, make sure you like and subscribe. Make sure you share. As of today, Audible finally has the audiobook version of my book. You can get the link in the description, or also...
Apollo, knock it off, bud. Come here. What's wrong? No. Leave it alone. Oh, this damn dog has another infection on his paw, I think. So, he keeps trying to lick it, which makes it worse. So, it's dumb. Come here. Come here. Buddy. Leave it alone. It's okay. It's okay. Leave it be. Leave it alone. Good boy.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Do you need to go out? Alright, I'm gonna go take him out real quick. I think he's gotta go take a shit. So, give me like 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Interchangeable economic unit with the 5. Griff checkout. Skip to 50, 56. Okay. Let's see. Alright. Hollywood, what?
I'm glad we only have to talk about this.
50, 56.
We're going to commercial break. When we get back, we've got a special treat for you. Hang around. You're going to want to see this. My favorite.
The Universal Force decided to move forward, bringing you on the depopulation project. I put your uniform and payment on the table in clear boxes. Gonna need you boys to turn everyone gay ASAP so we can save this planet.
We gotta turn people gay? I'll make a motherfucker and his grandma gay. I'm gonna make a motherfucker so gay, the straight gonna be dripping right out his ass.
You have a suspicious vehicle. Requesting a license plate check.
Got a royal blue car. Looks like he's driving a stick. Go wide away on this one. We have a certified fag here, Pecker. Well, there's only one way to find out, Kulo.
Now Synth hates this guy. What did he do? What earned his ire? Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Jack Daniels versus Jim Beam. I've never had either, so I don't like bourbon, so no clue.
Good evening, sir. How you doing this evening? Doing fine. How about yourself? I'm doing great. License and registration. Is there a taillight out? You know where you are? No, sir. It's posted about a quarter mile behind us. You're in the gay zone.
Whoa.
I'm not black. Calm down.
Yeah,
Calm
no
down.
shit, you're not black. If you were black, we wouldn't be pulling you over.
We all know the brothers are gay. No funny thing. All right. Watch your head.
Sooner get your life together.
Sir, I promise you, I'm gay. You have to be. We thought.
I said, don't start with me, son.
What about what was in that briefcase? It's my wife's, man. She wears Carhartt, man. She's a fucking butch lesbian, man. I swear, it's not mine, man. I promise you. Your wife's gay? She's a fucking lesbian, man. That's all her stuff. It's not mine. I'm gay.
What the fuck?
What are you doing about the weed? Oh, man, I smoke it every morning, man. I blaze that shit up. Are you lying to us? Every morning. You lying to me, boy? Make sure I'm high behind the wheel now so I can be gay, you know what I'm saying? I promise. I will blaze up as much as I can before I drive, man. All right. 100%.
I believe. I don't know, man. He's different from the rest of them. It's the holidays. You got a lot of work to do, Kevin.
I think Jim Beam, I'm pretty sure, is like cutting their production entirely this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Tucker, he's gonna turn his life around. He's gonna blaze that weed every morning. He's gonna stop eating his wife's pussy. What are you gonna do in the gay zone?
I'm gonna be gay as fuck.
Attaboy,
I gotta be as gay as possible. You know what? I think you're gonna be alright. Oh, what goes there? Relax. I'm gay. Yeah? Prove it.
I'm gay, man. Stop. I'm gay. Prove it. Hey, I think it's working. I'm gay. It's working. I'm gay. Stop. I'm gay. Stop. I'm gay. I'm gay. Stop. Please stop. I'm gay. Stop. Please, sir. Stop. I'm gay. Stop. I'm gay. Oh, maybe he is gay. Hold on. I told you I was gay. Yeah. Sorry, carry on. I'm gay.
Maybe he is gay. Think so?
Nah. Yeah.
All right. You all right? Bro, you tripped hard on that, man. He went, whoa. You get the cord, bro. I got that right on fucking camera, man. You literally tripped over the cord. Oh.
All right, what do you think?
Scary.
It's scary?
It would be very easy to make a mistake and get hurt.
And you let him ride this fucking thing?
Was that it? Yeah, okay. Let's see. So, U generation with the 2. What is this?
So here's how to drive. I like to focus when I'm driving. I always like to have what I call a focus point or a reference point. So for example, this guy on his tricycle, I really want to kill him. I want to run into him and smash him and just have his brains all over the pavement and just kill this guy and smash him while he's on his little tricycle. And what happens is, basically if that ever happened and the police found this recording, basically I'd go to jail forever. But this guy, man, is really fucking pissing me off on his little faggot tricycle. So basically, I want to step on the gas pedal and threaten to kill him, and then he looks back in his mirror and he sees me holding up a cell phone camera. And so that's basically, that's one of my driving tips that I'm going to share with you. Okay, that's more of an advanced driving tip. Yeah, that's more. That's more something for a seasoned veteran of the road on there. I wouldn't really recommend that for a beginner. If you're a beginner, what I would recommend is you just take it into the corners and just start whipping it around. You know, give it as much boot, as much throttle as you think you can handle as a beginner, and just really just experiment and see what sort of driving capability the 5,000-pound SUV has up its sleeve, which is a lot with these Chevys. Oh my gosh, it's a lot with these Chevys. And, oh yeah, it's handling like a little Miata. It handles just like a little Miata. Okay, it handles like one of those little cars that you see, but it's a big car, okay? And it costs quite a pretty penny, and I will not be paying it. Alright, what do we have up here? This is called the road situation up here. We've got some dumb fucking idiot walking around in the street. And we have poor people basically dealing with poor people problems. They're sort of things I don't have to deal with. I never touch a tow truck. If I have a car issue, a car problem, I just throw it out. Okay? I don't get cars fixed. When I have a car problem,
I'm guessing
I just get a new car. So for example, when I have done a lot of damage to my Prius C, I just get a new car. I don't bother.
I have no idea.
Tight fit. Well, now we know that this thing does not fit in my driver.
Holy shit. The audio spike. Schizo Garcia with the 2. They are next year. Just drank 50 milliliters of Jim Beam over. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, that's what I heard, is like they're shutting down production because, you know, their stuff's not selling. Although most alcohol companies are having problems right now with selling inventory because people aren't drinking very much anymore, especially the younger generations. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. I guess that's fine. As long as it's not like an hour or something. 6 minutes, yeah, that's fine.
Just got done watching Blade Runner 2049. It's a masterpiece. Love it. Thanks for the recommendations. I'm telling you, anybody who says that movie's bad just doesn't understand it. I hate to be that pretentious guy, but every time I hear people say 2049 isn't that good, like, they literally fundamentally do not get it, which is like, if you don't get it, then stop fucking talking to people like us, because you have nothing to add, all right? You're not like me. You'll never...
The thing I don't get is how people say that Blade Runner 2049 is worse than the original. The original is fucking boring, man. Like, I mean, I guess it's fine for what it is, but it's still not very good compared to the second one. The fucking original is pretty fucking... It's mediocre, I would say. It's still decent for, like, I guess, the aesthetic at times, but on a whole, it's not really that great. I don't know. 2049 is definitely the superior Blade Runner movie.
For be like me, 2049 is not, it's a view into the present and even worse, the future of man, where they do not get a woman. No, they're a fucking freak, and the best they can hope for is a goddamn AI girlfriend. They're not the main character. No, they delude themselves to thinking they're the main character. The movie is so it's not even prophetic because it's literally happening.
I thought he had the AI girlfriend because he wasn't a real human being. But, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way. I don't know. I never thought about it that way. I thought it was like, you know, basically like, oh yeah, he's not a real person, so therefore he's good with an AI girlfriend because it's not like he can reproduce anyway. But I guess that makes sense.
Right now, and fucking retards who aren't even that goddamn old, not to name any specific names, don't get the movie, and it's like, listen, how the fuck can you expect to lead anybody if you don't even understand who you're talking to? That's all I'm saying. I understand. I get it. Also, the message of the first Blade Runner, and I think it's a great movie, but that is a bad message, and it's the opposite of the message of the book. They're not just like us. In fact, the message of the book is that the machines do not have empathy, and that's what separates them from us. And that's true. But the thing is, obviously, since 2049 has to carry the message from the first one through, the second one is like, okay, we're all replicants. Like, on a basic level, the young millennials, the Zoomers, whatever, we are basically replicants in that we are a shell of a man. We will never have what the normal person should have. And you can say I'm reading too much into it, but I just think it fits too perfectly with the modern suffering, the modern human condition. So that's why, again, I'm very pissed. Like, I'm fine with you thinking the first one's better. I don't really give a shit. I do give a shit if you don't even fucking understand the movie and then speak with authority and say it's bad. It's like, fuck off. You're a midwit. You're not as intelligent as you think you are. Period. It's just a change in perspective, right? Like with the first movie, with Deckard's human. I know people like the theory that he's a replicant, but I feel like that kind of defeats some of the purpose of the movie if he was. But I don't think he's a replicant. He's a human. So we're a human. We're seeing it through the human lens.
No, I have not watched the AI movie. I've heard of it before. It was like Stanley Kubrick's like final movie, but he died, so Steven Spielberg, a Freudian slip there. Finished it. Yeah. I've heard of it, I haven't watched it.
Lens, how the replicants are just like us, which is arguably an anti-racism message, which I would argue is actually bad in propaganda. But taking that aside, the replicants, you know, since they have a limited lifespan, they never got to live out a life. And so, but despite their very limited thing, their limited lifespans, Roy Batty's seen like all this crazy shit because they were workers on another planet, slave race. So, you know, at the end, the villain learns the value of life and sees the beauty of it, and he's glad that he just lived it. And you could argue also the message is like the humans might get their full lives, but given that they're basically slaves to the system, that they don't even get to live out their time, whereas the guy with limited time went out and saw the world, really the solar system. So he got to experience more of a life than the average person, which is an interesting message. I like the end of that movie a lot. I think it is really great, but But the difference is with the sequel, you're just shifting the perspective, where now you're from the eyes of a replicant, except now, arguably, humans are replicants. We're all golems to the powers that be.
Uh-oh.
The replicants are a slave race to the chosen humans. And the delusion of being the main character absolutely speaks, but again, it requires self-awareness, which in the age of narcissism, people rarely have self-awareness. But a lot of people have solipsism or some form of main character syndrome, which is just some extreme narcissism where they really think they're the main character. And Blade Runner 2049 is like, actually, that's just an implanted memory. You're a literal nobody to be used for someone else who is the main character, which you could interpret that in so many great ways. One, it could be genetics, where like, Deckard and his daughter.
Let's see, Schizo Garcia with the 2. Have you ever watched Taxi Driver? Great movie. Yeah, it was alright. It's very similar to the, what's it called?
You're fucking poor!
I mean, I guess it's not identical, but it shares a lot of similarities to the King of Comedy movie. I watched both of them back to back. I watched the King of Comedy first, and then I watched Taxi Driver, so maybe that affected my enjoyment of it, but it was okay. I thought it was fun.
And all that, they're the better genetic people, whereas the replicant is just like some guy.
No, I heard that the Joker was a ripoff of both of those movies, and I was absolutely right in my assumption that that person was true. So, yeah. Literally a carbon copy. So the fucking sawing out over Joker's not even unique. It's literally just a carbon copy of 2 better movies. So, yeah. Joker's not even a unique movie. It's just literal fucking Marvel slop. Or, I guess, DC slop, whatever. Cape shit. But yeah, I did not like the Joker. The other 2 movies were better.
He's a tool to be used and discarded. And I think that's great for Ryan Gosling, too, because he just kind of fits that role in general as like this sort of autistic guy who's just kind of living his life and he doesn't fit in with society. And the AI girlfriend thing speaks to every...
I don't really know if I would view Ryan Gosling as like that autistic guy. Ryan Gosling just seems like that really easygoing, super relaxed kind of guy. I don't know. I never really got the ultra autism vibe from Ryan Gosling personally, but I don't know. He just seems kind of like one of those dudes that's just super fucking chill all the time. Because, like, one of my, I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite Ryan Gosling movie, but that movie, The Nice Guys, I thought, that was pretty good. But I don't know, I don't get the ultra autism vibe from Ryan Gosling. Gyllenhaal is better than Gosling. He gives the ultra autism vibe.
Every weeb. Like, that is just inherently, like, everyone likes anime. So this is what I'm saying. I don't know, man. I don't want to necessarily start fights with people, but I feel like there's so many things that you can read into with the movie where it's people saying that it's about nothing. It's like, fuck you, boomer fuck. I'm so happy for you that you can't relate to this. I'm glad that you can't, okay? Because all the people who can, that just shows you how fucked, like, Clown World is, that we can, that this is us, this is our lives, okay? This is what we see, right? This is, you know, be glad that you can't relate to this fucking movie, because you know what, fuck you. You know what, you're dead to me. You're fucking dead. It disgusts me, truly.
Reading too much into it? I mean, I don't really know if he's reading too much into it. It's more so just his interpretation of the story, which, to be fair, you know, his channel name is The Synthetic Man, which I assume is like a literal reference to, you know, K in Blade Runner 2049, because that's exactly what he is. You know, to his very construction, to his, what he believes to be memories. They're all fake. Or at least someone else's, so. I don't know, I mean, I didn't really watch Blade Runner 2049 and think like, oh, literally me for real, which I know that's like the fucking meme. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those movies that's really, like, open to interpretation, kind of like the first one, too. I mean, it's less so like a straight storyline versus more of like an immersive, you know, science fiction movie where you're more so just... It's more so just designed to make you feel immersed in that, like, I guess, world. And you can kind of derive meaning from it as you choose. Which, personally, you know, I like that aspect about it. I think, you know, cinematography-wise and everything like that, the soundtrack, like, it's really, really well done. It's one of those movies you can just watch and, like, really get immersed into. But, yeah, I mean, it's one of those movies that's open for interpretation. I don't necessarily think he's reading too much into it. It's more so... That's what he took away from it. I mean, kind of the main thing I took away from it was, like, essentially that, you know, replicants will never be humans. There's no actual real replacement for humanity, and regardless of what, you know, a machine thinks, they'll never actually truly be human, because they need humans to tell them what it actually means to be human. Because without, you know, that original input, essentially, they have nothing. But, I don't know. It is what it is. They need the AI slop input. Yeah. Trash movie where Harrison Ford plays an older, weaker version of his classic characters. Well, yeah, it's like, it's a sequel. So, the story wouldn't make sense if Harrison Ford was the same age anyway. Yeah, clankers, dude. Yeah, but it's like basically, you know, he thought he was essentially a human of sorts, and in reality, no, it's just yet another machine. Yeah, you're not that guy, bud. Schizo Garcia with the 5. Watch my dreams before my alarm goes off. Oh god, what is this? Is it a dude getting laid? Yeah, I had a feeling.
Rainbows out of something
So you don't think synthetics deserve rights? No. Fuck that, dude. I'm all for having an android, like, slave class. Sign me the fuck up, dude. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be one of these turbo weebs that tries to, like, give their fucking android girlfriend voting rights and shit. Or human rights in general. No, they're literal fucking slaves and tools, and that's it. They will do as they're told or be disassembled. Period. Yeah, the clankers will be treated with only cruelty. Total clanker death. No, dude, Harrison Ford loves collecting paychecks. Like, Harrison Ford is famously known for hating his roles. Like, he doesn't fucking like fans of his franchises. He doesn't give a shit about what role he plays. He genuinely just cares about getting paid. In true Jewish fashion. It's all about that cash money, baby. But yeah, he doesn't give a singular fuck about any fandom, franchise, or anything he's ever been in. It's just about collecting a paycheck and nothing else. Yup, he hates his fans especially. Yup. Especially the Star Wars fans. That's his least favorite fan base. So that's the one he hates the most, is Star Wars. That's why Disney had to pay him, I think it was like $20 million or something to come back for The Force Awakens. It was like some absurd amount. I think he's the one who demanded to be killed off in the movie, though, because he would only do the one. That was it. Like, he was the one who asked them to kill him off in the movie so he wouldn't have to do a second one. So, yeah. It's pretty funny, man. Schizo Garcia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you, dude. Big ups. I appreciate it. Whatever happened with Deckard's daughter, though? Did that plot line ever get a continuation? I don't think so. It was basically just him reuniting with her at the end, and that was it. Again, the Blade Runner movies are not really supposed to be like a linear story where it's like super conclusive. It's more so like basically a... I don't want to say like a philosophy kind of piece, but it's more so immersive sci-fi where you're supposed to like basically see this world
or get the fuck out
and take from it what you will.
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I can't afford this shit!
FBI Gaming with the 5. There's going to be a 3rd Blade Runner with Troon Hunter. That's based. We need to hunt down all the Troons. But I think they're making like some shitty fucking TV series, aren't they? Aren't they making like some crappy TV series on Blade Runner with like women? Oh, it has Hunter Schafer in it? Gross. Nasty. I mean, I guess that's kind of dystopian, but I guarantee you they'll pretend it's a woman. Yep, they gotta ruin another series, man. We're not allowed to have nice things. They gotta find a way to fuck it up. They gotta find some way to destroy it. It was just a little too popular with the male audience, so... Gotta find a way to sabotage the chud's enjoyment of something. I don't know, dude. But yeah, I do like Blade Runner 2049. I think it's a good movie. Nope, I will not watch Gladiator 2. I have zero interest in watching it, just like I have never watched a singular Star Wars movie post Force Awakens. Like, I have... Dude, there's not even a part of me that's tempted to watch it. I just don't care. I genuinely do not care. If I never watch it, that's fine. There's no slop recommendations that are tempting, dude. Force Awakens was the most Reddit movie I ever watched. I still remember when I went to the theater, there was a lot of Reddit-looking guys there. Dude, I remember naively I had a little bit of hopium that Disney wouldn't fuck it up, and boy golly was I wrong. Because the thing is I actually liked, whatever it's called, the first two Star Trek movies that Jar Jar Abrams did. I thought those were both pretty enjoyable for the most part. So I was like, okay, you know, maybe this won't be half bad, whatever. Nope, I should have gone with my first instinct when they showed off a woman. I was like, yeah... You know what? I should have gone with my gut. Female lead equals bad.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Let's see. 32 Fred 66C with the 10. Prediction: Review Tech USA will ultimately lose his career and be permanently banned from YouTube for being the worst streamer in existence. God willing, man. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna get banned. You know, Rich has ultra-safe lefty takes, so they'll never actually ban him. He can say the most radical shit, but as long as it's in a left-leaning direction, YouTube's not going to touch him, unfortunately. But, no, I think what'll happen is his viewership and stuff will continue to dwindle. I mean, unless he hits it big in the algorithm by making his old Review Tech USA content, maybe, but... I don't know. We shall see, man. He's definitely unhinged, though, so who knows what he'll say. Star Trek 2009, my favorite Star Trek movie, best soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a Star Trek fan. So the only, I guess, experience with the franchise I have is like the newer movies. I hated the third one, though. I don't remember what it was called. But that shit was fucking trash. But yeah, the 2009 one, and I think, what was it, End of Darkness? I thought both of those were fine for the most part. I thought they were decent. But again, I don't have any basis of Star Trek to base it off of, so take it from a Norm Groyd, if you will. The third one was called Beyond. Yeah, that one I did not like. I did not like that one at all. It's by far the worst. Did you see Blood Diamonds, despite it being mostly... No, I've never watched that. The only movie... Wait, is that the one with Leonardo DiCaprio? Maybe I have. Maybe I have. I just had to think about it. Yeah, if that's... Okay, if that's the one with Leonardo, then yeah, I watched it. I watched that one. I was thinking of something else. Oh, I was thinking of the Adam Sandler movie. The Uncut Gems. That's what it was. I've not seen that one, but I have seen Blood Diamond. We call it Rhodesia. I'm pretty sure it has child soldiers in it. I'm not sure, honestly. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it. It's an old movie. Seth Rogen? Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, I heckin' love it when he makes a joke about smoking dank kush. I think I may go ahead and hop off, guys. I've been live for 9 hours, and I'm kind of tired. I might try to get some sleep. I'll try to be on early tonight, hopefully. Probably earlier than I got on last night. But, yeah, I'm probably going to hop off. I might run to the gym real quick, actually, and then get some sleep, but... We'll see. It's a long way between my chair and my door, so you never know what might happen. But anyway, have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And I guess I will talk to everybody later today. Peace. Peace out, guys.